We are live. Finally, 17 minutes late. We are live. It has been a long day. I've been on the road since 10 o'clock this morning. We got Dust Devil in the house. Welcome, welcome, Brian. Big Block 402, One-Eyed Cat, Twisted Mopar Dennis, Auto Salvage Outlaws, Pure Pontiac Garage, Dougster is in the house. Colleen Tebow is in the house. Hey, welcome. J-Bo's here. Thank you guys. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So, the reason I've been so rushed today is I got an unexpected phone call this morning on an order that I placed at 2:30 Wednesday afternoon. My brand new 5-inch aluminum drive shaft was done. So naturally, what do? I jump in the pickup and take a trip down to Mesa to pay for it and pick it up. So it's been a long day. Nathan's Mopar Garage, NSB, Charger 383 Mopar William. Hey guys, welcome. Thanks for being here. I did snap a couple of pictures of it, Stephen, the drive shaft, and I will share them. Matter of fact, while everybody's coming in, give me just a second, and let me get those pictures uploaded to my server so I can share them. Hey, Blake, keep these guys company for a minute.
All right, sorry about that. I was turning YouTube off, so I didn't have any echo.
Yeah, you're good.
All right, are you there, Tony?
Yeah.
All right, cool. For some reason, I can't get a chat box up to join chat.
Are you signed in as Bad Attitude?
Yep, it says I'm signed in and everything, but all it has is stream this to my audience in private chat and comments, and I'm on comments, but there's no type box. So I don't know what the hell that is.
Down at the very bottom, there's not a post a comment box?
Nope, not at all.
You don't see all the comments that are in the chat?
I see everybody else is talking, but not me. I have nowhere to type.
Well, you don't need to type.
All right, well, that's cool.
You're live.
All right, well, that's good.
You can talk.
I didn't know if somebody asked me a question. Well, hi, everybody, since I can't type.
Actually, I don't know why. For some reason, StreamYard must think you ain't logged in because down at the very bottom, there should be a picture of your channel logo and a post a comment box right underneath the running chat box.
Well, all I can say is, if I miss anybody, hi. I can see chat, but I can't type in chat, which is better.
Go ahead. I know you mentioned you wanted to share some links, because even though I wasn't really participating in John's live, because I was running my ass off, I had the entire thing in my ear. I heard every word that was said, and I did hear that you're wanting to share links. So what I'm going to do, go ahead and open up a YouTube browser to this live as well. I'm going to give you a blue wrench, and that will allow you to be able to post links.
Okay. And right now, I'm not going to worry about those links because the website is down. That's why I was trying to share pictures on John's, and I couldn't even get the pictures to work until I realized it said I wasn't logged in. Once I logged in, then it let it share pictures.
Okay.
What happened is the same thing that happened with us last night. So now I have the picture deal working, but I didn't get to share all of the bottle information on John's and the ones with like the cards that exploded and all that. I got to show like 2 of those, and that was it. So if you want to share that on yours as well, we can get to that before we get into the hydrostatic testing and stuff like that.
Yeah, we can absolutely do. That's. I made a point to make this. I see Brian's ringing the doorbell. Hey Brian.
What's up?
I did make it a point to point out that we were going to Tech Talk Nitrous and Nitrous Safety tonight. So the
That's
floor is yours for that.
Well, you'll be the one that has to share pictures for me. But
yeah.
do you want to? Do you need to run real quick? Because you said to keep people entertained, or are you ready?
No. I'm ready. I snapped some pictures of that new drive shaft on my phone. I need to upload them to my server so I can show them in here later.
Okay.
So I'm going to fuck with my phone for a minute, and you and now Brian's here is going to keep everybody company.
Messing with your phone live. Way to
so
be
you just wait on there.
Brian, I've been on the fucking road since 10 o'clock this morning. I literally just sat down 5 minutes ago. So, boo you if you don't want to see a picture of the drive shaft. Steven does, and I'm going to show it to him. I see you're in here, Mater. Welcome, brother. So how's Blake and Brian doing tonight?
Oh, I'm doing all right. I just woke up like 3 hours ago.
You second shifters.
Out all damn day. I usually don't.
I'll be better once I figure out more about the StreamYard thing because I'm still lost on this.
What are you working on? What are you trying to do on StreamYard?
Brian's pretty well versed.
Me and Tony had done
so
stuff before, but then yesterday my shit just went awry, and now, like right now, I'm logged in, but I don't have any box to even communicate with people in chat. But like Tony said, I can just talk. It doesn't matter anyway.
That's weird.
Mine just goes at the top. It says stream this to your audience, and it says welcome bad attitude. CTN, and down at the bottom I see me, and I have the mute, the stop can, the settings, to present, the leave studio. But when it comes to the chat section, I'm on the comment side, but there's no box to type in at all. And I'm like, well, that's weird. Yeah, but see, we switched from the Microsoft Edge. Tony he told me to switch to Google Chrome, and we thought we fixed all this yesterday, and because we had everything working yesterday.
Hey, William.
But
what's up?
Hey, William. But tonight, when I was trying to share pictures with John, it kept saying I wasn't logged in. So then I would log in and go back in, and then it wouldn't let me bring the picture up. So I didn't figure out how to get the pictures working again until I switched back over to Chrome. So
see, I always use Microsoft Edge. I've never had a problem with Microsoft Edge.
Yeah, see, well, Tony told me that he didn't know. Well, Tony also knows my computer's a turd, dude.
Oh, mine is.
He's surprised that which I have.
Oh, yeah, my computer's awful.
I use Chrome. I've never had a problem sharing anything with Chrome.
Yeah,
I'm on Chrome now. Yeah, I'm on Chrome now. And
that's the other way
the
around.
Only thing that I got to remember,
Edge is a copy of Chrome.
No, you guys probably use iPhones too.
Chrome came first.
I do not use iPhone. Yeah. See, William knows what I'm talking about. Microsoft stole the code from Chrome.
I'm a Google man.
Yeah.
So Tony, if I load you up with pictures like I keep putting share, will they just all go to you to where you can share them when you want, or can I just share with you one at a time?
I don't know, to be honest.
The best thing I would.
I'm about to try to bombard you with a couple. So I'll try this real quick.
Blake, before you get started, I do want to say that I don't know if you saw my comment over on John Wilburn's live, but I've never researched nitrous, but hearing all the information about how a bottle can fail and how seemingly common it is, I had no idea.
Well, here's the thing.
It's really fascinating hearing all that.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. I don't want to change anybody's opinion on not running nitrous. I'm not slamming nitrous. I'm not saying nitrous is a bad thing.
Yeah.
The main thing we want to stress is, and we're not going to sit here and beat a dead horse and tell people, hey, the best way to do things is this. The way I used to tune, because I could talk to y'all for hours about tuning on nitrous. But around here, the thing that got me the following I had when I tuned other people's cars, especially the nitrous cars, was my stuff ran faster than it should have ran for the amount of money I had in it. And I'm one of the most conservative tuners you would ever see. And the reason for that was I had friends that were buying $14,000 and $16,000 shaffer off, and I'm building $4,500 motors in my shop, that are just Maypop specials because I couldn't afford expensive stuff. So nitrous was the equalizer. It got me in the ballpark and in the playing field to be competitive with these guys. But these guys are wanting to push the envelope and, run the biggest shot that they could possibly. They want to run the timing as much as they could possibly. But these are the same guys that could only run a motor for 3 or 4 months. And then their shit's back in the machine shop because they're blowing it up. I'm building motors that I'm running for 3 or 4 damn years, but it's because I'm conservative. So when I quit running nitrous before my accident, it was nothing to do with the ramifications of nitrous being, dangerous. Anything's dangerous, guys. I mean, a gun's dangerous. It's the user that can make it deadly, Nitrous is the same way. If you respect what you're dealing with, I would generally be able to tell you honestly to your face, it's safe. But like when Dave Basher approached me after my accident for years and years and years, he kept saying, dude, just come to work for me, work in the tech department, take calls. And I'm like, Dave, I don't want to be the guy on the other side of the phone when somebody calls up and says, hey, I'm a first-time user. Is nitrous 100% safe? Because I'm going to say, I can't say 100%, because you're talking to a one-legged man in a wheelchair that had a bottle fell in his shop that never would have thought in a million years that could happen. When I ran nitrous,
I don't think anything's 100% safe.
What is?
Nothing is 100%.
Oh yeah, I agree 100%. Yeah, I agree 100%. But here was my thing. What I was trying to explain to Dave was, I'm still to this day, like yesterday when I said, screw it, I'm going to go and hydrostatically test this nitrous cylinder and share that with y'all tonight. Let y'all see how this works. And I ran over to Nitrous Outlet and I grabbed one of the bottle buyback or trade-in program bottles that was the date code on it. It's like 5. So what, January, February, March, April, May of 1996. And it had never been recertified at all. So this bottle's got a little bit of age to it. And it failed the visual inspection because you could tell it has had a torch to it. The label was not 100% legible. So when it goes to a legit DOT recertification person, they would have failed this bottle right off the bat and never tested it because it already has signs of abuse. But since I know these guys, they're cool enough to say, hey, let's pop the valve off and let's look. So we popped the valve off and we checked the threads where the valve screw into the bottle. There was a crack going down it, a visual crack we can see. And so, I mean, that's pretty bad. So it would have failed and been condemned right then and there. So he goes, do you want to test it? And he goes, it might blow up. I said, who cares? We don't care. It's R&D, And I said, if y'all feel safe, we want to test it. And I'll show y'all the device that we tested it in and everything else. It's pretty neat. I mean, if it was to fail, if they fail when they're in the water, you're protected from it. It's not going to get you the way it would if it's under pressure from gas. And we can discuss that later whenever we get into it after I show y'all some of the pictures of failed bottles. But it's the pressure, just the boom factor. It doesn't matter if there's 2 pounds of nitrous or 11 pounds of nitrous shoved in a 10-pound bottle. If it explodes, it can bite your ass, and it can be very bad. So that's why before I showed the bottle that got me, I wanted to show some of these cars that had 10-pound bottles in them. Because if you see what it did to a car, and then when the bottle that blew up that I was 3 foot away from, I'm lucky to be here. I'm lucky I still have 1 leg and 2 workable arms and just missing 1 leg. I'm lucky to still be alive. So the thing that I am, I guess you could say, most grateful for is the guy that picked the bottle up while we were working on the transmission that held it up by his head. Like I said, had 4 kids, was remarried, had stepkids, and he had it next to his head. Said, what was this bottle out of? And I'm like, it's out of the Skittle car. If it would have blown up on him right then and there, there's no way in hell he'd still be here. But it's just one of the things. So if you're wanting to run nitrous, by all means, don't let me scare you away from trying something. If it's in your budget and it's going to be something you want to try, What we're pushing is if you come across used stuff that you have no idea who had it before you, you don't know if they heated it with the torch, if they left it unattended with an electric bottle heater without a pressure switch, if they used, I'll tell you all this story real quick. I used to take to a 3-day event. I took 18 10-pound bottles of nitrous for a 3-day event and put them in the back seat of my dually. And I live in Texas, and all my tune-ups, I'm conservative, like I said, 900 to 950 psi is what I ran in a quarter-mile race with the amount of nitrous I was flowing. That's all the pressure I needed. It could make a full quarter-mile pass. It never got into surging, never had any issues. When we started talking to these people that are running 1,000, 1,100, 1,150, then you start talking about people having nitrosilenoid spelling, not wanting to open stems in nitrous cylinders getting bent because when they're cracking the bottle open, it's got all that extra pressure. It's just slamming that valve and it's breaking shit. And the world's worst thing that you hear these people say is you make more horsepower with more pressure. Well, here's the thing. Put bigger jets in it, run the proper pressure, and you make the same horsepower. And it's safe, but these guys, they want to argue, well, I see them do it on Pinks. Oh, I see them do it on Street Outlaws. If they're doing it, it's not blowing up on them. So the reason John wanted to include me was basically I did not do anything wrong except I put a bottle that came in a car that had been mistreated, never should have had a nitrous put in it, that had nitrous in it. I put it under a workbench in my shop, and 11 months later it failed and it put me in a wheelchair, and I'm still in that wheelchair today. So me being here is a blessing. I showed the kid at the time that I had that just turned 5. She was 4 when it happened, and then turned 5 right after. I showed her that, life gives you lemons, make lemonade kind of thing. Don't let stuff like this defy you, but you also can't let it get you to the point to where you want to put a negative aspect on, performance stuff in racing, because I'm not wanting to give racing a black eye at all. And that's what all the nitrous companies were like. They're like, oh my God, he's going to attack everything. And we weren't attacking anything. We wanted to figure out what was causing the bottle failures and how to fix it. And since I never got my bottle back, it never was concluded, we cannot give you 100% factual evidence as why it failed. But we can tell you there's been thousands of bottles that have been turned in, and everyone that's cut open that shows signs of being heated, you generally will see cracks. And if you see cracks with the naked eye, imagine what you're going to see when you put an electric microscope or run one of the visual eddy tests on it that's electromagnetic. And because that's going to show the whole story. But then you have these people that are like, oh, well, if they still pass the hydrostatic testing, what does that matter? As long as the burst is there. That's why I told Tony tonight, I'm going to show y'all bottles that failed during the hydrostatic test. A hydrostatic test will be right at the same pressure that the burst disc was. So if they blew up during a hydrostatic test and it blew up before it reached the pressure or during the pressure that a burst disc would normally go off, how can you tell me if a burst disc is in there, that bottle is safe? What if that bottle got heated up 142 times? What if that bottle's been heated up 1,000 times? What if that bottle had a torch put to it in one spot for 10 minutes? We don't know. So to put your mind at ease and just be sure you're safe and at least have a clear conscience, if you have a bottle you don't know the history of, it looks like it's been abused, it's misused, even if it's a bottle that's certified right now, but you still are like, well, shit, now I'm kind of scared of this after hearing this story. If you don't want to go and buy a new bottle or trade it in, hydrostatic testing here right up the road, and I'm in Central Texas area, for a 10-pound aluminum bottle is $38, dude.
That ain't bad.
38.
It's cheap insurance.
Exactly, Brian. Exactly.
So just for the peace of mind, take it and get it hydrostatically tested. But I will tell you this: if you take it to a legit DOT place, if that bottle shows any blim in the powder coating, like it has had heat to it, or the label itself is no longer intact and you can tell the bottle has been compromised, they won't even test it. They're going to fill it right then and there. Now, you can take it away, because if they don't test it and condemn it, they can't stop you from taking it elsewhere. That's the bad thing about this. In my opinion, if you took a bottle to DOT, a testing facility that's for DOT, is what I should say, somebody with an RIN number, a recertification identification number, if you took them a bottle and you hand it to them and they look at it and they're like, I'm failing that, I will not even pass it, I won't hydrostatically test it, I think they should be able to X out the stamp number, the serial number, and say, there's your damn bottle. But instead, if they say, we're not going to hydrostatically test it, you take your bottle. What if they take it to their friend? Oh, yeah, Damien or David down the road works for a fire extinguishing company. He'll stamp it for us. The company that I dealt with yesterday, his dad owns a shop that we used to buy paintball CO2 stuff from. It's called Gizmo Guru. Mm-hmm. And now they have hydrostatic, it's Waco hydrostatic testing. These guys refill oxygen bottles, SCBAs, fire extinguishers, you name it, they refill them and they inspect it all too. So they actually found out one of their companies bought stamps to mimic their RIN number, and they're taking bottles and they're stamping a date in a bottle stamp that states it's been recertified, and they're not even a DOT place, period. And he found out about it. It's like, the bad thing about it is these guys are one of our largest customers. So if he turns them in, he's going to lose money. But at the same token, he's like, damn, dude, if we don't stop this, think about all the bottles that might be going right back into circulation that shouldn't be out there. So that's
I got a couple questions. Maybe before you start. What is the maximum pressure that the nitrous is supposed to get to?
Okay, to run it or the bottle itself?
Just in the bottle.
For a 10-pound setup, if you're running okay, we're going to be dealing with like a plate system. Let's say a cheater plate or something.
Yeah.
You're running a cheater system that can go up to 250 horsepower. Whether you're running a 50 shot, 100 shot, 150, a 200, or a 250, optimal bottle pressure is 900 to 950 psi. That is what they rate your pilling chart at. That's what they're going to rate your basic tune-up and suggest this amount of gas pressure with this amount of shot on your nitrous. Okay? As you increase your pressure, you have to understand, if you're operating with a system that's made to be at 9 and 950, the components that are with that system are made to handle that. So if you start going, well, I'm going to run mine at 1150 or 1250, think about it this way. How many cars do you see build up pressure, go in the staging lanes, do a burnout, turn their nitrous on, and they sit there, and it seems like they're purging for days, blowing all this nitrous out through their purge to get their bottle pressure down. These yahoos got that much bottle pressure, now they're wasting money with all that nitrous they're bleeding off to get the bottle pressure right back down to where they can use it. And that's the whole thing that I don't understand, but that's the theory behind things. But to get your optimum bottle pressure between 900 and 950 psi, it's 85 degrees Fahrenheit. That's all you need. So if you live in Texas or Arizona like Tony, I'm here in Texas, I go to a racetrack, I have bottles in the back of my dually or whatever. Once we get there, if the AC's not running that, we took them out, set them under the trailer. If I need to build bottle pressure, all I had to do is set my bottle on the pavement next to my car for about 15 minutes, and it'll build bottle pressure. During the winter, and I shared this with Tony last night, I used to take my bottles, and all my bottles, I had pressure gauges on them, and we had them capped. We turned them on. I throw them in the floorboard of the truck, turn the defrost on in my truck, and we go back and check it every once in a while. And I actually had the windows cracked because it was so hot in the truck. I ran away to look at somebody else's car, came back, got tools, went back to his pit area, and a friend of mine yelled at me, said, there's white stuff blowing out of my truck. The burst disc went off. So the bottle, just with the monster, got it hot enough to make the 3,000 psi burst disc go off, and it kapoomed. And if I didn't have my windows rolled down, I would have lost the windows in my truck. And I was just like, oh shit. And I was shaking my head the whole way back over there because I'm like, I already knew what it was. So I just went and opened the door, and I'm looking, I'm like, oh my God. And so, did I ever heat them up that way again? Yeah, because it was the safest way to do it, because I'm not a torch guy.
But because you didn't modify the bottle, because you didn't compromise the integrity of the safety measures on that bottle, it didn't explode. And
absolutely correct.
Now, what about what about the water? I've seen them where they dip them. They got like
the water bath.
Water. It's hot water.
Now, here's what you got to understand: when all this first came about, nitrous was introduced into automotive industry around 78, 79 by NOS. Michael Thermos and another guy built this company. When everything came out like that, there weren't a lot of options on stuff. You start moving forward, you get into electric bottle heaters. The water bath stuff didn't come in until, about 50 years ago or so. They are actually the best way to warm a bottle. And what I did when I'm going to explain why.
Okay.
If you buy a good setup, Nitrous Express has them. You can get them that hold 1, 2, 4 bottles. They have a thermostat on them, and it only goes up to 220 degrees. So if you put a bottle that can submerge all the way up to the valve in water, and that water, if you have it at 160 degrees or 200 degrees, whatever you set it at, it's kind of hard to get it any hotter than what the water is.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, since it's covering the whole surface of the bottle, you're not putting heat in one spot. You're evenly heating the bottle. So it's not like taking a torch and just, here you go. Let's say
I never thought the torch thing looked the same. I mean,
so here we go. Let's say I got this out and we get a torch head and I leave a torch and I run it right here and only right here. And I leave it there and I leave it there and I get it up to bottle temperature. I'm like, all right, let's go make a pass. And then the next pass, we do the same thing. And we do that over and over and over and over. And let's say that bottle turns out to be 10 years old. And then we take it and have it hydrostatically tested and they filled it. And we're like, well, screw them. We'll buy another bottle. We'll keep filling it up. How many more times do we get to fill that bottle before it actually is compromised enough that it says, you know what, I'm done. And it goes boom. It's simple. And it's one of the things that they give you parameters and they give you outlines and they give you a 900 to a 950 psi pressure for a reason. And that's to do safe tuning, is to utilize it. But you have these guys back in the late 80s and early 90s when they were selling the little single stage plates that are fixed. You just had a solenoid and there's no pills to them. 90% of the guys, as soon as they got them kits, my buddy, he took a drill bit to it and drilled out the orifice holes and just ran as much as he could. And these are the same guys that are trying to put more nitrous and more fuel in just by drilling holes and guessing at it, and they're blowing stuff up, and then they have no clue why. Instead of going and buying the proper stuff and buying an adjustable plate that has pills, you want to go faster? Pill the bitch up. You want to go faster?
With those, with something like that, I would say, well, would you just drill the jets out in your carburetor and guess? No, you wouldn't. You'd put different jets in. So why are you doing that?
What's funny about that? When we first converted over to alcohol, I had a lot of friends that were converting to alcohol carburetors, and they already had Holley, jet kits for their gas carbs, and they don't want to buy an alcohol jet kit. That's exactly what they did. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, the time you buy all these drill bits and take your time to drill all these jets out to run alcohol, you could have bought 2 sets of jets.
A jet kit is not that expensive. And even in today's inflated fucking world, as overpriced as everything is, I just bought, and no, it's not Holley branded. It's a Summit brand, made in America.
It's probably Holley. It's probably from Holley, but just
You know it is. I mean, Summit's not manufacturing their own damn jets. Everybody in here knows that. I paid $66 for the fucking kit.
Yep.
I remember when they were $20.
Yep. But
that's like 180 freaking jets.
And you got these guys that want to every size.
Yeah. Okay. How just off the top of your head, I know you don't know for sure. What pressure do you think that bottle was that blew up on you? What pressure you think was in it?
There's no way to tell. That's the whole thing. The first thing you're going to have from a lot of people that want to speculate and assume, they're going to say, well, if it blew up, it had to have the bypass disc either altered or plugged, which it was there. It's still in the bottle valve when DOT took it. The whole thing is, it was 116 degrees outside when I opened my top. So that shop had been closed since the day before. And you're talking about a galvanized tin building on a wood frame with a 16-foot front door, a walk-through back door, and 3 windows. So when we went in there, it was hot as shit.
Yeah.
And so you got to understand that bottle was probably expanded and showing its ass off. And what I was trying to explain in John's live, and I got off track, when I set the bottle back down and put it back under the table on the concrete, and I started talking about our guess is the resonating chime going up the instruction of that bottle. When it found the weak spot, that's why there's a little chunk this big out of the back of the bottle, and the bottle is in pieces after that. My girlfriend and Chris both swore when they talked to the people and explained what they saw happen. They both said that when I walked away from the bottle, as soon as I started to turn around, they heard a hiss noise, and then that's when everything went to shit. So as far as guessing the pressure, just to give you an idea, a bottle to have the working pressure of 900 to 950 psi can be 85 degrees. We did a test during the summer. Let me grab this real quick because I don't want to lie to you. Where we started actually running bottles at 9 pounds, filling them during the summer, and 10 pounds, and we also did 8 pounds. And then we set them and we let them all get to equal temperatures with an infrared gun, and we watched them. And the bottle pressure at 120 degrees, the bottle surface was 120 degrees. With 9 pounds in it, was 500 psi less than the bottle set next to it at the same temperature that had 10 pounds in it. The one that had 8 pounds in it was almost 800 less. When we bumped the heat up to 130, there was an 800 psi jump from the 9 pound bottle to the 10
because of expansion of the liquid.
Well, yeah, and here's the crazy thing.
Wow.
Nitrous is a gas, right? When you put it in the bottle, when nitrous reaches it's between 73 and 75 degrees, it becomes a liquid. And when you put it in your system and it comes into your car and you're using it in your system, you're actually taking nitrous in a liquid state. And whenever it comes through, whether it's your fogger nozzle or your spray bar or however it may be, it's becoming a gas. And basically, that's the way you want it to work. These guys that are heating the bottles up real quick and so hot and everything else, the actual pressure that you're building up is a lot of head pressure because you're basically overexpanding everything real quick. So when you first hit your button or if it's on a switch, you're going to get a quick burst, and that's what they all say. Oh, it hits harder that way. But then it falls right back off when the bottle pressure gets normal thing. You're having the same amount go as you would a normal shot, you know? So that's what we've never quite understood, why these people are insistent on saying, let's push the limits and increase bottle pressure to build more horsepower when they do the same thing with a safe tune-up by rejetting the plate and the carburetor, not the carburetor, but the fuel side and the nitrous side. So as far as guesstimate on pressure, 116 degrees outside, we already know a 10-pound bottle basically would be up to 18 to 2,000 psi at that temperature, just sitting. So if the bottle was compromised, did it fill at 1,300, 15, 16, 18, 22? There's no way to judge.
Well, if you wanted to hit harder off the line, you could always use a damn nitrous controller.
Oh, yeah, you can now. Back
then, I could see, but
yeah, back then, like in the 80s and 90s, we used digisets. We didn't have a way to ramp them in. You could put them on a time delay, like a digiset relay and stuff like that. But we couldn't go in and just ramp it up and ramp our timing at the same time, which you could get a retard and ramp your timing backwards, but we couldn't actually progressively control the nitrous until far down the road from there. But yeah, and that's the way you can tame nitrous down is by a nitrous controller. But so William, if y'all are wanting to try nitrous, don't be scared of it. Just like with anything else. Use common sense and just use a safe practice. Because I'm not telling anybody don't run it. One of my best friends owns Nitrous Outlet. You know, I'm not gonna sit here and parade shirts from him or try to give some of his stuff away tonight if I still wasn't supportive of him and what he's done. The main push that we're doing is I don't want to find out down the road somebody I know ends up in a wheelchair or perhaps dead because of something that could have been prevented. And if you now can learn how to look at a bottle and read the date code, know, hey, this bottle is 8 years out of certification. we ought to empty it out and go get it hydrostatically tested and pay our $38, or if we want to trade it in and get a $100 credit toward a brand new bottle, we could do that. By all means, do whatever floats your boat. But if you don't know the history of the bottle, I would just be very cautious. And if I would have been still a nitrous guru at that point, when I took that bottle out and I weighed it, if I knew I was going to set it on that workbench and it was going to stay out there till summertime, I never would have left nitrous in it.
You knocked that off, William. That's contagious.
What happened? I was yawning down there.
Yeah.
That's because I'm boring them.
No, this isn't fun at all. But it makes me think back to when I was younger, I used to play paintball.
Yep.
And those tanks, the compressed air tanks, you were running around in the woods and on paintball fields with 3,500 to 4,500 PSI in basically a little bomb.
Yeah, the CO2 cartridges.
No, these are
they got
compressed air.
Full on CO2.
They would have a little tank, and they would fill it up with a scuba station up to 4,500 PSI.
Oh, okay. It wasn't CO2. It was actually just
you
air.
You can run CO2, but compressed air is just better for paintball.
The one little carbon fiber bottle that I showed you last night, Tony, that little bitty one that was from 2015, I'll show them in a minute. That is a paintball CO2 carbon fiber bottle. And it was 15 years.
We have to have ours tested every 3 years, I think it was.
Yeah, it depends on the cert. It's either every 3 to 5 years, depending on which permit from DOT they'll have. But the one that we have that hydrostatically failed, it was made in 2015. And they were going to renew the cert on this one 3 years ago. So it's at its 5-year span because it's now 2023. It blew up when it was being hydrostatically tested.
I've got two 15-pound bottles, and I didn't think about it, but I'm going to take them in to get them hydro tested before I use them.
Yeah, it's a safe bet. And I mean, the whole thing is, what happened to me is I got lax because I was used to having CO2 bottles, nitrous bottles. I had air packs as a firefighter on my back. You have oxygen settling rigs. You got argon for your welders.
Can you imagine one of them blew?
Do what?
Can you imagine if one of them blew on your back?
Oh, yeah, no shit.
You'd be dead.
Yeah. Well, here in a second, hey, Tony, let me see if we can get these working real. I'm going to show y'all, and I'll make these kind of fast because I don't know how many of y'all were in John's live, so I'm going to go ahead and see if I can load Tony up. And let me see here.
I'll be right back.
Okay, here we got a picture.
So this was the one.
I'm going to go ahead and full screen it.
So this is the one that I popped up in John's live that we were showing that the nitrous bottle was actually just sitting in the back of the car. And it didn't have a heater on or anything. It was just in the back of the car. And from the heat of the day, they said the bottle failed. So if you just see what it did to the ass end of that car, it will let you see what the pressure in these bottles do. I'm going to piggyback one on you, John, to see if it works. Okay, did that one pop up?
Yeah, I had to mechanically add it, but yeah, okay. that's what I'm here for is the host.
Yeah, that one went away. I hit the wrong button. That's my fault. Hang on. Hey, I'm just now learning this stuff, guys. So bear with me here. I closed the wrong window.
All right, let's try this again.
All right, guys. Now, if y'all look real close at that and kind of envision where the steering wheel is, you see a little bitty black hump. I'm going to give you a close-up of what that black hump is that's in that mass destruction, I guess you want to call it. And I actually circled it to make it a little bit easier to see.
Pull this up just a little bit more for you guys.
Okay, Tony, did the other one automatically show up for you, or do I need to
No,
push her?
no, there ain't nothing popping up.
Okay, so let me go back over there.
Yeah, you probably have to do them one at a time.
Okay. Well, if y'all see that one, I'm going to go ahead and exit it out. And then I'm going to share this next one. So that one that y'all just saw, if you look right there, there's a yellow square. That is the bottle. That's the top of the bottle with the valve missing. And if you see the piece that's coming off to the right and the left that look like aluminum trim or something, well, here's what that looks like whenever you can actually see it.
You're right, Dean. If I didn't call you a dumbass, it means I don't like you.
So here's what the bottle looked like out of the car.
Oh, wow.
Now, do you see how this bottle kind of stayed
Freaking
intact?
filleted.
But you see how all of the vessel's almost still there? That is one of the bottles that's marked non-shatter. So it says NOSHAT, or it might have the whole word shatter on it. And they something in the composition makes them kind of hold together instead of blowing apart. So it's
like
kind of weird.
It's like it literally blew apart at the seams instead of just shattering.
Yeah, just
pretty much. It's crazy.
Yeah,
Isn't
it does like the top and bottom
Yeah.
came off and the center just unfolded.
Yeah. Now the next
if that bottle that tore Blake's body apart would have done that instead, Blake would still be intact.
Yep, more than likely. Yep.
The
So
one that tore him apart, shrapnel.
Come on now. Sorry, I'm going.
Yeah, you're good. We stay. Yeah, everybody in here knows we stay on here till we're done.
Yep.
That's cool. Now the bottle I'm about to show y'all, this is the same one I shared with y'all in John's that they actually plugged the burst disc hole. So they took the disc out and put an actual plug in it. And did y'all see that, or do you want me to show you the valve again real quick?
Yeah, it had that plug screwed in, right?
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is the bottle. You saw how the neck had the plug in it. Now I'm going to show you the car it was in.
Freaking crazy.
That's crazy. It's this safety when it comes to whatever you do is not something you can be complacent in.
Right. And you can't wish you had it after it happens.
So there y'all go. That's what that blue bottle was in. That car right there.
Did that used to be a Charger? What did that used to be?
Used to be a nice car.
Maybe a Camaro. I think Camaro maybe.
Yeah.
Used to be something.
But these bottles that are staying intact, that are banana peeling, this is the carnage they're leaving. And that's like Tony's explaining to y'all. Mine actually came apart. And the hospital they transported me to, I had 13 operations to stay alive in a 6-week period. And they were flying doctors that were medical doctors at the Center in Treffids in San Antonio, because they said all of my injuries were like an IED explosion, that they were having veterans come back to the States and having amputations done and, cleaned up services and stuff like that. So the best thing that they could do was call people that were familiar with what type of injuries I had. So they pretty much just stopped what they could, stabilized me, and the next day I was back in surgery, and the next day I was in surgery again. And after 6 weeks, 13 operations later, here I am. So I kind of thought it was funny because when 6% first came on and joined the No Name group, when I first started doing stuff and trying to get back into racing, one of my primary sponsors when I used to have my car, it's Wild Willie's Fuel Fragrance. And Steve Pollard goes, "So what are you going to do?" He goes, if you're going to reach out for sponsors and stuff like that, he goes, "You're going to go ahead and go with the Robinson Racing or something." I actually had a silhouette of a tree in a like a cemetery with stones, and crosses and stuff. And then it had a starting line tree in the middle of it, and it said 1 foot in the leg. I mean, I'm sorry, 1 foot in the grave racing, resting in pieces since 2009. And I thought it was funny. And he goes, dude, that's too morbid. He goes, nobody will follow you with something like that. And I'm like, well, it just shows that, I'm not letting this hold me back, and I still want to progress. And it never happened. So it always stuck that everybody said, hey, you can't say you're an asshole racing or, asshole C10. And I'm like, well, let's say I got a bad attitude. So that's what I'll share. So that's how we ended up using the name Bad Attitude C10. And then 6% comes out because, he's missing 6% of himself. I'm kind of like, well, shit, I'm missing like, what, the 16th or so?
Not gonna lie, yeah. That first idea honestly sounds pretty awesome.
The 1 foot in the grave racing?
Yes.
Yeah. And I thought it was pretty cool.
The logo and everything. Yeah. I got the mental picture of it in my head, and that honestly sounds awesome.
Yeah, and I thought the resting in pieces since 2009 was kind of cool, So, yeah, but they didn't care for it. They said it was too morbid, and I was like, well, this guy's still going to run sponsorship with me, and he's still with me today. I mean, I have fuel fragrance and stuff. As a matter of fact, we're going to do some way in a little bit. Hang on, let me throw these other pictures out real quick.
Well, real fast, you saw that picture of that car, back of that car blown off. I'm sitting here looking on Jeg's website right now. A new bottle is $251 for a brand new bottle. Okay?
Yep.
That guy tried to save $251 and lost his whole car.
Yes, no doubt.
Is that? Yep. How stupid is that?
Yeah, and a few years ago, that bottle was probably $100.
Yeah.
It's like I was talking about the jet kits that are, $66. They not very long ago, you get them for $20-$25.
All right, Brian, here you go. I'm sure you've seen one of them before.
Yeah. That's
carbon fiber.
Or is that a carbon fiber one?
It's carbon fiber. Yep, that's a carbon fiber aluminum bottle. If you look, you can see the aluminum in the distance. But anyway, do you see how this has a small seam split? That bottle, if you look real close, I don't know if Tony can make that any bigger. I apologize.
I can full screen it, but that's about it. Let's see. Let me go ahead and full screen it.
Right at the top, there's a glare on it, but it looks like there's an 09 and a C with a little emblem in it and a 15. That means that bottle was made the 9th month of 2015. And that bottle failed 3 years ago when it was being hydrostatically tested. So that bottle was only 5 years old and it failed. So everybody throwing out there that, oh no, if the burst disc is fine, it can't do that unless you alter it. Well, some of these bottles just are plug and play. There are no burst discs. There are no safety nets. So it's kind of like weird, I guess is the best way to put it. Now this car is the one that really, William, don't watch this one. I'm teasing you, man. This is a car that I was telling y'all about on John's, where the guy actually wired an electric bottle heater up. And instead of having it with a pressure switch to where when the pressure switches you buy, you can adjust. So if you want it to come on at 850, or if you want to go up to 850, 900, 950, wherever, once it reaches that temperature, it'll shut off. But if you hook it straight up and just put it on a toggle switch and flip it on, it'll run until A, it just gets so hot that it ruins the heater, or B, it blows the blowout disc out and it's still going to go on till your battery goes dead. So this guy left his on in his garage and it blew up on him. And then it caught the car and the back of the car and the garage itself on fire. All because he didn't put a pressure switch on an electric bottle heater because he wanted to shortcut it, just look it straight up. So it's just one of them things. If you're using your common sense and you're doing stuff the way you should and you take necessary precautions, I mean, it can be safe. But I still can't tell you it's 100% safe. But it wasn't 100% safe when I was using it either. You know, it's all part of it. I'm looking down again. Hang on.
The only thing that's resonating in my head with all the pictures and information you shared about bottles exploding and everything is just, if you treat it with respect and set things up properly and don't abuse anything, you're a lot less likely for a catastrophic failure.
Now, the only gimme that can come back on you on that is this, and a lot of DOT inspecting stations know this, but there was a span in a transition period during the 90s into the early 2000s where there were some bad composite aluminum, basically aluminum bottles, but the composition of the aluminum itself was bad. And these bottles started failing, and they had to recall and get them out of circulation. So that's the other thing you got to understand. And there's always times when stuff can go bad. So if you look here real close, that has an 8, and then there is a emblem, which is a manufacturer's emblem. And then you can see the 81 plus. That bottle means it was made, I think it's the 8th month of 1981. And if you look right to the right of that, you see another number 8, and then there's a 32 and another digit under it. That's actually the recertification identification number of the company that hydrostatically tested that bottle the next time it was tested. So this was actually an oxygen tank in an airplane for the pilot. It's his emergency oxygen tank, okay? So it was made in 81. So it just so happens, since I had access to this bottle, I ran around the crown of it, and it was made in 81. And you can see right here, that's, oops, sorry about that.
It's all right. There you go.
If you see right there, it shows it was recertified on the 7th month of 04. So that's the last certification date I could find on it. Right next to it, you can see where it was certified to the right. That's in the silver. It says 5 of 01. So they actually certified this bottle in a 3-year span. But the crazy thing about it is, if you notice that where it says 04, the next picture, this is kind of ironic. Come on now. It didn't want to go back to my present button. I'm going. All right.
There it is.
This one right here, you see where it says July of 09. So the last inspection or RIN number we saw showed it to be 2004. This shows the bottle was going to expire in July of 2009. This bottle was hydrostatically tested for its last time this year. And the reason I say it was its last time this year, this is what the bottle looked like after the last time it was inspected was 04. Okay, this is 2023, 19 years, correct? If my math's correct. Here's what it looks like now. So that's what a bottle that's hydrostatically tested. Yeah.
And is that a steel tank or is that an aluminum tank or what?
Believe it or not, that is a steel tank.
That brings me to another question. I'm in some welding groups on Facebook, and people share pictures of their shielding gas bottles and acetylene bottles, and these people actually seek out older bottles that actually date back to the 30s and older steel tanks for like welding and gas and stuff.
You know why?
But they have the full recertifications and everything on there.
Yeah, and here's the reason why. You got to understand, back in the 30s and stuff, the people that were making metal weren't taking shortcuts and just throwing potluck shut together. They didn't know how much pressure they were going to see. If you were to cut one of them older bottles in half back then, and compare it to a bottle now, I guarantee you that old one's a hell of a lot thicker than the new one. Because, and that's why a lot of these people like older bottles that considered steel because of that reason. But this, whenever my bottle came apart, hang on. Do you want to share that again? No, here, we'll just do that real quick. If it will let me. Hang on. I hit the wrong button again, guys.
Dumbass.
All right, so this right here is actually one of the larger pieces of my bottle that we could actually try to get a view of. The bad thing about this is, now, guys, I was laid up in a hospital room when they were taking these pictures because I was being, busy having my life saved. But so my brother-in-law actually took a picture of this, and if we try to blow it up, it distorts too much. But if you look real close above that little edge that has a line in it, you'll see a pretty good crack there. And then over about like 7 o'clock, there's another one. And these are some of the ones that they were saying there was over 300 of you could see with the naked eye. And if there's that many that you can see with the naked eye, you can imagine whenever they started doing the electronic testing and everything like that, all the microfractures. So the more microfractures you have and the more the bottle is actually compromised, when they do the hydrostatic testing on them, it expands it. And I told Tony, and I'll share this with y'all in a minute, the bottle that we pressure tested that should have already failed, it actually passed twice. But when we tested it the first time and the material expanded, you test it, you have a pressure expansion, then you let it relax for 30 seconds and you have what's called the elastic expansion, and then it drops down to total expansion. When it gets to total expansion, if it exceeds 10%, it fails. Normally, a good bottle will test somewhere between 2.5% and 3.5%. The bottle that we saw the cracks in that we hydrostatically tested, that I'll show you pictures of, had failed a visual inspection. We could see more than 3 cracks with our naked eye. Okay? And we went on ahead and hydrostatically tested it. And the first time we tested it, I don't want to lie to y'all, let me get this. The expansion rate on it was 3.4%. Okay? And when it started out and we had the total expansion number where you start the test, the bottle was at 41.7. When we let everything relax, we cooled the bottle off, we let it set, went and retested it an hour later. We started out, instead of with the 41.7 at 42.8, which means it never went back to its original shape. And then we retested it again. And when we retested it the second time after it expanded and came down to the total expansion, it was 1.8. But it actually started out already larger and it zeroes out the test. So there was less expansion on the second test than the first test. But if you look at it and you were to put it in which we did a third time, the new expansion rate still showed every time we expanded the bottle, it still had another percentage go up. So that just, if you think about it, if it's going and not going back and it's going and it's growing every time, how many times is it going to grow before it finally goes boom? So they actually were like, hey, let's crank the pressure up and see if it'll fail. And I was like, well, before we do that, we're going to cut it in half. And we're going to cut it in half, cut the crown in half, and then we're going to put it under an electric microscope and look for microfractures and try to get cross pictures with the microscope of the actual metal. And then, since we know this bottle it's a year older than the bottle that failed on me, it's made by the same company and everything else, we're wanting to send some of this to a metal urgent and have them check the composition of the bottle and see if maybe there was a bad batch of bottles in that year span. Because we know of 3 others between 95 and 96, which mine was a 95 and that one was a 96, that have failed. So I understand 5 bottles within a year, date of each other. I mean, that's not, if they sell thousands of them, a lot of people might be like, well, that's not that bad of a percentage. But if you're somebody like me that suffered because of one of the ones that did fail, it is kind of, strange. So that's why we're trying to push what we did. Now I'm trying to get this other picture up real quick. I want to work. So this will give you the the spill. When the bottle buyback program first started up, there were several other companies in the industry that were saying it was all a scam and as a way to make money. If you look at the majority of the bottles that are on that truck that's about to go to the aluminum scrap yard, which he generally will get for the top rounds about $2 to $2.50, and the bottles themselves at that time we were getting between $5 and $6, and he's giving customers $100 credit with these bottles, and some of them bottles weren't even out of date; they were still within date. It's just people did not know the history of them. And you're saying it's kind of a scam to get people to run nitrous outlet stuff. My thing is this: if he's giving you $100 for a bottle, he's going to get $10 for it at the scrap yard. How is he making profit out of that? He's doing it because of his love of the sport, and he's wanting to make the use of nitrous stuff safer. And that's why I respect the guy, and I always have. And I've known Nitro Dave since he was an NX and a Zex distributor for years. And he offered them a lot of information, and nobody wanted to listen to him because he's a kid. He started Nitrous Outlet out of a 2-car garage and a 20-foot closed trailer. And now he's been in business, and he's one of the largest nitrous suppliers in the world. So, kudos to him, and kudos for him standing up trying to offer people what he does. Oh, wow.
I think that was Tony's phone.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. I made that ringtone.
I went ahead and put the Nitrous Outlet link up in the chat if anybody wanted to go check it out.
Yeah, absolutely. I did make Blake and William, both of you are mods, so if anybody in here wants to post a link, go for it. It won't argue with you.
Cool.
All right, now these are all the pictures I was wanting to share in John's live. I have a whole batch for Tony's. Now, this is actually what a bottle that's about to be pressure tested hydrostatically at this facility's tank look like. So the tank itself that it's going into is actually 5.5 foot, and 3.5 foot of it is below the surface of the area that we're standing in, and the other top portion of it's actually double wrapped, and it's 14-inch in diameter, and it's 1/2-inch plate. I mean, it's thick, and it's actually, let me get rid of this. It actually has, well, I'll get to that in a minute. Hang on, I'll show you one more thing real quick, and then I'll get out of John's pictures. I'm trying to find this book. All right, I wanted to show this real quick because I don't have it in Tony's setup that I remember. The bottle that we tested when Tony wakes up, I think he fell asleep. Tony. There he is. All right, this is the bottle that we tested yesterday, and I just wanted y'all to look real quick where it has the 05, and it looks like an arrow and a 95. The symbol in the middle of the date code there is the manufacturer mark. So that's Luxfer Manufacturing's mark. So that bottle with the 05 and the 95, it was manufactured the 5th month of 95. And that's the actual bottle that we took and tested. And I have basically step-by-step of the procedure of hydrostatically testing the bottle. And I told Tony if y'all wanted to see the process, which we kind of showed y'all, to where y'all could see what was entailed or basically held in doing it. It's totally up to y'all. Y'all just want to discuss that or something?
That's actually a really good, really nice welding cart that Bear Rose built. If you want, Kim, I'll share that picture in here.
I do have a question on the bottle safety, getting it set up in cars and everything. Is there some kind of like a Kevlar bag or blanket that can be put over them to kind of prevent catastrophic vehicle destruction?
Well, here's what I'm going to tell you, William. I quit running nitrous almost 3 years before my accident. I have not been in the nitrous game since my accident period, which is an additional 14 years. So a lot of the stuff that I can offer is going to be 17 years old. So for me to be able to tell you, hey, they have any type of a blanket or a wrap that can be utilized now, you'd be best off by contacting whatever nitrous company you want to deal with and see what they have to offer to you. Another thing that you can do is I'm quite sure if there's any sanctioning body, whether it be the AHRA, the NHRA, or anybody like that, if they have requirements like that and stuff is available, you can find it there too. But I'm not going to tell you yes there is and no there's not. But since I've been away from it for so long, and that's like this week more than once when me and Dave Baxter talked, he's like, I sure wish you just would have came and continued working with nitrous. My whole thing is I've never had closure on what happened to me. I still want to find out what happened. You know, it'd be nice if it's something that we can prevent and something that we can make modifications or changes to prevent it from ever happening. Period. That'd be great. But the best that I can do right now is just be satisfied with the fact that a lot of the bottles that we've taken off the street now, which I see nothing for, nothing at all. All I was the reason he started it because he had a friend that got jacked up. You know. So as far as if there is something, William, I don't know. That's your short version of the story. I wish I could help you better, but I can't.
I would think that with today's technology in Kevlar, especially with a bulletproof vest and all that, I would think that there would have to be some kind of product that would be safe to use around that to protect against catastrophic bottle failures.
Yeah. Well, and again, like I said, you mean there may be. Have I heard of any of it? No, I really haven't. I mean, just like when the lightweight bottles came out, I was still in the fire service when they started coming out with carbon wrap bottles. And everybody was pushing these carbon wrap bottles and talking about how lightweight they were, but how strong the carbon weave that's around them was. And we actually went to them from Steel Tank Scott SCBAs in the fire service that I was in to using ultralight bottles that are carbon wrapped. And the crazy thing about it is, I actually have a cutaway of two of them. I'll show you here in just a second. When you look at an aluminum bottle that's been cut across cross section and look at how thick it is, and look at the thickness of a carbon wrap bottle, it's kind of like, wow, that's kind of spooky. That's why whenever they visually inspect them in that weaved carbon fiber wrap that's around them, if there looks like there's a fray at all in the weave, they'll fail it. They will not even test it because that wrap is actually holding not even a third of the aluminum material that a natural aluminum bottle is. And that's what's taking the brunt of the force. So if it's compromised in any way, they get rid of it. But before that, everybody's talking about how strong carbon fiber was. That was going to be the best thing to do. So imagine if you were running around in a fire. That's what's crazy now that I look back on. They're talking about aluminum annealing. You know, some of it can start annealing at 250 degrees. Some might be 350 up to 550. If you're running around in a fire, in a structure fire especially, you go inside in a structure fire, whether it's in the free burning stage, and you know, once it's a free burning stage, you can be going in. If you stand up above the smoke ceiling, you can have they call it superheated air that exceeds 1,300 degrees. What the hell does those temperatures do to an air pack bottle that's on your back? So it's kind of like Brian was saying a minute ago. Imagine one of them going boom. Same thing with the scuba tank. Imagine if you had a scuba tank on your back and it let go. If you were in the water, the only thing that might help you some is the water is going to help with some of the concussion of the explosion. But I still wouldn't want to be that character. I mean, I didn't like being the character I was when I got knocked down.
All right, check out this welding cart that Bear Rose built. Look at the thickness of that steel that he used. It would definitely offer some protection in the event of a failure.
I think with those bottles, what you worry about more is them falling over and knocking the valve off.
Well, they have
Yeah,
1,000
they had failed
PSI
before,
in
but
them too. You know.
that's like mine. Everybody, my little welding cart I bought came with a little chain to go around. I'm like, nah, I
Oh
don't like
yeah,
that.
mine's the same way.
I put a ratchet strap on
Yep.
it, and I ratchet strap mine straight to the whole thing's got to fall over for mine to.
I think I got a bungee strap around mine on my welding carts.
Get a ratchet strap, William.
So there's you a carbon wrap bottle. And if you look at the thickness of the aluminum, the actual weaved carbon wrap that's around it is thicker than the aluminum bottle itself. And these things, like Brian was telling y'all earlier, if you look right underneath the brand, it says 4,500 PSI.
Now, is there ever a limit on the date? Like if one's too old, they just won't even test it, or
Now, when it comes to aluminum bottles, now this is as of today. If it's like a 10-pound or 11-pound aluminum constructed bottle in the NOS range. I'm not talking about people with scuba tanks. We're not talking about SCBAs. We're not talking about carbon bottles, or compressed air, CO2, anything like that. Strictly a nitrous aluminum tank. It must be hydrostatically tested every 5 years. And if it passes a visual inspection and a hydrostatic testing test itself. So an 1,800 PSI working pressure nitrous bottle will be tested at 3,000 PSI. If once it reaches its total expansion, if it's under 10%, they restamp it and it's good for 5 more years. It can be a bottle that's 40 years old. If it'll pass the visual inspection and hydrostatically pass the test within the parameters, they restamp it, put it right back out there.
Okay,
So
Blake,
go ahead.
before we get too far behind, I want to address Lee's question here. He asked you directly. He says they have heaters that are built into the brackets. By what you're saying, I would think it would be a bad idea to the heat being centralized in certain spots. What are your thoughts on this?
So here's my deal. In my opinion, so again, this is just my opinion, a water bath or a bath style heater that has a temperature control on it to where you can regulate how hot it gets, seeing how the surface area of the entire bottle is being heated uniformly, I will think that would always be the better bet than even for instance, I'm at fault too. I've done this before. The electric bottle heater that has been on my cars in the past is centrally located and is covering about a third of the pot, the middle portion of the bottle. So all the heat's put in that one spot. So technically, all the heat you're putting in is in that one spot, and then due to convection, I believe is what it's probably called, or would that be conduction? It would be conduction. It'll spread to the other parts of the bottle, but you're still going to have a hot spot in the middle. So if your bottle brackets were to have heat just in one central location, in my opinion, that would be no different than having a torch blown in one spot of metal instead of moving it around, because you're centralizing the heat. So you would think when you're annealing aluminum and it's making it softer, since you're actually heating at one point and the rest of the heat that's going throughout the bottle is being spread, that one center point is always going to be the hottest part. So I would assume, which makes an ass out of you and me, that would still be putting a weaker spot in the structure of the bottle. And that's where usually a stress fracture or something like that
would kind of be my school of thought too. It's pinpoint heat rather than uniform heat.
That's why a bottle bath might be a little more expensive. But here's the thing you also got to understand. Anytime you have something, no matter how many fail safes you have on it, the shit still fails. I mean, dude, you have stoves, you have microwaves that you can click in how long you're going to cook something for, how hot you want it. I mean, anything that has some kind of thermostatic control, if you're into doing t-shirts and stuff like Tony himself, if you buy a heat press and you go and you put your heat plate in and you set it at 350 degrees, you get an infrared gun and you shoot that plate in, there's some that might be pretty close to 350. There's some that might be 300. There's some that might be 400. So you need to see what you're working with, find out what its consistency is and where it's at, and go from there. Yeah, that's why I'm kind of like this. Like if you were to ask me, hey, we want to try a plate system, And what would you recommend? I'm real conservative. When it comes to fuel, if it's a plate you're running a carburetor, I would automatically, whenever I do a nitrous setup, say it's a small block Chevrolet, big block Chevrolet Mopar, I don't give a shit what it is. If it's a carbureted motor and I'll put a 150, a 200, 250, a 350 big shot, whatever it may be, when I do my baseline tune-up on my NA, so naturally aspirated, no power adder, I run my shit a little bit fat. I don't run it to the point to where to foul a plug, but I run it a little bit fat as a safety net. And then when I do my nitrous tune-up, back in the day, we didn't have these cool tools. You can flow, whenever you could go, okay, I'm going to run this size jet in my fuel size. So let's set the fuel pressure at 4.5, 5.5, and flow it through a tester. I was so anal that I pulled the plate off my car, because back then you could buy a cheater plate and it might have 16 holes in it. You get a plate off another system that had 32. You're like, hey, more hose better. Yay. Well, if you're changing the flow characteristics of your system, you're also going to change how much fuel you can flow. Pressure is due to resistance. If you got a bar this long with 8 hose and you got a bar that's the same length that has 32 hose, I'm assuming, the more hose, the less resistance you got, you're going to have more power. So it's going to change your parameters of your tune-up. So anytime I did tune-ups, when it came to the fuel side, I ran borderline fat on my motor with the safety net. And then when it came to pulling timing, a lot of companies are going to tell you somewhere between between 1.5 to 2.5 degrees per 50 horsepower shot in your jet. I automatically pull 3 degrees of timing out for every 50 horsepower of estimated on my setup. And the reason I did that is timing is not your friend when it comes to nitrous. You do not want to pre-detonate. You do not want any pre-ignition to happen, because it's going to cause an explosion in your motor. It's just bad news. So me doing these practices, I had a lot of people saying, you're not taking full effect of what nitrous has to offer. But the thing was, I was running faster than I was before, and I wasn't blowing my shit up. So it was a win-win for me. So if it's something you want to try, don't be scared of it. And if y'all have any questions, ask. And if I can't answer, I will answer. And if I can't, I'm going to tell you straight up, I have no clue, because I don't want to scare you.
Blake.
Yes, sir.
Okay. One of the items that you were putting up for giveaway was a trash can.
Yep, it will be.
Yeah, let's show it off. We're at the hour and 15-minute mark, so let's throw out our first giveaway item. Let me full screen that.
That's cool. I wouldn't mind having one of those, honestly. That's cool.
Well, William,
I don't know if y'all can see that with the writing up there. I'm trying to get it. But basically, the crown of a 10-pound bottle is cut off, and then they're blasted, powder-coated, nitrous outlet sticks a sticker on it, and these are all bottles that came in the trade-in. So what Tony's going to do is, I don't want to sound like I'm being an ass or anything, but tonight we're going to be nice. Me and Tony are talking about in the future trying to do some shows late at night when there's an opening, and maybe giving some little promotional shit away randomly. Tonight I'm going to be cool. Anybody that's in chat, we're going to let be in the drawing. In the future, if I'm giving stuff to somebody, I'd like them to at least be supporting my channel and Tony's channel, and would like them to be subscribers, And I'm not trying to sound petty, but this shit costs money, and I'm going to ship it for free. And I'd rather ship it to people that support me and Tony than just to somebody that really doesn't care. So
right.
This stuff is not donated from Nitrous Outlet. It's stuff that I actually buy, but I get at dealer cost. And we take it to events with us that we set up at. And we basically do giveaways to people that are participating in the races and stuff like that. So I figured we do a trash can, and whoever wins the trash can, if y'all will send your information to Tony, because he'll be easy to deal with because he's running the live, I'll get it shipped out to you. If you want decals from me or something like that, let me know, and I'll throw them in the box with it. So the first thing we do is the trash can. So however you want to do that, Tony.
So here goes. Y'all got 5 minutes. Type the words trash can in the chat.
Is it all one word or 2 words?
2 words. Trash can.
Somebody put trash
Type
can
it
for
up. Tony, you type it in to show exactly how it should be.
Well, that will enter me in the drawing.
Well, that's all right. You just redo it if not.
Somebody enter me. I'm teasing.
I'm using the night bot to do it, so that's how we do this. Just type everybody. No, ASO trash can, 2 words. $38 POS trash can, not track can.
Oh no.
I'm using a bot for this drawing, so it's got to be correct. Yeah, those things are freaking cool.
Yeah. Now I will tell y'all, I tried to get some, but I pinning Dave down to try to get stuff whenever they're behind already, and the trash, they're not trash cans. I'm sorry, the toilet paper roll holders. I don't know if Brian could do it for me real quick because I'm new at this still. But if you go on their website under accessories, they actually have some of the bottles that we have taken in the trade in. They have notched them to where you can put 3 rows of toilet paper in the bottle, and then the valve has a blow-off stem on it to where you can hang 1 row on the valve.
Oh,
So you have
cool.
a toilet paper holder you can put in your bathroom or your man cave.
I want that.
Do you
It's
see it, Brian?
8:38. It's 8:38 my time right now. At 8:45, we're gonna do the drawing. So,
Isn't that cool, Brian?
Oh yeah,
That's
I want
If you don't
that.
mind, share that for me.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, because I'm still learning this, so I'm a little slow. Ask Tony.
There you
I fell out of Tony's practice live with me and him yesterday, probably like 3 times. I mean, completely. I took me out of it.
oh, that's
Cool.
badass.
That's bad.
That's just cool.
That's freaking badass. My wife would kill me, but I gotta get me one of them.
And it looks
Now, hey,
like
guys,
it's big enough to fit the jumbo rolls too.
yeah, the big ones from Costco.
Now, guys, I also want y'all to know, before y'all go and start buying stuff from Nitrous Outlet, give me a little bit of time, because right now they're trying to do an upgrade on their website. I was trying to work a deal out with them today to get it to where I could give y'all a code that would be like Bad Attitude 20 or something. And if you're part of the No Name community, I'll share it in the community tab to where y'all could get 20% off a purchase from Nitrous Outlet. With the website under changes right now, he said it'd be kind of hard to do, but if I can get that for y'all in the future, that's what I'll do. So just bear with me, because I am working on it. And if I had more pull, I'd get it done already, but I don't have that much swag.
Good evening, Rapid Transit Jay.
That owns Nitrous Outlet?
Hey, hang on a sec. Jay, you just in time. Type the word trash can into the chat. We're giving away a small trash can made out of a nitrous bottle. Let's show that up again since Jay just popped in, Blake.
Yep, go ahead. Here you go. I still got a picture. Can you see this?
Ah, shit.
Uh-oh, somebody fell off.
I
He took
accidentally.
me off.
I think I was trying to take Brian's thing down. I think
I got it now.
Y'all see that?
That's cool.
Yeah, let me full screen it. There we go. Yeah, we're giving this away at 8:45 my time. 4 more minutes. We're gonna draw. Everybody that's typed the words trash can into the chat is entered in the drawing to win that. Pretty cool stuff.
Yeah.
Really cool.
There's another deal too. I don't have one handy. We'd have to show a picture of it, but I can't get on their website right now. They actually have a full-size bottle that has a dummy valve in it, and they got a hole drilled in the back of the crown to where it can never be certified again. And they send it to you empty, but when you get it, you pull the valve off and you fill it up with playground sand, and you use it for canopy or tent anchors. So if you're on pavement and can't put stakes in, you just tie off to these bottles full of sand. So, Brian, I don't
That's cool.
know if you do my legwork for me again, but under accessories, there's a bottle and it says tent anchor.
I'm already on it.
Right
All right,
on,
thank you,
Stephen. So what you're saying, Stephen, is you're going to include a sticker pack to whoever wins the trash can? Speaking of sticker packs, I never did get your stickers, Stephen. I don't know if the damn mailman lost them or what.
I didn't get no stickers from Steven either.
Well, he sent me some months ago, and I never got the damn things. Okay, he says, yes, sir. So the winner of the trash can is also going to get some big block 402 goodies. Sticker
So the
pack.
bottle y'all are looking at right now is not a usable bottle. That is a Anchor. There you go. Thanks, Brian. He's saving my leg work.
That's actually pretty cool.
Yeah, they are pretty cool. And what I was thinking about doing, I'm probably not going to be able to finish my truck. I had an emergency appendectomy 3.5 weeks ago, so I've been laid up, not able to work on the truck now for almost a month. So I'm way behind, and I'm not going to rush on it and mess stuff up. So I'm probably just going to bring myself and bring like shirts, T-shirts, hats, some fuel fragrance, some traction compounds, some giveaway stuff. I'm going to see about swinging 2 of these canopy deals with me and bringing them, and I'll probably bring a trash can, 2 of the chin anchors, maybe some more fender covers from Nitrous Outlet, several things of fuel fragrance. And what I'm going to do is any of the people that are participants of the No Name National event, we'll give free shit away pretty much the whole time we're there. So all y'all have to do is come by, get in the drawing, and we're just going to give stuff away. Because I'd rather be there and still at least promote, the Bad Attitude C10 and do what I need to for Dave and them because of everything that they have done to try to help get some of this older stuff out of circulation and everything. And it's just a way to support Dave.
And I will say I personally have a Bad Attitude C10 hat, and they're no bullshit. They're nice hats.
I'm bringing money. I'm gonna buy shirts and stuff from everybody I can at No Name this year.
Tony's got one of my shirts too.
Yeah,
it's one of my good shirts.
Yeah, I like that one. The My Bitch shirt.
Yep.
Yeah, that one's cool. But yeah, it's quality stuff. I really like that hat. I like that hat because it doesn't make my head sweat so damn bad in the heat.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring. I think I'm bringing like 72 shirts. 20 of them are dry fit. The rest are regular cotton. And I think I got 30 hats that I'm bringing with me. And they're flex fit, and I got them in small, medium, and large. They're pretty nice. Hey, thank you, Steven. My daughter wears my Bad Attitude C10 shirt to school. That's awesome.
Right on.
So did you say you know the owner of Nitrous Outlet?
Dave Basher. Yeah, he's one of my good friends.
Yep. I don't know.
Whenever
this is something I always try to whenever somebody knows somebody who's big up in one of these companies.
Yep.
Talk to them about not even sponsorship, but like you said, with a code on different YouTube channels. Not mine. Mine ain't big enough for it. But that's going to get their name out there bigger than anything right now.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. What a lot of it is it's kind of like this. I can't get too far into it. I offered to do some stuff through Wild Willie's for the No Name Nationals, but we also have to deal with the track that's there and stuff, and the officials that do the prep at the track. We were going to offer to bring a bunch of shit before the event was actually laid down, but there's too much red tape. So basically, that's why I'm trying to do the discount code right now. As far as Wild Willie fuel fragrance, I've already shared a code on my web channel or on my Bad Attitude channel. Anybody, whether you're a part of the No Name National or not, if you use the Bad Attitude code there, you get, I think it's 20% off from Wild Willie products. So
these companies need to realize that us YouTubers, we're the ones people are watching now. Maybe not me. But, we're the one people are watching now. They ain't watching Motor Trend.
Yep. Well, see, that's what happened to me. When this first happened to me, you got to understand, we're talking about the internet was going, yes, but it wasn't the way social media is today. We were still in the MySpace age, when my shit happened. So when my shit happened, Drag Illustrated, I was going to share articles, the articles of that. Drag Illustrated, I've been in Drag Illustrated 3 times. They covered the accident. After the accident, they covered where I went to Tennessee due to response from the article in Drag Illustrated. Got to stand up and use a prosthetic limb for the first time. Scott Lucky Hudson under Sportsman Spotlight basically shared how the inspiration that him and his dad got from me to get them back into doing more racing. So I guess you could say I got a lot of publicity for something that happened that wasn't good for me. But at the same token, when we started doing the build of my car to get me back into drag racing, it was covering with RPM Magazine, which RPM Magazine is strictly for gearheads and fast cars. It's not street stuff or anything like that. And it's a worldwide magazine. So we had people wanting to get in and help with the build and everything. What did he say? Big
That's
boss?
fucking funny. I guess you're sending yourself a sticker pack, Steven.
Way to go, Steven.
Nice.
Well,
hey,
that ain't the first thing we're giving away tonight, so we'll still give you a shot at giving away a sticker pack.
Well, here's what. No, Steven's got to give me those stickers. I'm not going to send them in the trash can because he ain't sent me those. I'm going to hold that trash can hostage, Steven. But no. So what I'm doing right now, Brian, I'm trying to get something going with Nitrous Outlet on a discount code. I've already got one available for you all through Wild Willie, so you can get fuel fragrance, you can get traction compound, top end lube. They have that ceramic coat car detailer. They got all kinds of shit on their website, and all you have to do is type in bad attitude.
What is that website?
It's called wildwilliefuel.com.
Okay, I'll look it up. I'll do some work.
Yeah, wildwilliefuel.com.
Hey, Steven, I just gave you a blue wrench. If you want to throw whatever contact info up that you want to use for these guys to get a sticker pack, just go ahead. You've got the power to do it.
Hey Tony, let's do something kind of weird real quick.
Yeah, what you thinking, bro?
Can y'all
What's
see
that?
Pop that up on a full screen real quick.
Okay.
Can y'all see that? I know it's kind of glary.
Yeah.
That is a blueberry bottle of fuel fragrance and a great car air freshener. The first person that puts in chat that Tony sees that can say that you're a model of my truck, I'll send it to you. So you'll get a bottle of fuel fragrance and an air freshener. And all you got to do is tell me what year my truck is. Did you get that, Tony?
I did.
Now, I don't know what yours says on your side, Tony, but right now I see Nathan's Mopar Garage.
Yeah. Nathan was the first. Yeah, Nathan was the first one that got it.
Okay, hey Nathan, just in case I still don't have it, you have my email already. Email me where you want it sent, and I'll send you some. And let me know if you need anything else.
Yes, One-Eyed Cat fuel fragrance. That shit's pretty cool. He actually sent me a bottle of it that smells like weed, and it smells like weed.
Why would you want your car smelling like weed driving down the road?
Yeah, the cool thing, well, the cool thing about it is if y'all have wives that are Scentsy fanatics and stuff that have the variable temperature oil pots, y'all can actually pour the fuel fragrance in the adjustable temperature ones, and the hotter you burn it, the stronger the scent gets. So if you want your man cave smelling like race fuel, we have a fuel fragrance that's called Full Race that smells like race fuel. We have another one that's called Race Berry that smells like the old school kind of fruity fragrance race fuel. You just put it and mix it with your fuel, and that's what your fuel will smell like. I like using baby powder, and we have another one called Ex-Girlfriend, and the Ex-Girlfriend smells like Love Spell perfume. But we used to do the baby powder in my car because we always talk shit amongst ourselves at the tracks I raced at. And they were always like, why does your shit smell like baby powder? It says to pamper your ass after that whooping.
Nice.
See how cool this is, Tony? Steven and these other people jumping in line, just being given to the community.
Yep. That's what makes
it's all about.
That's what makes this community so freaking cool.
I felt really
that's what it's all about.
I felt really bad at last No Name Nationals for not having any stickers to give out. I did.
Oh, really?
I didn't really plan right. I didn't have any stickers, but I've actually got a decent stack of stickers now.
We don't have any yet. POS that smells like burnt rubber. That's something that I told him would be a great freshener for a car, though. But dude, if you go to wildwilliefuel.com, I'm talking there's stuff on there you can get it that smells like pizza, like choco mint, peppermint, Lust Spell perfume. You got the full range grape, cherry, blueberry, raspberry, strawberry cheesecake, beer, 2x4. There's one that even smells like that. I mean, it's crazy.
Wow.
He says, "Do you have any that smells like shame, despair, and yeah, Barrows? That's ex-girlfriend, buddy. That's what that ex-girlfriend. That's what that fragrance is for. That way, every time you crank your car, you can think of the ex."
When I crank mine, it takes me to a happy place.
No.
and that ain't the fucking X, that's for sure. I got Big Block right, laughing my butt off. I got his twin.
Where's this at? Oh, okay, gotcha.
Some place used to sell burning rubber smell candles. That'd be cool.
There's I forget the name of the car museum, but there's a car museum in Memphis. They sell some blinker fluid. I actually got a little bottle of blinker fluid, and they actually have burnt rubber candles and a couple other things.
Yep. It's crazy.
Edge Motor Museum. That's what it is. Sorry, Edge Motor Museum.
It's actually crazy because a lot of the people originally, whenever he first came out with the car fresheners, were saying that they wanted them to smell like race fuel, and then you had other people that are like, race fuel stinks, and I'm like, man, race fuel's awesome. I love the smell of it, always have, but it's a different stroke for different folks. Also known as the honeymoon scent.
Actually, if you could bring some of the race fuel one to No Name, I'll buy it.
Yeah, I can bring some. And any of the bottles extra that I bring to sell, y'all will actually get at wholesale price because I won't mark them up. I'll just sell them to y'all for what I get them for. Because that stuff right there, it's just Steve Pollard is the owner of Wild Willie, and he was with me when we were doing the Camaro and everything else, and he's still real supportive of me. And we try to do as much as we can. And if we find out that there's a race for a benefit or something like that, we try to donate anything that we can.
There he goes.
Blinker fluid.
Yep. Blinker fluid.
That
I had a
shit's just
friend.
funny right there, Mater.
I had a friend whose wife, when they first got into doing vinyl decals and stuff, he always used to pull his wife's sister. He pulled jokes on her. He sent her to CarQuest and told her he needed a can of beef because the horn wasn't working on their car. And she went in and she asked for a can of beef, and it pissed her off. So her sister made her husband a deal, and she put import beef, and they put it on one of the Fix-A-Flat cans. And he went and got that, put that label on it, handed it to her for Christmas, and said, "There's your import can of beef for your car." So then she thought it was a real thing, but I thought that was pretty cool. But I've never seen bunker fluid.
It should have been on. It should have been on that should have been on a air horn can.
Yep.
There you go.
So do you want to go through the steps of a hydrostatic tested bottle, or if they're interested, we can share it. If they're not, we won't beat a dead horse. It's totally up to y'all.
We'll leave it up to everybody here. I think it's great.
That's cool.
Well, while they're thinking about that, let's do this, Tony. You can do whatever you want. Do a poll. Ask them a question about your channel. All I need, and I hope you're keeping track of who wins what for me, Tony.
I am. I've
So
already
this-
got Steven's address, so I'll send that to you for the trash can.
I don't know if y'all can see this or not. Mouse pad.
Cool.
And I'll give you all y'all's very first own little MSD box, but it's just.
Oh, that's cool. That's
Pull
cool.
that up again, Blake.
That little
So-
MSD keychain is cool. I've
All
never
right,
seen one of those
so
before.
to get the mouse pad and keychain, first one to correctly answer what engine and transmission is in my truck.
My chat's not moving over here. They're looking at your channel, Tony.
They're scrambling to watch a video to hear you say it.
You and Brian are eligible too. I'm sure both of you know.
Dude, I'm giving. I'm a giver.
I can't remember the
I'm a giver
cubic inch.
tonight.
I'll just guess.
Hey, go to his shorts for the cubic inch of the motor. That's my tip. As soon as you go to his shorts, he's going to have a bunch of them in a row.
The no one-eyed cat. That's the rat rod. No, yeah, no, Dust Devil. It's the right trans, wrong engine. But yeah,
Bear
we're
Road
talking
Cat,
about
your which truck?
the Dodge truck, the one that's coming to no name. It's a common stroker, but it's not a stroker. Well, there's your hint.
Oh,
Not quite.
Hey, I'll be right back, Tony. I'm going to go grab something. real quick.
that's not
NSB.
common.
NSB got it. NSB got it.
I call
451.
bullshit because it could be 452 or 451. People are arguing that point. You go on one place, they're going to call it a 452. Another place, they're going to call it a 451.
You're
I want
just
an
salty because
accurate
you
by
missed
this
it, bro.
one. I
You're
want
just
an
salty,
accurate
Brian, because
by
you
this
missed it by one number.
No, because you could go to one website and they'll call it a 452. Then you go to another website and they call it a 451.
Well, what does he call it?
It's a 400 low deck engine with a 440 crank in it.
That's not what mine is, but that's the same. It's dimensionally the same. Mine is actually a 440 engine.
I was gonna say just too expensive and a 727, but
Hey, Tony, we're going to do something crazy real quick. All right, guys.
So anyway, NSB. Let me write this down. Yes, NSB. It's a 440 block. NSB gets the mouse and
I still want an
MSD.
asterisk by his win.
well, here. Hang on. Hold that thought for a minute, Blake. Yeah, see, Mater actually got the actual size right, but here we're going to do this. I'm going to show you. And 452 is actually a long way away from the mark. So, and you'll see why here in a sec. .9 cubic inches mathematically. That's why I call it a 451.
We'll do this, Tony. since you said NSB got the 451, right?
Yes, NSB got the correct
so here's
answer.
what we'll do. We'll give NSB a mouse pad and a keychain. And then you said Mater had the actual correct one that you posted of the
No. Mater posted 450.9, which if you look at this calculator here is the actual correct dimensions of the engine. But I call it a 451. Yes.
Well, what we'll do is
I know it is a 451. That's what I call it.
Okay. Well, we'll send him the same thing. Put Mater's name down too, and I'll send him a mouse pad and a keychain as well.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
If that's what you want to do, I'm good with it.
I'm good.
Mater's cool.
Now I got a very odd thing. Here's an odd thing. Dave Basher, I think it was 2 years ago, was looking for some new things to start catching and selling before he expanded and got Close Supply started, which is hoses and fittings. And then he also brought out a new company this year called Methods. Well, I was trying to get him to start carrying fragrance and other product. So there were 4 of these gallon containers that I'm about to show you made. And I sent 2 of them to him. I got one in my little man cave area. And I'll give this one away. And you can do a poll on this one, Tony. Y'all can do what y'all want with it. It is actual traction compound. The instructions are on the back. But we only basically private labeled 4-gallon containers of this, and this is one of the 4. Dave Basher has 2. I had 2. I'm going to give this one away. I'm keeping the other one. So it is a gallon container of actual Wild Willie eco-friendly traction compound, but it's branded in the Nitrous Outlet name. So you can't buy it anywhere. They never started carrying it. So basically, if you wanted to use it, fill it up with water, and have a one-of-a-kind thing, you're never going to see it again, put it that way. So any of you guys that want to try traction compound, or if you already run traction compound, Tony will put you in a drawing with the Nightbot.
Okay, we're gonna do the same. We're gonna do the same thing as we did before. It's 9:04. At 10 after, we're gonna hit the bot. Type in traction compound to be eligible to win that.
I'll pass on that one. I wouldn't even begin to know how to use that. I'm not even in any kind of racing position to even need traction compound.
Yeah, that's cool.
And winning a burnout contest, you don't exactly need traction.
You want burnout compound. That's how you're spelling it there, Tony. Okay.
Unless I
I just put it up.
Tractation. Yeah, that's the correct spelling of traction. Unless I'm an idiot.
I don't know. I don't spell good either.
I'm a
John
terrible
Wilburn's actually cutting numbers here, talking about actual stock size, bore dimensions and shit.
He never said the bore was stock. He never said the bore was stock.
No, the bore is not stock. The bore is what I bored it to, which is 4.375.
Well, you should have bored it to where it was 1 more cubic inch, so I could have won the damn.
Yeah, it's 50. It's 55 over. See, if it would have been a 440, an actual 60 over, then you would have been correct. But
so I get punished because you screwed up building your engine.
No. I didn't screw up building my engine. I bought a set.
Hey, that is yet to be determined yet. We'll find out at No Name Naturals if you screwed up building your engine.
If I ever get my fucking torque converter.
We're going to find out what I screwed up whenever it gets out there.
Hey, NSB, the 440 going in my Cushman is going in the Red Rocket. If it's ready in time, I'm taking it to No Name next year, and I'm entering that into the burnout competition next year.
No, John, I don't want the oil down award.
That'd be a real expensive award for you.
Oh,
it would be a horribly expensive award for me. But no, you see his comment that I put up here, right? Everybody here knows who I'm talking about. Or who he's talking about, rather.
Mm-hmm.
I've already got dreams of having a blower on the 440 in the Cushman.
Oh God! Why don't you put it on your
shit?
Blown big block 440 Cushman gasser.
Oh,
that'd be funny.
You're so dead. You're gonna die.
I'm gonna be grinning ear to ear the whole way.
I was telling Blake on the phone the other day he should put himself an alcohol burning junior dragster motor on a wheelchair. That would be fucking badass. Maybe not so much a wheelchair, but one of those fucking mobility
scooters
from from Walmart and shit.
Yeah, a mobility scooter.
You know what'd be fun would be to build one of those and covertly fucking hang out with a video camera and park that son of a bitch like at Walmart or somewhere that offers them and see how many people tried to use it.
Good Lord.
Extra stroke with a centrifugal force is how do you check the piston to valve clearance? This is a guy that sets clearance by how tight he torques the fucking rod caps. Oh, boy. What a jackass that bunch is. I noticed that freaking channel was running a live tonight. He never runs a live on Friday night. All right, you got 1 minute left to get in the traction compound drawing. Everybody that wants traction compound, get their name in the hat. Barrow says the old saying holds true. If you're doing over 120, when your time is up, you will scoot through those pearly gates so fast St. Peter can't check your ID. Right on. Nader says if he gets his job at Harbor Freight, he'll start building a Predator 670 V-twin mini-top fuel dragster. That would be cool. That would be cool as hell. All right, guys, time's up. We're going to roll the dice for the traction compound. Nader's Workshop wins the traction compound.
Nice.
It's cool. He's just right up the road. That won't be expensive to ship.
Right.
So, hey, Tony, do you just want to continue to mess around and give stuff away, and we can share this stuff on the hydrostatic testing another time, or do you? It doesn't matter.
No, I don't want to blow all the giveaways here at once. We can go ahead and go into some more chit chat, and after a while here, we'll randomly select another giveaway as long as you're whatever you got you want to give.
I'm 100% good with that. So here's
whatever you got you want to give. Well, let's see. It's a 9:15 now. At 9:45, we'll do another one. 30 minutes. We'll do another giveaway.
And the next item that we'll do will be the nitrous outlet fender cover. That way, if y'all want to hang around for it, you know what's coming. So that'll be the next thing. So here we go. So what you see right here is, I mentioned it in John's live earlier, this is the actual tank that the nitrous bottle or CO2 bottles, we're referring to the nitrous bottle, I'm just going to stick saying nitrous bottle. So they can actually do mother bottles, oxyacetylene bottles. I mean, they do everything here. But again, the tank itself is 5.5, actually it's 5 foot 5 inches deep, and it's 1/2 inch thick. And 3.5 foot of it is below the surface. That way, when it was to expand, if something was to blow up, the blow-off valve would dump all the water in the pit that's below the surface, and you don't have to worry about getting anything. So that's what the actual test, I guess you could say, vessel or sleeve looks like. Yeah, Mater, hey, that's cool with me too. It's up to you. We could possibly meet like in the Hillsboro area. If you want to meet in West and get kolaches or something like that, we can do anything. I'm game. That's fine.
And save you a couple bucks in shipping.
Yep. Plus, it gives me a reason to go buy kolaches.
Yeah.
I can go through West on the way there because, yeah, it's a check place, so it's pretty cool. Yeah, Cody's in here right now. Cody that said it's called a test jacket. Cody is actually with the company that hydrostatically tested the bottle for us yesterday. So right here.
Right on. Appreciate you being here, Cody.
And the cool thing about this is Cody's dad actually made this test, the hydrostatic test deal, off some plans. And he said that whenever DOT came to inspect it, he was panicking because you got to pay $4,000 to get the stuff done, and certified. And he said he was there with wrenches and everything he needed in case they said, hey, this needs you to fix or something like that. But he said the guy from DOT told him it was one of the nicest test things he's seen. And I'm like, that's pretty cool. But here you can see it actually has the lid on it. And on both sides of it, there are hydraulic cylinders that clamp the lid to the tank to where it basically can't go anywhere, and you're going to pressurize it. Yeah, Cody's saying, no problem, thank y'all. Hey, Cody, I'll talk to you when I do see you. I can't type in chat because I don't know how to do that crap. So actually, a good thing about Cody being in here right now, if y'all do have any other questions, kind of like you, Brian, Cody and his dad do run another business that is called Gizmo Guru, and they specialize in paintball equipment and stuff. So if you have any questions pertaining to that, he can field them in chat for you.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'll highlight them so you can see them.
I'm too old and fat to play paintball anymore. But I am interested in all this nitrous stuff. I may actually talk to you later on, like next year, about nitrous tunes and stuff like that.
That's cool. You're good. All right. So right here, you can actually see there is a 90 degree. There's a tube coming off. Oh, hey, talk to you later, Don. You have a good weekend. So this is actually their burst disc. And so if the bottle was to fail and the pressure inside the actual tank itself got too much, it'll burst and it'll dump the water into the pit. And they actually had an extra disc that he let me get a picture of as well that looks something like this guy right here.
All right, 38 has a question here. Is the volume of the water in the test sleeve measured to determine the expansion of the tank? I already know the answer because we had this conversation on the phone, but I'll let you or Cody answer it.
Yeah, 38 POS, the answer to that is yes, and it is coming up. We'll actually show you. Cody can actually go further in depth than I can in chat if you just want to direct a question towards him. But they actually have a setup that it goes and it actually does transitions on a scale that's tied into their computer for their testing. He said back in the day, they used to actually have to take pipettes and manually measure the displaced water and do the math. So if somebody's having a bad day, you know, it put human error into it. Now the way that it is, basically, you know, it's a self-sufficient setup. But the way that they got it, it's a real neat setup, and you'll see more as it goes. But this is the actual burst disc for their hydrostatic tank. So it's kind of crazy. Wow, I was thinking 30 days. I know parts are coming for the 24th. Sorry, I'm trying to read chat as we go through this. So, Cody, if you're still with us, if you want to do a more in-depth explanation of how the water's displaced, you can either chime in now or when I get to the picture. If you want to ad-lib or add to whatever thing or elaborate, should I say, to something that I share, feel free to do so.
Cody's more than welcome to join the live, too. And if you don't have a camera, Cody, that's fine, too, as long as you got a microphone. You don't necessarily have to have a camera to join. You can still join with audio only.
Did that one pop up for you, Tony?
No, I don't have anything in the queue.
Okay, so yeah, because my screen flicked and I didn't see if it popped it up or not. All right, did it take it that time? Yep, there it is. All right, so as you can see, right here is whenever they first took the bottle, and they have this little holder and the strap, and it's got, it looks kind of like a conveyor belt to me. I don't know what it's really made of. We can ask Cody in chat to tell us, but and it tightens up around it. And what they're going to do here is they're going to remove the valve. And like I said before in the prior video with John, Cody and his dad both said that just looking at the construction of the bottle, the way it was, you know, the powder coat's blemished due to paint, due to heat, the tags blemished and all that, they would have failed the visual inspection on this bottle right off the bat. So they never would have even tested it. So once they get to this point, they remove the valve. And this little tool is quite cool. And it actually has a collar on it. And this is what they use, and they'll set it in the top of the hole. And it basically goes in and out like telescopes. And they spin it in a circle, and they roll down the threads for the neck area of the bottle. Well, Cody's dad, his name's Don, and Cody, both of them, as soon as they put this in the bottle and started to rotate it, they both started seeing cracks right off the bat. Now, what we did, we couldn't get my camera to physically get a picture going in there to show the actual cracking of the threads because my camera, on my phone's basically a piece of shit, sorry, but it is. So what they did is they went on ahead and they gave me a better picture that they had of another neck with the same style cracking. So here's what actually they were seeing that we couldn't show with my camera. So here's Cody's dad actually using, there it is. So here's his dad actually physically checking the threads. And when Don started looking, he said his eyesight's kind of bad. So that's when he told Tony to double check and look. I'm not Tony. Sorry, Tony. Cody. He told Cody to take a glance. And as soon as Cody got it, started looking at it, he was like, yeah, there's cracking. And as a matter of fact, I'll show you another picture where they saw some cracks right below where the neck of the bottle is turning into the crown. So here is what we actually would see in the thread area. Now, I don't know. Yeah, y'all can see them. I didn't know if we'd have to go full screen or not. But if you can see them threads, you can actually see the cracking that's running. Yeah. So when he first looked at the bottle, he said visually it failed already. Then he looked at it a second time and he goes, it's already failed. They never would have hydrostatically tested it at this point. It already would have failed. So
that's the actual visual inspection, what you see. That's cool.
Yep. But see, he couldn't get a good picture with my phone. My phone's a piece of junk. So his dad had this, just so happened to have this on his phone, so he texted it to me so we could kind of show you what they're looking at through the device. So yeah, they started at the top where the roll starts before the threads, and they rotate it and they go down the threads and check it in a 360 degree. So they check every portion of it. Now he did mention that on bottles that are pre-90, so 89 and under, the DOT recommends that you do the visual eddy test, which is the electromagnetic process, and they check the threads there, and it helps find microfractures and stuff like that. So the bottle that we did yesterday, since they saw the cracking in the threads and some right below it, they're wanting to cut the crown area off and then cut that in half and then look at it through their microscope. It's like an electric microscope. So as soon as we get that cut, I'm going to run back by a nitrous outlet and steal the top to it, take it back to Cody, and Cody and his dad are going to visually inspect it, and I'm going to get some more pictures, and we'll share that with y'all in an update. But so far, the bottle that we chose to do, it's already failed. Failed a visual inspection already, and now it's already failed because of the cracks. So the next pick will be...
You know, I missed this one. Mater asked a question. Is the place that does the testing here in Texas? It is, correct?
Yes. As a matter of fact, I have a deal. I'll share it next, but I can show you this too. Well, no, I'll share. Hang on. Let me get you this first. Okay. Now, this is them looking through the same device, and it's right below the threads, and you can actually see a little bit below where the little curvature is, or the radius is. There's a line started. And I got the next picture is going to show the continuation of the line, and they saw this right off the bat, and we're both just like, oh wow, we already see cracks. And I'm like, that's crazy. So they're so used to doing this, and they see stuff like this, you know, they're just peeking and they're going, no, it would have failed. Bam, bam. So they're very knowledgeable, and they also do a lot of practices that other people don't, just because they're real safety conscientious. So it's pretty cool. All right, so here, let me find it.
Yeah, this is some really cool technical shit here.
Okay, for any of y'all that want to know, this is Cody and his dad's company. There is a email address for Gizmo Guru, because that was their company that they had, and then they started the secondary company, which is Waco Hydro Testing. So, Mater, if you do have bottles, they're located on Franklin in Waco, and they're technically Cody, are y'all like 2 blocks or 3 blocks up Franklin from Nitrous Outlet? They're right around the corner from Nitrous Outlet. So any of the bottles that Dave has from Nitrous Outlet that needs to be hydrostatically tested, they just take them straight over to them because they're right up the road and they're local. So hopefully Cody's still in here and he can tell Mater that. But if not, Mater, you can always call them or go to their website and get their address from there. There's Cody, yeah. 2 blocks. So they're 2 blocks up on Franklin. And Cody, Tony said if you have the capability to join the live, you're more than welcome to. Or if you just want to stay in chat, you can stay in chat.
I'm going to get a refill on my drink. I'll be right back.
Yeah, and you don't have to have a camera either. As long as you got a microphone, you can do audio only also.
Now, on this next pick, we tried, and I'll show you in a second. This is Cody is actually using a bore scope, and he's looking at the internal structure of the bottle, and he's going down toward the bottom of the bottle. The position we were in when we tried to use my camera or the video camera, either one, there was a glare hitting the screen, so we couldn't get a clear photograph of it. I'm going to talk to him. He asked if I had enough clean pictures and stuff. In the future, we're going to see about maybe if he'll allow me to go back over there and get some cleaner pictures. But that's basically the next process that they would do. After the cracks and the threaded in the neck of the bottle and everything, they check the internal structure of the bottle. So this is as clear as a pick as we could get. And as you can tell, you can see there's curvature at the bottom of the bottle and everything, but the glare was so bad we couldn't get a clean picture. So again, I apologize, but that's the best that we had to work with. But I still wanted to mention this part of the process because they basically go over every nook and cranny of the bottle just to check it out. And that's like I said, so it's kind of cool that they still do so much actual hands-on inspection of the bottles even before they're hydrostatically tested.
Steven has a couple of bottles that he needs tested. One's an NOS and the other one's an Edelbrock.
Yep. All right, so in this picture, Don's in the background. He's grabbing the top. What happened? Never.
Oh, Wendy,
I'm back,
she was going to bed, and then she says, never mind, I'm back.
Yeah. So Cody's dad, Don, right here, he's getting the top to the test tank. And if you notice, he's put a quick coupler on the bottle itself. And what they actually do is, it's just like one of the quick disconnect couplers. They attach the bottle straight to the lid. So that's how they're able to use, the small bottles, or they can go all the way up to mother-sized bottles and just use like the crane to raise it up, go over and just set it right down in the sleeve. So right now he's got the coupler on the bottle, and he's about to put the lid on so he can put the bottle in the actual test vessel.
That's a badass picture William has up there. Love that channel pic.
Which one? Where'd he go?
Williams. Well, he came back.
So the burnout. Yep.
Yeah.
That's just badass right there.
That picture came from John Wilburn and is one of my favorite pictures of No Name last year.
Yeah, that's just a killer picture.
So if you guys look right here, you can actually see where he's got the coupler now clipped onto the bottle, and he's about to pick the bottle up and put it in. So let me know, Tony, when I need to stop in this draw for something.
15 more minutes.
All right, I'm good then. So here we go. And if I go too fast and y'all want to look at something longer, just tell me to slow down.
Well, the nice thing about this is I'll publish, I'll let it publish afterwards. So they can always come back and rewatch it too. This will forever be up on the channel.
Yeah, I got you. So here you go. You can actually see them putting the bottle into the test jacket. And they've already got the test jacket full of water, and they're going to submerge the bottle in there now. Now, his dad did fill the bottle up with a stem. It didn't save for some reason, and I didn't have time to go back and put it into the stuff now. So if somebody wants to see that process, we'll show it later. But basically, you're going to have water surrounding a bottle, and then you're going to put pressurized water in the bottle. So it's going to have water on both sides of the bottle surface area, and it's going to pressurize it. So that's why it's hydrostatically testing it. Because unlike air will compress, water won't. So it's a total different animal.
Mater says, Blake, now that's funny, telling a racer to slow down.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, if my truck's as fast as my mouth, I'm pretty much set, That's what I try to tell. Hey, that's what I try to tell everybody. Uh, I don't chat much because I got to do the 2-finger hunt and peck thing because I can't type because my fingers don't work right on my left hand anymore. So basically, I type very slow, and when chat's flying, I answer something that might have been for 3 or 4 minutes away. But right here, you can see the tank is now the hydraulic cylinders are actually latching it down. So the one on the left hand side is clamped down. The one on the right is about to clamp down. And this one's going to show now he's double checking that it did clamp. And there's one step here that I didn't get a picture of, and when I tried to catch it in the video, I couldn't. But if you look at where the crane is hooked to the center of the lid, there's a little bitty valve right in the front of it. His dad actually he's reaching over right now, and he opens the valve. That way, as they fill the tank with water, any of the excess water can be pushed out. Not the water itself, I'm sorry, the air could be pushed out to let the water come and completely encapsulate the cylinder. So you don't want to have any air pockets in it when you're testing it because it can make the test read wrong. Because basically it's like the question that was in chat earlier. The water that's on the outside of the bottle, you have a hose that goes from it over to a thing that I'll show y'all here in a minute. He's calling it the air bleed valve. And the water, as the tank expands, it pushes the water that's surrounding the outside of the cylinder between it and the jacket into this little, it's like a beaker sitting on a scale. And it pushes all that over, and then they run the test. And after the test, it siphons back in what can go back in, kind of like a recovery tank on a radiator. So if it puked any water out when it's hot, as soon as it went cold, it sucks that water back in. It's the same thing. And then the measurement of the water that's remaining is the actual, the total expansion as to whether or not it passes or fails. So it's kind of cool.
This is some real informative stuff here.
Now, this right here, Cody actually sent me a text today asking if I had enough stuff. This is the only stuff that I have of the computer screen, so you can actually see what's going on. It didn't come out as clean as I wanted it to. If you look to the right of the picture, you can see the little vessel, and there's a copper tube going into it. That's the water that's being put into or onto the scale and being measured as the test is going on. So if you look at the all the typing and stuff on the left, you can see where it says the bottle date of the bottle. It says 05 of 95, and then it says the test pressure is 3,000. The hold time is 30 seconds, and then it's got the PE limit of 10%. So those are the parameters of the test. And then over to the right, you can see where it says test status, and it says pressurizing to 3,000 PSI. And at this point, it's reached up to 637. So it's gone up to 637 right now, PSI. And on the left again, toward the bottom, you can see where it says total expansion 7.1 cc. So as I show you the pictures, you're going to see that cc number grow because that's the actual measurement in cc's, but not the percentage. So this is when they're first starting and they're pressuring up. Now on this next one, if you look real close, all the parameters are the same. It says 30, then it's got hold time 30 seconds, 10%. Now if you look at the test pressure, it shows it's at 3,024 PSI, and the hold timer says 17.1 seconds. So they're going to ramp the pressure up, and when it gets to 3,000 PSI, that's when the timer starts. So when this timer starts, it's going to hold the 3,000 PSI for 30 seconds and basically measure that expansion. And from there, we'll move to the next step. All right, so now if you look, it says permanent expansion, and the pressure's now at 0. And if you look back over to total expansion, it's at 41.1. Then it shows the elastic expansion's at 40.5. And then it shows the percent expansion is at 1.5%. But if you look at the hold timer, it at this time is at 27 seconds. So what they do is they pressurize it for 30 seconds, and then as it goes down to 0, you start a secondary 30-second time before you take the actual permanent expansion of the tank. So right now, that's what it's at. And this test, we didn't get a picture of the total, but that's the one that I had read off earlier to y'all, that the total expansion of the tank was actually at 3.4%. So by hydrostatic testing, the rating being 10% or less is safe and they'll pass it. This bottle, even though it failed all the visual inspections and everything, actually could have passed the hydrostatic test. But due to it showing signs of abuse and everything, they basically did what is called condemning the bottle, and that's what I'm going to show you now. I kind of lied to y'all. I got off topic. I'm going to show y'all the steps real quick here. The bottle, normally, if it failed, they're not going to do these next steps. We did the whole process so we could share the whole process. But after they remove the bottle from the tank, which he's doing now, they actually rinse their bottles with water. So here's their next machine. They clamp the bottle now in, and if you notice, there's a quick disconnect on the left, and there's a copper tube running into the bottle. This is a step that Cody told me is a little bit different. He says a lot of the companies will air dry the bottles after testing them. What they do, and it's a good practice and it's safe, they do a lot of air packs and scuba tanks and stuff like that too, so I guess it's just a regular practice to do. They'll actually chuck the bottles up like this one right now, and then it's going to invert and flip the bottle upside down. And whenever it flips the bottle upside down, they're actually going to blow air in it to remove the water that was put in it to test it. And then once that water is removed, which I'm going to show you it being flipped upside down real quick.
You know what's really crazy about this whole thing is,
so if you see the bottle right now, yeah, go ahead, Tony. I'm sorry.
As you're showing this process and everything they put it through, and you get this all done for $38.
Yep, $38.
How would you not? Why would you not?
Yep. Now here's the cool thing. So if you look right now, they're actually evacuating the water from the test. Okay. And once this water is pulled out like this, after they run that water out, they actually put, which Cody's just now mentioning this in chat, he told me that they actually will then clean the water, clean the tank with 160-degree water. And they do this just to, free it of any contaminants or anything like that. And basically, I got a picture of it. He got an infrared gun out. And after it was rinsing it with the 160-degree water, the temperature of the bottle can be seen here. He hit it with an infrared gun. And this is, mind you, it's being cleaned with 160-degree water. And the bottle temperature is 147 degrees. So they basically kind of steam cleaned out the inner structure of the bottle. So I thought that was kind of cool too.
Yeah, that's
what we do is he's about to put it back over in his little holding mechanism, and since this bottle failed the visual inspection and had cracks in it, they condemned the bottle, and they got like an air hammer with a stamp in it, and he is going to go across the entire serial number of this bottle and exit out to where this bottle is going to be basically condemned. It's going to be removed from service. DOT records are pretty much going to be, it's done. It's over with. So he's exited out, as you can see right here, and then we were going to rotate it so you can actually see it. So now if you look real close, all the serial numbers have been X'd out. So if that bottle was to have been given back to the owner and they tried to take it to Joe Blow down the street and have it filled and they saw the serial number marked out, they know it failed. If they tried to take it, have it re-inspected, they know it's already been decommissioned. So the bottle's done. So this bottle has now met its maker, I guess you can say.
You'd have to be a fool to go try to fill it somewhere.
Yep. So here, this is the picture. I just wanted to be sure and share. That way, if we have anybody, because I'm going to go ahead and do a little write-up on this, and we're going to do a tech article and share it with Nitrous Outlet for customers on Nitrous Outlet. If you notice, now all the lettering and everything's highlighted, so you can see the 05, and you can see the manufacturing mark. And then it says 95. So we wanted you to see that the bottle that we started testing is the bottle that we finished testing. So there are no, cloak and daggers. There are no mirrors. It's no swapping shit. It's an actual test. And 38 POS, testing with water or any liquid reduces the stored energy and opposed to that. Yep. So basically, with all that being done, like Tony just said, you're talking $38 for reassurance that your bottle is safe. And I mean, you have people that are wanting to skimp out on this, and it could be something that prevents, the bottle from failing. So it's one of those that, in my eyes, spend the $38, or if you don't trust the bottle, you don't know the history of it, and you want to get a new one, use the bottle trade-in program and trade it in. Either way, you're at least getting the reassurance that what you're dealing with is safe and good. But so that's about it. Now I am going to do an actual video of the test that as it transpired. I'm going to hit Cody back up, see if he cares to run back up there and get some of the footage of the actual computer scrolling up as the test went on that's more legible, because my camera's jumped. So it's kind of distorted and everything, and I'd like to be a little more clear. But I'm going to try to get that video done. If I use the blurred footage that I got right now, I'll throw one out on Monday, and I'll probably see if I can hit them guys up again and do a couple more of the bottles, because they're also wanting to learn more about these fatigue bottles and do testing for their own research and development so they can also learn, because it's the learning process. And that's why it's kind of like these guys are like, well, how much pressure can it take before it explodes? I mean, if we knew the magic number and we could judge a book by its cover, shit wouldn't happen like this. But shit does happen, and freak accidents happen every day. So if y'all have any questions pertaining to the hydrostatic testing, if it's something I can't help y'all with, Cody's in chat. Dude, him and his dad both, they'll do whatever they can to help you. I'll share the number again. I don't have a way. I don't know if Brian would want to do it, Pop, or somebody pop a link to their website in the chat for me. But the guys, they know their stuff, and they're safety conscientious, and they are racers too. His dad actually has a blown Corvette that was in a movie called, I believe it was Action USA. And Cody and his dad are putting that car right back together right now. And they're going with another blower, and it's going to be fuel injected. I think I don't know the cubic inch. I'd have to ask him. Cody, if you're still in here, what was the cubic inch of that motor? Was it 355 or what? But it's a pretty cool car. And it's actually in their shop.
Hey, Blake.
Yes,
Rich says every 10 years. Didn't you say you're supposed to do every 5, or is it every 10?
It's every 5 years on an aluminum bottle. You recertify it.
Okay, that's what I thought you said. So, yeah, just I think this
Cody's
was a
saying it's a
question. he was asking.
434 cubic inch blown small block is what they're about to put in their vat.
What is that website you're talking about? What is it for?
It is. Hang on, I'll show you this. I don't know if you see this or not. Oops. There's a glare.
What's the name of the company?
It's I got the picture over here. It's Gizmo Guru. Let me get a light over here.
Here, put it up at the camera again real quick.
Yeah, that'll be the easiest way. Oops. Hang on. Turn it this way. Hey, Cody, type y'all's web address in the chat for me.
He can't because he's not a mod.
Well, I was going to get him just to type it in, and then y'all could go there and then post the link. Because my thing doesn't want to show it clear.
It won't let him.
Oh, it almost had it. Here, hang on. We'll do this.
In Waco, Texas?
Yes, I got it covered. Here's what I'll do.
Brian got it.
All right. Yay.
Okay. All right. So we're 5 minutes overdue, but how do you want to do the fender cover? Do you want to do a Bad Attitude C10 trivia question, or do you want to do another type it in the chat random?
You do whatever you want. You want to ask a question from yours? Hey, we'll do this. It's easy peasy.
No, we did one off of mine earlier, so it's your turn if you want to do a trivia.
Nitrous outlet fender cover. Looks like so. We're going to do something like Tony said. What cubic inch is the motor in the Bad Attitude C10?
Oh, hell. Look it up.
I won't make y'all tell me the transmission. I'll just ask the cubic inch of the motor. It could be worse. I could ask y'all what the grinded cam I put in it was. I will tell y'all this. Y'all are all going to hate me, but I did it because the truck's being built for drag and drive, and I wanted to have an easy tuning capability and a bunch of parts that were cheap. So it is an LS-based motor. It is not stroked. It is bored. So it's going to be a little bigger cubic inch than normal, but it is definitely on my website in a short video, and the cubic inch is also in a long video. And Tony, you can do it too. I don't mind.
No, that's no fun. We need to leave it to the participants in the live.
And we're going cubic inch. Cubic inch.
Yeah, if I wanted liters, I'd buy a bottle of 7-Up. I coined that from the editor of Hot Rod magazine back in the 90s. I'd be willing to bet it was David Freiberger. I honestly don't remember.
I know I have a 225 and a 440.
Wendy says a 440. It'd certainly be faster.
Yeah. Hey, 440 is way more cubic inch than I have, guys.
Right.
My motor's a little baby.
They're all watching your videos now.
If I remember correctly, that's what I was going to go and look at real quick. Let me go to my channel. If I remember correctly, I think it's in the thumbnail. Let me find out real quick. There's going to be an echo. I'm going to try to catch it as quick as I can, so bear with me.
I'll just mute you.
I got it. I already caught it. I'm good.
Okay.
But if you go to playlist and click under Bad Attitude C10's playlist, dang it to hell, it started on me. I didn't think this one would be that hard. Boy, they're all over the place.
Brian's deep in thought, and so is William.
I'm doing unrelated research.
Unrelated research.
Yeah.
Hey, guys, I'm going to tell y'all this right here. I just now went to my page and went under videos, and I'm looking at 2 videos that the thumbnail has the cubic inch of the motor in the thumbnail in big letters. One of them, the picture of the valve cover, you can read, says Bad Attitude Racing Engines. And right above it in the thumbnail, it has the cubic inch of the motor. The video right after that, they were posted back to back, has the cubic inch listed as well. Did you look for it, Tony, to see how easy you could find it?
Yeah, I am. I'm looking for it real quick.
Oh, looky there. Brian just got it. 370 cubic inch. Oh, Stephen came in right behind him. I guess my hint was too good.
Yeah, your hint was
Brian,
too
if you
good.
don't mind, send your information to Tony, and I'll get that out. And if you want any bad attitudes,
Yeah, Brian.
no.
Six fucking months
Let's
ago,
bring it to normal.
Brian won a mug from me. I've still got a damn Tony's Hot Rod Garage mug because that some bitch ain't sent me his damn address. I got his fucking phone number, but I ain't got his address.
No, Stephen, it is actually a 30 over 6.0 that we went and we modified it a little bit because if you do a lot of research on LS stuff, a lot of people frown on them. It's the main reason I chose that route is the flow capacity of a factory LS head is ungodly. And I mean, you can build a conventional 23-degree small block and buy even AFR 227s and spend, 24 to 3 grand on a set of heads, and a factory LS head will outflow it. So, I mean, it's kind of like, wow, I roughly paid $450 for a complete 6.0. And the only thing I used out of the whole entire motor was the block and the crank. The rods are actually 6.125 small block Chevrolet rods. And we got a set of pistons that are made with a small diameter pin. And the pin height is made to fit the small block Chevrolet 6.125 rod. So it's got a longer rod, but it's got a factory stroke. So it's technically a 30 over 6.0. So instead of being the normal cubic inch, it's a 370. And then we have CNC factory 299 heads that actually flow. It's like 327 CFM, which is way more than the cubic inch motor I have will ever need. So that's why we chose to go with the centrifugal supercharger on it and take advantage of it. Yeah, Dizzy Izzy, when I saw you put 371, I was like, oh man, I want to say he's close, but I didn't want to have people start copying.
Dizzy did the Brian.
Yeah. He said, the Dizzy Izzy says, I want a cubic inch test. Yeah. But I don't know if Cody's still in here. I'm sorry. Yeah, missed it by not much. But I don't know if Cody's still in here or not. But again, I'm going to try to do a video. And if any of y'all want to watch the full video instead of just having a slideshow, if y'all have any questions, y'all feel free to call him or his dad, either one. They're awesome. Big Block says I'll put $100 for the teardown. Hey, there's a video of the motor going together. Y'all are more than welcome to go watch it. You'll see every piece that's in it. So, I mean,
I remember watching that video. That's actually a good video.
Yeah, I don't hide anything. I mean, it's got Eagle H-beam rods in it. I've never been the type of racer that's secretive. If you did want to go and read the articles in Drag Illustrated, I can post them up. Y'all can save them, come back and stop it, freeze it, and read them. But before Drag Illustrated even approached me about doing an article about me after they found out about the accident, the guy's name's Van Abernathy. And they went all over the place, and everybody they asked, when Van got a hold of me, he goes, dude, we talked to people all over Texas and into Oklahoma, and he goes, there was not one person at a racetrack that knew your name that had a bad thing to say about you. He said, they all said you could be racing him in the next round. If you needed parts, he had spares. You're welcome to them. You needed parts to save your car to where you could make it to the start line. He had it. You were welcome to it. And that's not a lie, because whether I win or lose a race, I just love racing. You're faster than me. I don't care. I love to race. Win or lose, I want to race. But when I race you, I want to be at your best. If you're hurt and there's something I have that can fix it, I'd rather you fix your shit and then let's race. And if it costs me the race for being that kind of competitor, I can care less, because at least I got you at 100% and I gave you 100%. And if that's a bad work ethic or something, I don't know, but that's me in a nutshell. So that's why they approached me and asked to spread the word about my accident. And if I was a different kind of person, basically they never would have approached me. Same thing with RPM Magazine. I mean, I was in over 28 articles in RPM Magazine doing the build of my third gen Camaro that I was going to put together and start getting back into racing. But then as the build went on, it just kind of fell. So, yeah, it's gone. Dizzy Izzy says my 360 is a 371, 60 over. Well, Dizzy Izzy, you got a bigger motor than me, so we can run heads up by 1 cubic inch.
That would actually be a cool race. Dizzy's car.
Yeah,
is really
I
cool.
honestly, here's the deal. As much as I want to say I can bust ass for the next 3 weeks, I go back to the doctor on the 28th. Even if they release me and say I can start doing stuff again and put the hernia operation off, I don't want to rush and throw my truck together in 3 weeks to try to make it to the No Name Nationals. And then it either break on the way there, or I did something in a rush that I shouldn't have did and ended up breaking it and putting it on the back burner for, another 5 or 6 months to be able to afford to fix it. Because right now, I mean, I have everything here except the bed. I was going to throw a late model bed on it right now to do it, but with me not pushing to get to the No Name Nationals in time now, because I lost a month of build time. I mean, it's all here. The only thing I got to still buy is a drive shaft. And once I get the motor and transmission back in and the headers back on it to where I can find out which routing of my steering shaft and my rack and pinion, I have everything for the truck, everything. And I mean, the only thing that won't be painted would be the bed, but I don't care. I can pull the bed back off and paint it later. I don't care about that. But to do about 5 weeks of work in 3 weeks and me being a one-legged guy in a wheelchair, I'm not going to push it. I'll just wait, and hopefully next year there's going to be a No Name National,
There will be. There will be. Bigger, better,
I'll show up there with
louder.
Yeah. Now, the only bad thing about if I can't get the truck there this year, the truck was being geared to be a 10.0 truck. So, I mean, everybody was going to have a fighting chance. It was going to be decent. Uh, saying a prospective 10.0 truck, it ran 1020s or 1030s in the street trim. I'd have been perfectly satisfied with that. I put the horse before the cart and started buying stuff for this engine and was going to do a 10.0 because I wouldn't have to put a roll cage in the truck. But once we got the truck together and started going with everything, that's when we found out that the NHR requires a roll bar and 1149 or faster. So I was going to have to cut the truck up. And so now we did an 850 cage, and next year it's going to have a bigger centrifugal supercharger on it. And my goal is to run the 850 Unlimited Street Class. So I'll have an all-steel bodied Chevrolet pickup that runs 850s in a quarter mile. So next year, when I come to the No Name National, instead of being a 640 or 658 mile truck, it'll be in the fives easily. So I will have fun, and I will do the 10-5 shootout and everything. But people that want to grudge race, guys, I don't care. I don't care if you want to race me in a pro mod or if you just have a slower car and want to race for fun. Racing is racing. And for me, it's just fun, dude. Win or lose, it's always fun. So if I come without the truck, I'm going to root all y'all on, check out y'all's cars, shake y'all's hands, and bring some shit and have fun.
Now you mentioned drive shaft, Blake, and I want to do this while we're on the topic of drive shaft. You need a drive shaft in a hurry, you call these guys. Anybody listening needs a drive shaft in a hurry, you call these guys. Everybody, I've been looking at all these outfits that want 2, 3, 4 weeks, 5 weeks lead time to build this 5-inch aluminum drive shaft. I called this guy and talked to him on the phone. He's semi-local to me. That's why I was driving all day. He's about 120 miles from here. I called him and I talked to him at 1:30 on Wednesday afternoon and confirmed that the thing would spec out to what I needed it to do, and I gave him the green light. I threw my brand new yoke in a box and ran it to UPS and dropped it off Wednesday afternoon at, I don't know, 2:30 at the UPS store to him. He calls me at 8:30 this morning and told me to come get my drive shaft.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Dizzy, hey, I'm the same way. I ran small cubic inch motors, upgraded to big block, ran a shit ton of nitrous, converted over to alcohol injected motors. My next dream motor before I lost my leg in my accident, I was gearing up to have a 496 cubic inch big block Chevrolet with an Enderley alcohol injected blown motor on it. And that was going in a street car. And I understand everybody said it ain't a street car if it's running on methanol, but you know what? With dual injectors on it, you could run it on pump gas and then put methanol in it at the track. So I could still go to a pump, fill it up, and drive the shit on the street all day long. But when you have an unfortunate, tragic accident like I did, 26 years of accumulated race parts, so 2 race cars, about 3 motors, several transmissions, a Suburban enclosed trailer, open trailer, all that shit disappeared within 13 months just to stay alive and pay bills. And after being put on disability, it was like, what the hell? And then we went the first round of trying to walk. That didn't work out after some infections set in. So I've been stuck in a fucking wheelchair. Oh, sorry about that, Tony. I've been stuck in a wheelchair ever since. And doing it.
Hey, Blake.
Yes, sir.
No fucking cussing.
I hear you. Oh, dude, don't be sorry about it. It could have been worse, Dizzy. I could be gone. I'm still here.
I don't give a shit, man.
That's cool. But so the build that's going on with me right now, I sold everything I had for my car, the Camaro, and I sold the last engine that I had. And Dave Basser, the owner of Nitrous Outlet, called me up and said, "Dude, you need to go check this shit out." And that's when I started reading about Rocky Mountain Race Week. And when I started reading about Rocky Mountain Race Week and seeing the classes that they had, because I wasn't fast enough to compete in a drag week, but these, like Sick Week that's out now, Rocky Mountain Race Week, even doing the Midwest drags that Summit holds, there's so many categories that you can do that whether you're a 6.50 quarter mile car or you're running 17s, there's a place for you. And it's a competitive race. And so that's what I started doing.
Yeah, I had
shit.
it.
Oh, I understand.
I was gonna say, Brian, does the knuckle duster need a tampon?
I just needed it. Well, what happened is we got it running and we got the shifter and everything hooked up. And we got it started up and I put it in gear. I put it in reverse and the back tire turned a little bit and then quit. And then that was underneath. What had happened is whenever I went to just run it, I didn't want that to happen. So I took a piece of hose and just looped the
cooler lines,
cooling lines. And I don't even think I put clamps on them. If I did, they weren't real tight.
Came off.
So it just popped off. So I got to make cooling lines for it.
Well, I guess mine would be clinically deceased if it. Mine would be clinically deceased if it did that because the fluid is blue.
Your transmission
dude, 9-1 and 8 mile, that's still fun, dude. I'll tell you right now, my funnest car that I ever owned in my entire life was a 71 Nova that had a 355. I had a big block in my car and we blew it up. And we were at a track. We pulled the 355 out of the freaking truck. We pulled the race car to the track with the next morning. We had it running and we put a shit ton of nitrous on it and ran a quick 8 that night. And I had to have somebody else pull my car home. We left that motor in that car for 3 years. The motor had been built 355, twisted weight aluminum heads. The truck that we pulled the car to the track ran low 12s in the quarter mile. My car ran high 8s in the quarter mile. And when we shit canned the big block, we put the popcorn motor in it. It had hyper-eutectic pistons in it, so I could only run like a 130 shot of nitrous on it. And we beat the shit out of that motor running 1030s for 3 years. And it was the funnest car I ever had because you could drive it as long as you kept it cool and bottles in it, it ran. So the 9-1s and the 8, who cares, dude? You got to start somewhere, and it's all fun. As long as you're having fun, that's all that matters. Sorry about that, guys.
Yeah, Brian, B&M trick shift is blue.
Huh. Might look into that. I want.
Regular ATF is only red because they dye it that color. In its virgin form, it's a semi-clear fluid. It's hydraulic fluid with friction modifiers in it. But yeah, ATF is dyed red. And I don't know the whole history behind it, but, B&M calls that their signature blue. I'm sure they, their formulation, they just choose to dye it blue. But yeah, trick shift is blue.
Then I got this I'm putting on tomorrow. Dan Pittman arm.
Oh, shit.
Nice.
Rock Auto only. Parts stores around here can't get this.
Man.
Getting parts these days is proven to be a real pain in the ass. And when you can find them, they're expensive as hell.
Well, at least Rock Auto's not that bad, and they can find a lot of weird shit.
Yeah. No, Rock Auto is pretty good about coming up with shit. What gets me sometimes is the damn shipping. Sometimes I think they get you a little hard on the shipping.
And the thing is, like this number, the part number for it, I put into Amazon because I was like, hell, I'll just buy it from Amazon. I get free shipping. Put into Amazon. I could get one through Amazon. But then on Amazon, it said, will not fit your car. So you go to click, and it says what will fit your car is some Chinese off-brand with the same number.
Right.
So it's like, I don't know who makes Moog anymore, but that's just what I go with.
Yeah, I agree. I agree wholeheartedly with that for suspension parts. I've tried real fucking hard to keep everything American made on my truck. I got the serpentine pulley system and everything from CVF. That's all made right here in the United States, right there in Minnesota. Hell, my line lock is a Jegs brand, but it's made in USA. Not all of the Jegs branded shit's made in USA, but that is.
What it is your Jegs brand line lock is probably the Hurst line lock.
I don't know, maybe, but
No, dude, you have to see. We'll
I'll tell
compare
you
the
this.
two.
I'll tell you this: the some bitch was $100 cheaper than the Hearst one.
Yeah.
They're
Oh, my
nice
line
too. I
lock
got two
is
of them.
fun as well. My buddy bought a box of shit from a guy at a swap meet, and he put the line lock up brand new in the package. Put it up on as a guy I work with. He put it up on Facebook Marketplace for $50.
Oh,
And
nice.
I messaged him. I was like, "Bring that thing to work tomorrow. I will give you the money for it." I gave him $50 for it. Then I brought it up online and showed him what they sell for. It's like almost 300. I was like, "Yeah."
All right, guys. Have any of you guys seen the Lucas? It's called a ceramic speed detailer that you can clean your car, and it basically leaves it instead of the water beading, shit just kind of sheds off. Well, it also works real good if you're running cars like dirt track cars, or you're running a car and you're getting rubber on your rear quarter and stuff. Wild Willie's just so happens to make a brand of a ceramic speed detailer that looks like this, and a little bit goes a long way. So Tony's going to ask y'all a question, or he can do a poll or whatever. The drawing Nightbot.
Yeah, we'll
the
do
winner
the
will get-
Nightbot. Or what's? Let me.
It's
full
a
screen
Wild
it.
Willie fuel fragrance, and it's called Speed Detailer.
All right, so the keyword's going to be Wild Willie.
There you go.
I'm gonna sit this one
So
out. You got
whoever's
a car
interested in that,
on it for stuff like that. I will be back in a minute.
Well, I wouldn't actually mind having some of that stuff to put on my quarter panels before the burnout contest.
it's in basically if you put it on between car washes and just wipe your car down first, a little bit goes a long way. We put some on the van, and we did half the hood after the car came out of the car wash, and it had the wax go on it and everything, and you could spray water on it and it would bead up. And the other half of the hood, we put the detailer on it and just spray it on and wipe it in. And I mean, you don't need a whole bunch at all. And whenever you put the water hose on it, the water would hit it and it would just start coming off. And when you moved the water hose, it looked like the water just fell off the hood. And in sheets, it just disappeared. And I'm like, that's badass. So we put some on a mud truck at a mud truck event, and we cleaned it up before the event and just wiped it down. And he made us pass, and they did the mud pit first, and then they were doing the drag racing, because a buddy of mine runs, it's called Blackland Motorsport. So they do stadium trucks, they do mud buggies, they do drag racing in the mud, all that stuff. So we started treating the quarters on the trucks with that to see how it would work. And it still will stick, but whenever you just lightly hit it with a sprayer, it comes right off. So between runs, it made it to where the shit would just fall off, and it's pretty cool. But the more you use water on it, it does dissipate. So it's not going to be a ceramic coating that stays. It's just like a between wash kind of thing. But it's really cool. It's economical, and it works really good. Big Block put One-Eyed Willie.
Did he?
Oh my goodness! Yeah. I think Steven's on the wrong show. We're not to Brian's weird hour yet.
No, that usually happens after 11.
Well, currently our time is 12:06 a.m. or 12:16 a.m. So.
Hit that thumbs up, guys and girls. I don't even see it. Oh, that's because I don't have YouTube on. That's why I haven't done it. I shut my YouTube off because you said backspeed, and I didn't want to jack with it anyway. So
All you got to do is just mute it right there, you know, on YouTube.
Well, I did, but you know me, Tony. Remember me hitting buttons? We didn't want that to happen tonight. I didn't want to disappear and you be sending me a text saying, "Hey, wrong button, dumbass."
That's funny.
Auto Salvage
Oh, dude.
Outlaws. I am in the Memphis, Tennessee area. I'm about
After
2.5.
Drag Illustrated. Go ahead.
I'm about 2.5 hours from where No Name is.
After Drag Illustrated ran the first article on me, one of their guys, his name was Will Mandel. He was in a band that did benefit concerts for companies and stuff. And there used to be a place in Nashville called Limbs Across America. And they found out about my accident, and the band that the Drag Illustrated guy was going to go do a benefit concert for was Limbs Across America. So he showed them the article about me and Drag Illustrated. And within a month period, I was in Tennessee getting outfitted with a prosthetic limb. So I actually got to stand up and walk for the very first time after my accident in Nashville. And then that's when I found out. I didn't realize there's a Memphis in Tennessee and a Memphis across the border. So that tripped me out. So, yeah.
All right, guys, hang tight. I am going to go take a leak, and when I get back, we'll do the drawing.
That's cool.
What'd I miss?
Tony went to go pee. And once he left, everything went quiet.
Good information to have.
So I did something cool with my new to me speedometer that's going in my charger. I was able to take the odometer out and match it to what's in my charger.
Oh, goodness. Did you use a drill?
It wasn't really that hard. I just had to be very careful with putting it back in there, make sure I put it back in there right.
Oh, you took it completely apart.
Yeah. It's seriously just a metal clip on this side, and the whole assembly comes out. Super easy. I just matched it to what was already in there, so after No Name, I can put it in, and I'll have a functional speedometer again, because mine's been broken since last No Name.
Got you. I ended up going with electronics or whatever. It's a digital gauge pod for the truck, because with me putting the 4L80 in the truck and everything, and the speedometer and stuff like that, I was like, they offered a GPS speedometer, and I'm like, who cares? So I just threw that stuff in there. And plus, it gives a little new age to the truck.
I'm gonna have to do something GPS with the Red Rocket once I get it going.
You're gonna die in that. You don't even need to know how fast you're going.
I can't wait to drive that thing around my neighborhood the first time. It is going to be wild. And I haven't decided if I want to do zoomies, stacks, or side pipes.
Oh man, I got these damn upper shock studs I have to get for the back. It's gonna cost me $60 just to put shocks on the back of my damn car.
Shocks are friggin' expensive. I'm looking at. I'm just going to put a set of those competition engineering 3-way adjustables on mine. It's not really what I need. I need double adjustables, but have you priced them lately?
And my charger and my dart's got Gabriel hijackers on the back.
What's that, William?
My charger and my dart has got Gabriel hijackers on the back.
Right on.
The ones on the charger have been on
the back of mine.
The ones on the Gabriel hijackers on the back of the charger have been on there since at least the 80s.
I just bought the cheapest front shocks I could find because I'm probably going to be drilling a little hole right there and just making them useless, because Mopar with torsion bars, you don't have to. The front shocks are.
For now, I'm just gonna run a set of slapper bars, liquid slapper bars on it, and those competition engineering shocks, and call it good. But the end game is Caltrax and good double adjustable. All right, let's draw for this Wild Willie. Ready, set, go. ASO wins the Wild Willie.
Well, there you go.
Nice.
There you go, brother.
That's all right. His car had paint on it. I think he could use it.
There you go.
I think my
Salvage
charger
Outlaws.
On that fender cover, Blake, on that fender cover, just bring it to No Name. Save some shipping. I know shipping.
Well, it doesn't matter. I mean, if you want to send information to him, I don't mind mailing it. It's not a big deal. Either way.
No,
Trust
it's turned
me,
into
trust
a
me.
joke now. It's turned into a joke
Huh?
now. It's turned into a joke now. Tony's not allowed to have my address.
Oh, gotcha. My brother ordered cow trash from Barracuda last week.
That was the
Auto
detail.
salvage
That was a
shit.
Wild Willie's detailer, right, Blake?
I'm sorry?
The Wild Willie's, that was a detailer, right?
Yes, speed detailer. And from what I'm reading here, Auto Salvage is saying send it to
I'm
Big
just
Block
taking
402.
notes.
Okay. Well, Steven, if you're the one getting it, be sure and let us know. So I send you both things together.
Okay, ASO says to send it to Steven. All right, I'll put that in the notes. You don't want it, brother? You just want to give it to Steven. Okay, ASO 1, but send to Big Block 402. I think Big Block 402 Steven, he won the grand prize tonight. That trash can. That thing just badass.
That is cool.
We should have saved that one for last because that thing's just badass.
That's funny.
It'd be a perfect container to sweep up all my that little nitrous trash can would be a perfect container to sweep up all my burnout rubber into.
Well, I'll tell you all right now, we were actually gonna. There's a whole bunch of people down here that basically, when I quit running nitrous and I don't get around it that much anymore. And I mean, it's not the fact that I frown on it or anything. It's just, dude, when something like that happens to you and you can't actually have the closure you would like on it, it's kind of sketchy. So I could think of other places to spend my money, I guess is what I'm going to say. But besides that, I quit running it because of the amount of money I was spending. And once I put the pen to the paper, it would be cheaper for me, even though the upfront purchase of building a blower motor is going to cost more money than running a nitrous motor. But if you're running a nitrous motor for several years, I could have saved the money up, bought a blower, and had a system that I could run with just as much power, if not more, than I was going to make with the nitrous that I already had. And at the same token, I wasn't having to pay every time I wanted to go fill a bottle. So the one-time purchase up front kind of alleviated, purchasing nitrous and filling bottles all the time.
Right.
If you're doing a race every weekend, especially if you're doing a 2 or 3 day race and you're taking 15 or 16 full bottles with you and you're shooting through them some bitches and filling them up at the track too, it's a lot of money. So at that time I ran C16. I ran C16 and nitrous. And when I converted to alcohol, the C16 I was buying was like $268 for a 55-gallon drum. For a 55-gallon drum of methanol with fuel fragrance and top-end lube, $98. And my car, when I switched, when I went naturally aspirated and compared the car on gasoline, naturally aspirated, to fuel-injected methanol, I picked up 83 horsepower. So, I was like, well, shit. The car runs cooler now. Since it ran so cool, and that car that we were running at that time was a chassis car, we pulled the radiator off. We pulled the water out of it because water weighs 8.9 pounds a gallon, guys. So if you're in a big radiator and a lot of hose, you're adding weight. So we ended up pulling all that stuff off. And just with the alcohol and everything on the car went from running in the like 620 range on motor to running 570s on motor. And I'm like, that's pretty impressive just with alcohol. And me being in Texas, the methanol, motor runs cool, turnaround time was diminished. It was just a win-win. So that's why whenever I started looking at doing this truck, everything that I've done in the past was carbureted, small block or big block Chevrolet. So this one, I'm like, hey, I'm going LS. I'm going fuel injected. I'm going to try it. Never done it before. We shit canned the turbos because I got rid of the turbo and the blow through carburetor that I had that we were going to put on it. And I went with fuel injection and a centrifugal supercharger. And I'm going to learn to work with the Holley ECU. And if it works, it works. And if not, I'll just fall back to old school. But right now, with my goal being drag and drive, the easiest to tune, the easiest to work on, the easiest to play with was all going to be LS EFI. So I'm going to go that route. And if it works, it works. If it doesn't, I'll go back old school. But you never know
You're
till you
using
try.
the torque storm supercharger, aren't you?
I'm sorry?
You're using the torque storm supercharger, aren't you?
Yes, I actually have one of their early torque storm entry level superchargers, but I'm one of them guys that when I start messing with stuff, I try to learn as much as I can. The torque storm supercharger that I got, they usually say is generally only good up to about 700 horsepower. They've had them go higher. We found out the multiple ratio in the gearbox, and the setups are good to 75,000 RPM on the head unit. And with the gear or the pulley setup they give you out of the box, they're only spinning like 64 on my setup. So I bought a grip tech pulley, and we're actually going to be slinging at like 78,000 RPM instead of the 64. So we should build more boost and ramp the power in faster. And on top of that, I'm wearing a water to air intercooler. And I think I shared this with Tony already. My fat ass is having AC in my truck because I'm going to be driving on the street and doing drag and drive events. So we're actually putting a AC unit out of a Suburban on my truck, and we got a heat exchanger out of a water fountain that we're going to cool the water for our water to air intercooler with the Freon from our AC.
Oh, nice.
And we're doing this same setup called an intercooler, and you can get the water for your intercooler down to -6 degrees. So you knock your IATs down, that's more power. And they have testing on them right now. People going to water to air intercoolers are picking up 30, 40, 50 horsepower. And if they go with ice bath or go with the intercooler, they're picking up even more. So
the water to air intercoolers are very, very efficient. So much so that a lot of the modern diesel pickups are coming with them factory.
So my goal was 10 O's with this setup. I'm thinking it's going to be faster because we're speeding up the head unit and we're doing the water to air setup.
10-0 and a quarter.
Huh? Yeah, 10-0.
10-0 and a quarter, yeah.
But generally, whenever we shout out numbers, 90% of the time that I've actually put shit together and said, this is what I want to run, I always do stuff conservative, and I'm always way under what it does. So
right.
It'll probably dip in the nines pretty easily. But
let me ask you this, Blake, just for the sake of talking about it. You're talking about using refrigerant, for the cooling agent. How are you going to control the condensate and, keep it off the track?
Well, here's the deal.
You know what I'm talking about, the drip, the water drip, the condensate.
So here's what you have to remember. Most tracks, if you have a car that has AC on it, once you hit the staging lanes, they always tell you to shut off your AC.
Right.
Whenever you're doing a setup when you're doing a setup like I'm doing right now, you basically think about a Suburban setup where you have a front and a rear air.
Yeah.
You can have a valve that whenever you're not running the rear air, you don't send any Freon back there.
Right.
Same thing that we're going to do here. Whenever I have the truck in street mode, there'll be a valve that has the Freon going to a split that'll feed the cab, should I say, AC unit, and the other side will go to the heat exchanger for the water. Well, whenever I get in the staging lanes, I will shut the valve to where it shuts off the Freon going to the cab. So there will be no water draining from my AC out of my cab unit. And the unit that we have for the water box, the heat exchanger, hang on one second.
Does it have like a trap to catch, because it'll condensate too because it gets cold enough.
Okay, you see this?
Right.
That is the actual heat exchanger. It's a
Yeah,
40
you're basically you're basically turning that into an evaporator core.
So this is going to go. I'm trying to make it as simple as possible. This is actually going to go in a plastic battery box, and it's going to have a pedestal, and it's going to have a petcock valve, and I'm actually going to have it to where
any condensation will be contained within that box, and then you'll drain it later. That makes sense. Yeah, that was my question. How are you going to control that? That's cool.
And then the intercooler, since my intercooler is an external intercooler, because see, a lot of cars that have like LSA centrifugal superchargers are different from them, because whenever you put the water to air heat exchanger on them and you have a water to air intercooler, instead of having a brick under your intake, between your intake and your block that can get heat soaked, my intercooler will be external. So it's going to actually hang off the down bar on the passenger side of my truck, and any condensation I get off of it will drop directly down on my header. So if I do have any type of condensation that drips down, as soon as it hits the header tube, it's just going to be gone. So, and if it becomes an issue, which it shouldn't, because there's blower cars, there's turbo cars that run water to air intercoolers, they hang their actual intercooler on the front of their cars, and they don't drip shit on the track. So that's all you have to do. And if it does drip, the foam adhesive insulation you can get that you can wrap stuff in, wrap it up.
Yeah, so there you go. That's cool.
It's pretty cool. What do you put? Where'd you go?
He's going to have his NNN 500 banner from last year that when Buzz had all them done up, he's going to bring his for us all to sign and put stickers on. That'll be fun. Hell yeah, I'll do that.
Speaking of stickers on that, I'm doing a sticker bomb deck.
You're going to the No Name Nationals this year, and you want to try to find a Jed at Scott's Speed Shop, Brian at Dust Devil Garage, or myself. Just look for this awesome Muscle Car Misfits banner. One of them is short.
I think somebody was trying to show something.
I don't know.
No, not yet.
That was loud.
I don't know where the hell that came from.
I don't either.
It wasn't me.
It was me. Hold on. Go ahead. Go ahead, William. Whatever you're talking about. I'm getting ready to put something up.
Brian's the one that farted in the elevator.
William started talking, and then I had this yelling. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's like I'm talking really loud, but I'm not saying anything. What's going on? But I'm doing a sticker bomb deck lid on the back of the Charger.
Oh, cool.
I have an extra deck lid to go back on the car after No Name, but until No Name, I have the deck lid that's actually been on my Charger since it's been new. Needs work, so okay.
Go ahead, William. Go ahead.
I seriously thought my live shut off for a second. It's like, what happened?
That's too funny.
But yeah, it's I'm after No Name, I'm actually going to pull off the deck lid and actually try to hang it up on my wall.
Right on. Yeah, that'll be really cool.
There's also this too, which is really cool.
Yeah. Make sure that here I'm gonna shut my mic off. Let me know if the sound comes through. If it's not, then I'll stop it and turn my mic on.
Hello, everyone. If you're going to the No Name Nationals this year and you want to try to find a Jed at Scott's Speed Shop, Brian at Dust Devil Garage, or myself, just look for this awesome Muscle Car Misfits banner. One of us is sure to be close by.
So yeah, that's our thing.
60 inches by 100 inches. That is a big banner.
Yeah.
Actually pretty affordable too.
I was telling Shane, I'm hoping to turn like next year. I'm wanting to do
yeah, so that's funny. Appreciate you being a good moderator, brother.
Next year, I'd like to get, hopefully my car is tested and everything, but I'd like to find like 2 other guys and then do a team race call out where you know, me and two other guys, and then somebody else with a 3-person team. We pick who we're going to race out of that, and the person that wins the most races wins the team race. That's what I want to try next year.
Mind if I did a little product plug for a new product on my channel?
Go for it.
Have y'all heard of Strike Cold?
You have to kill your background.
Yeah, I was trying not to take off my background. I'm gonna have to.
I need to look that stuff up. I want to buy some of that.
Have y'all heard of this lubricant called Strike Cold?
Nope, I have
I
not.
have not.
This was originally formulated for the U.S. military and as a gun cleaner, and it has evolved into a spray lubricant similar to WD-40. And I've watched videos of people testing this, and WD-40 and PB Blaster and all that stuff sits on top of the water.
Right.
Strike Cold goes underneath the water. It sinks in the water.
So it's a displacement.
Yeah.
It displaces all the water, and it's actually it's a dry lubricant, and it after you spray it on, after a little while, it dries up, but it doesn't attract dust and dirt and everything.
Like WD or silicone or something.
Yeah.
Will.
In my latest video, I treated my outside bench vise, and I looked at it yesterday, and the lubricant has dried up, but it is still there, and my outside bench vise, which is historically hard to move and crusty, is butter smooth.
Nice.
But if you would like to get some, go to my latest video, click on the link in the description, and use code MOPAR10, and you can get 10% off your order.
Nice.
Cool.
And it comes in aerosol and little squirt bottle like that. So
Right on.
I'm going to be using this everywhere, and I think I'm going to like it. Just a little product plug.
Yeah, right on.
You're a good
You know,
spokesman, Lee.
That's how we learn about these new products is, guys like us that use the shit. Oh, hell yeah, I'll try it out. I'm always, I'm a big fan of Seafoam's Deep Creep. I use that one a lot. But it's the same way, like you're saying, the other stuff, the WD-40s and stuff, it does leave a film, like I use it on, say, a squeaky door hinge on your car, your pickup or whatever. And a couple weeks later, you got dust built up on the damn thing.
Yeah.
So, yeah, this stuff I'd like to try that out.
This also says it dries out electrical connections. It's outstanding water resistant, penetrates deeply into metal parts. It's I think it said it's a full synthetic formula.
So that'd be cool. That'd be a good cure for the old wet distributor too, by drying electrical connections.
I'm definitely, and it also will not harm rubber, paint, or plastics.
See, that's it's like I said something about Nitrous Express. These companies need to start realizing that, YouTube is where people are actually showing using their stuff. And, if you put out a shitty product, most YouTubers are going to say, I don't care. If your product's junk, I'm going to say it's junk.
Right.
So if you actually put out a good product, then YouTube is where you'll trust a normal person that you're looking at on a screen more than somebody that, a Hollywood
paid
guy.
Salesman. Yeah, paid salesman.
I'm actually going to be trying it out tomorrow on the seat hinge for my 65 Cushman. It's kind of hard to move, but it does move. I have sprayed it down with PB Blaster, and it worked a little bit, but it still got hard to move after a little while.
Yeah.
So
Dizzy's taking off.
Have a good weekend.
Thanks
think
I
for
want to
stopping
get some of
by.
that. I've
Have a
got
good
that
weekend.
Oh, I need to get some of that to see how. I wonder how that does on rusted bolts and shit.
I still want you to send me your frozen drum brake part so I can try it on that.
Oh yeah, I'll bring it to No Name. Hell, we can do a test at No Name on it.
That's true.
We'll do a video on it. But no, remember I got that 440 that was in the fire and then sat outside. I wish I'd have had that stuff for the 440 of yours I pulled apart.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see how it works on that because if it'll take them bolts out, then that's the only stuff I'll buy.
I'm still surprised most of those bolts came out without breaking.
Mostly old parts is in the house. Welcome.
How many people you got in chat, Tony?
We have 12 currently.
There you go. Pick your poison, Tony. You choose. Do either a question from your website. Can y'all make that out?
I'm gonna blow it up here.
There you go.
Got a fuel fragrance and a air freshener.
Dreamsicle.
Smells like orange dreamsicle, just like that ice cream.
Nice.
Got some of them downstairs. If you want to go get one.
So we're doing a fuel fragrance and an air freshener giveaway.
So you can either ask a question or let Nightbot do it, or if you want to let Brian ask a question.
Yeah,
side.
let's let Brian ask a question for this.
There you go,
giveaway.
Brian. You're on the panel. Pick something. Pick
Put your ass on the spot.
Oh,
He's probably
question
about
about
to win it.
I've been thinking about one for a while. Waiting to see if y'all would ask us for a question.
All right, this is something I've said a whole bunch about my car. Well, actually, you know what? I'll make it easy. I'll make it real easy. What's the name of my car?
That's real easy.
I'm not going to
Y'all better
answer
start
it.
topping in
It's
chat.
too easy. The Crimson Fist, ain't it?
No, it's not the Crimson Fist. No, I'm not going to LS swap my Duster. I may do a modern Hemi one day though, because like you were talking with the LS heads, those new Hemi heads,
Oh, they
damn,
flow.
they flow like crazy, and that's where all your
ASO
horsepower.
says purple.
No, really, people don't know the name of my car. Wow,
I know the name, but I'm not going to say it.
I know the name, but I'm gonna. Hell, I said the name earlier.
I know the name too, but I'm not going to say it.
When I said when it was on the rag and needed a tampon.
William, you said you have a question, right? You have one yourself? All right. Hey, pop this up there next, Tony. While we're waiting for the winner of Brian's for Dust Devil, Tony is going to pop this up for William. So, can you see this? It is, hang on. Good Lord. Okay. Bubblegum is a fragrance on the air freshener. And the fuel scent is, good Lord. Can you see that?
maple syrup.
Are you ready?
What's the fuel fragrance, Blake?
Maple syrup.
Maple syrup. Okay.
I put out a short last for No Name last year. What song did I use in it?
Boy, people just don't either they don't like me or they don't want the stuff.
I don't really put out a lot of shorts, so it should be pretty.
Yeah,
easy
yours
for
will be
somebody
easy to
find in my short list. It's actually got almost 10,000 views on it, so it's actually pretty cool.
You might have people looking too.
William wants to know the name of his song in the short last year for No Name. And Brian, what's the name of his duster?
Steven says, I put out 50 shorts with songs. I've already won stuff, so I'm not saying.
Win it, big block.
Really? ASO has part of it.
Yeah, it includes the word duster.
There's 5 of these in front of that word.
Give him a hint, damn it.
Come on, people. You know this.
Well, it depends on how many you're actually watching.
That's true.
Probably most of them are like,
16.
no, I don't want to win nothing.
We got 16 watching.
Oh, let me turn this air conditioner back on.
Maybe
It's been
they don't
so
like
damn
the fragrance. I'll tell you right now, the dreamsicle smells really good.
Ron says, my guess is Nazareth.
Yes,
Hair of the dog.
it's a short. Yeah.
Big Block 402 says knuckle sandwich.
I don't know what I need to look at yours, William. I don't know. I can't remember what song you played on that.
It's in the title. You don't even have to watch it. It's in the title.
I gotta go look for it. I didn't look. Oh, I didn't watch Jed's video today either. Oops, I need to do that.
Shit, I'm so far behind on watching videos. Hell, if I ain't working on customers, shit, I've been under my own truck. I ain't made any videos. I've been so busy, but the exhaust is done. The brakes are done. I got the core support back on it. My belts and pulleys setup should be here tomorrow. I got my AC compressor today. It showed up. My slapper bars showed up today. I got the drive shaft. Got the shifter in it last night. Shifter ain't mounted down yet, but it's all hooked up and adjusted. I was going to make a video this morning, but I got the phone call about the drive shaft, and I figured that was more important to go get that some bitch.
I thought that's what song it was.
So you found it that fast. So I wonder why nobody's finding it.
It's not
They
that
got
hard
some
to
of these
find.
maple
It's in my
syrup.
shorts. I don't really upload a lot of shorts.
I'm really
That makes
surprised.
it even easier to find.
I'm really surprised that Samsung Galaxy trick that you did. I'm surprised.
I know, right?
Do more, but it didn't. Or that video
That's
didn't
awesome.
do more.
It was that short was really weird. I put it out. It got 1,800 views and then nothing. It's like YouTube shared it, and then just cut it off. It's weird.
Have you tried that yet? I know. I don't know what kind of phone you got, Blake, but Tony, have you tried that? Go to a picture.
I haven't seen the video, so I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Go to my next to last short.
Okay.
Well,
I'll watch
thing is,
it.
all you got to do is
Galaxy feature. And apparently some iPhones have it too.
I got a piece of shit LG Horizon phone. I don't. I'm one of them people that when I go in my shop, I leave the phone in the house. I don't even take it out there.
Are people just afraid to answer, or do they just not want to
That's what I'm
look?
saying. Maybe they don't want the maple syrup stuff. I
Oh,
don't
you
know.
can look. You can
The
cheat.
dream
You can
cycle-
go to our channels and look.
Or they just don't give a shit.
That could be it. They don't want free
Who
shit.
wouldn't want? Who wouldn't want their exhaust smelling like maple syrup?
No shit.
Maybe make
Or-
give
or-
me
Another
honey
thing, hey,
or
here's
Or
the
what,
cool thing.
bubblegum?
pancakes and
A
waffles.
lot of a lot of people don't understand other things you can do. My friends used to make fun of me because when I, believe it or not, my one-legged ass used to get on my riding lawnmower and mow, and I have almost 2 acres of land, and the muffler is in front of me, and I hated smelling the exhaust, so I'd run fuel fragrance in my lawnmower. We ran it in a generator at racetracks, you name it, we ran it. We used to piss people off because we'd run a lot of the time the pizza fragrance in the generator at the racetrack. It always smelled like food when you came around us. And they were like, "Where the fuck is the food, man?"
That's
And we
just funny
laughed
right there.
about it. Yeah. But I put I did the chocolate fudge brownie in the lawnmower, and that was the last time I ran it in the lawnmower because I had bumblebees chasing me. I guess because of the sweet smell. And I'm like, "Well, I ain't doing that no more."
There's going to be no shortage of good food at No Name. That concession stand was off the hook last year and affordable.
They sold out of food.
Yep.
They sold out. We just found out they sold out of food 3 times.
Yeah. Well, then this
So
year,
Mater's-
John Cope's bringing friggin' Chicago dogs. That's going to be
I'm bringing all
awesome.
kinds of food.
Okay, I only have one short I put out last year for No Name. With that, I had a song attached to it. I think it's actually in the title of the short.
Mater's asking on which car.
It's on my Charger. I'll say
Okay.
that it's on my Charger because I took my Charger to No Name last year. It's the song title is in the title of the short.
They must not watch your videos, Brian. You're
They don't like my
dusty.
shit.
I just almost spit the damn thing out. You're
But
dusty.
isn't the name of it
It's been
sometimes
well
on your
known, the
lives?
name of it for a long time.
The name of it is on just about every one of my videos. You can go to
Right.
any of my videos because I always do the name of the car and then update. All you gotta do is look at the thumbnail. It's on there.
Ron's bringing his grill and a lot of sausages from his brother's sausage company, brats, Italian, Polish. That'll be cool.
Nice. I gotta buy a big box of Slim Jims again.
Yeah, Blake, last year Brian was grilling Slim Jims.
It is so much better than you think it would be.
Auto Salvage
changing
says
color.
let's go.
I didn't tell you to change color. There we go.
I guess nobody wants the dreamsicle or maple syrup.
Just have to bring it with you to No Name.
Oh, I got tons of this shit.
You have Slim Jims, you gotta say it like Randy Savage. Big Block says, "Okay, Brian, I've been wanting a grilled Slim Jim."
Peeled or unpeeled?
You don't peel them.
Well, I guess what they can do is the people that are answering the question
there
for
it is,
Brian,
Brian. There it is. Big Block says, "I want the fuel treatment knuckle duster."
Freebird, he got it.
uh-oh, and Mater
Yep.
says Freebird.
And Mater,
Yep,
and
he got it.
so Mater gets the maple syrup, and Big Block gets the dreamsicle.
Cool. And if any of y'all that are winning stuff do want Bad Attitude C10 decals, let me know so I can throw them in the box.
I gotta order stickers. Oh my god. I got so much stuff to do in the next 4 weeks, 3 weeks?
Less than a month.
26 days. John was in here
Yep, 26
throwing
days.
up earlier. Yeah, my heart sank to the bottom of my gut when I went to order that drive shaft, and they said, and then all of a sudden it said 4 weeks and 4 weeks lead time. I'm like, oh shit, man.
Hey.
And then I found this AZ drive shafts. I didn't even know they were down there. It's a big ass operation. He's got all this shit in stock. I couldn't believe it. It wasn't cheap, but the damn, it's a 5-inch aluminum frickin' drive shaft. They didn't expect it to be cheap, but it wasn't. It was right around the same money as the other guys wanted for it. Wanted 4 weeks to friggin' do it.
My Charger still has an original drive shaft from 1968. It
Probably got
probably
the
would.
original U
It
joints.
probably wouldn't hurt to upgrade my drive shaft.
Well, I got.
Steven's asking you about stickers, by the way. I don't know if he's asking you for decals.
Yeah, he said he'd need a decal, and I'll send some out Monday.
Is that to you?
You need some more. You need some more from me, Big Block. I'll send you some more. Is that what you're saying? You want some more? You need some more stickers.
I don't know if there is anybody going to fill nitrous bottles at Sykeston. I don't know if there was anybody there last year. I'm not sure.
I wonder if
You're
he's
Twin
asking
Turbo.
just
What
in
do you
Sykeston
care about
in general.
nitrous bottles?
Just in Sykeston in general, who fills nitrous bottles in Sykeston?
Oh, hell, I don't know. The only place I know is the speed shop down from me, but that's 2.5 hours away. So.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Steven, just tell me how many you need. And do you need another
Oh,
shirt since your daughter stole the other one? Tell me how many decals, Steven, and if you need another shirt since your daughter stole yours, let me know the size and I'll send another shirt to you.
Yeah, and Steven says put in some spicer U-joints. That's what these are in my new drive shaft. They're solids. Solid cross, Spicer 1350s.
I don't think I've touched the U joints in my Charger. They're not squeaking. It ain't making noise or clunking. So,
see, I was up against a lot of things. That original drive shaft years and years and years ago in that truck. I lost a rear U joint at about 80 miles an hour, and it bananaed that fucker. And the local drive shaft shop at the time was able to straighten it and make it work again. But it was stock. The truck was stock.
Yeah.
It didn't have a 700 horse big block with a damn trans brake in it. So I got that. And after changing over to the 8 3/4, it came up an inch short. So I got that. Basically, being 68 inches long, center to center, I'm concerned about critical speed, and it needs to handle the power. The 5-inch 125 wall aluminum's a bit overkill for power level I'm at. I mean, that thing's good to 1,500 horse easy. But the 5-inch aluminum, what it does is it brings the critical speed way up. It's 68 inches long.
I had to have the drive shaft modified on my 1970 pickup when I was swapping the 8 3/4 in it, and Truck Pro is close by me, and they couldn't make a custom drive shaft because it was too long. So they were, but they were able to modify the one I had to get it working, and it ended up being perfect.
So you ended up having to go shorter, not longer.
Yeah, it had to be shortened just a tiny fraction for it to actually fit, and it fit. It worked good. Haven't had any kind of driveline vibrations or anything since.
See, that's the other thing I was running up against with a lot of drive shaft shops. Don't want to mess with anything over 60 inches long. A good shop that knows what the hell they're doing, including these guys that I ended up using, a 5-inch 125 wall aluminum shaft, you can build it up to 84 inches long, center to center. That's a long son of a bitch.
That is a long drive shaft.
Yeah, and mine happens to be 68 center to center. The original was 67. I went from the Dana 60 to the 8 3/4, so it had to be a little bit longer. And I may end up modifying that Dana 60 back to regular bearings, making it not a 3/4 ton one anymore. And it could end up going back in the truck. We'll see how the 8 3/4 stands up to the power level. Because I was noticing in the last couple of lives that Shane Polito, I trust what he says. He's a smart dude. His car, he actually put a 9-inch Ford in it, got away from the 8 3/4 because he was worried about his power level breaking the 8 3/4. And he's about at the same power level I am, and his car is a whole bunch lighter than my truck. So I don't know. I beat the shit out of 8 3/4, and they take a hell of a beat.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see. If it gives me any fits, I'll put it in the Charger, put the Dana 60 back in the truck. But either way, the Dana 60 is definitely not going away. It's going to get converted to a regular 5-lug green bearing setup, and it's either going to go in my Charger or back in the truck.
Yeah, I got those green bearings in the 8 3/4 my Charger, and I love them.
Yeah. Yeah, I scored. The only thing I could probably do better with this rear end that I've got now is put Pro Gears in it. But other than that, and the ratio ain't ideal. It's got 355s or 354s, whichever way you want to go with the math. One of those fractions lands in the middle kind of thing, like we were arguing about the engine size earlier. But 354, 355, it ain't gonna change nothing.
Yeah, I got 323 gears in my Charger and in my 1970 pickup.
Yeah, Big Block says James' brother busted all the teeth off an 8 3/4, but it was a 540 nitrous motor on a brake. Yeah. It's no secret that trans brakes are hard on rear ends. Everybody knows that. But one thing you can do is set the backlash a little bit up on the tight side with them.
Yeah, because I imagine because the trans brake is leaving everything loose and then suddenly tight.
And it bangs it, it hits it, and that's when shit breaks. And it's funny. I'm no stranger to building gears and building rear ends. And I was probably a week or two after I'd gone through this rear end and found out I had to do very little to it, except put a crush sleeve eliminator in it. And of course, take it apart, put a crush sleeve eliminator in it. Now you got to reset your backlash and shit. But anyway, a couple weeks later, I was talking to John Cope, and he told me that. He says, run them a little tight. That's funny you mentioned that because I already knew that and set it up that way. So that you ain't running. Pro gears are softer gear, so they take the beating better. They're not as apt to break like a regular street gear will.
Hey, Steven, on the dry fit shirts, I have 3X or extra large. I don't have any 2X left. So if you want a 2X, it's going to be like a cotton poly blend. So if that's cool with you, let me know.
Dean Stevenson just got off the phone with my 30-year-old son. Shit, he's awesome. Does cement and concrete work, no problem hiding the bodies.
All right, Steven, I got you. Already got one poured out. I got a gray. It's the one with bad attitude in the skull dry fit. So I'll throw it in your nitrous bottle right now so I don't forget.
Yeah, I can wear a 2X, but it rides up my fat gut. So I always wear a 3X. Yeah, I still got to do that. I still got to make up a bunch of shirts and hats. I want to bring shirts, hats, and mugs to No Name. What y'all drinking tonight? I got a nice stash of Miller High Life. I'm drinking Coors Light, Ron.
I'm drinking root beer.
Hey, at least it's beer.
I was drinking a Route 44. I was drinking a Route 44 peach Sprite. Now I have, oops, a Monster. All right, I'm going to show you something kind of cool.
You're a monster.
Have you ever
says,
seen
Blake, you don't realize how good your attitude is.
Who, me? You must have me mixed up with somebody else.
That's from Dean.
Yeah. Hey, all right. Now, Tony, you know I told you that I use an actual air launch controller, and I have an onboard air system that we're going to use.
Yeah.
Where if you're in the staging lanes and you ever have somebody doing oil down or something, if you need to change tire pressure, I actually have air on the truck, and we have a chuck on the back, and you use a hose, plug it in, and you can change air pressure. This is the actual onboard air system that goes into Bad Attitude C10, and it fits in the location of a battery box.
Nice.
And as you can tell,
that's basically an airbag air tank, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's close to it.
A bag system. If you're running 4-cornered bags, you'd want a bigger tank than that. But yeah.
But the only thing is drawback
on bag trucks.
Yeah. The only drawback to them is you always have to drain them after you use them because they hold a lot of condensation and water in them. So we actually have a purge valve from Nitrous Outlet we're going to put on it. And every time we shut the system off, we're going to have a time delay relay, which will turn the purge valve on for 30 seconds and then shut it off. So every time we turn the truck off and disarm the system, it'll drain water for 30 seconds and then shut the valve back off automatically. And next time we crank the truck up, the valve stays shut until you shut it off again. Yeah, so it's kind of cool. But the cool thing about it is it does not even weigh. Maybe, dude, I should go put it on a scale. If it's more than 13 pounds, I'd be really surprised. But it puts out, I think the pressure that's on it right now, it's set at 115 PSI. So you got plenty of pressure.
Right.
Even if you're on a drag race, not slicks. Yeah. So this also helps me being one-legged. If you think about it, if you're pitted way in the back and you get stuck in the staging lanes, if I don't have anybody with me close enough and I need to air up tires, I'd have to pedal my ass all the way back to the trailer and get an air tank and go back. This, all I have to do is...
You got it right on the truck.
Yep.
That's awesome, Ron. Spoke with John Wilburn. He's kicking $50 to the greatest hole shot round win eliminations in the 10-5 class. That's awesome. It's going to be so much freaking fun this year. Like last year wasn't, right?
I know, right? I meant to do a lot more walking around and recording of people, but I was just having fun sitting back, relaxing, and just taking in the sights and sounds.
I got a lot of footage, and I didn't get half of what I wanted, and I ain't going to get half of that this year because I'm actually going to be participating.
I still had a blast putting those silicone phallic things on.
You got more of them, right? You still got more?
I would have to buy more because I think I only have like 3 or 4 left.
Oh,
I'd have to find them too. I'm gonna let somebody else take up the torch for pranks this year.
I could cut a bunch of stickers, about yay baby, go around sticking them on cars.
My brother-in-law can make decals And I told him I'm bringing my razor blade scraper just in case.
Yeah, I make decals. You know, I don't do the printed ones. I do the die cuts. I got a
Yeah.
24-inch Graph Tech cutter. I can do big, small.
I think that's what he has. I think he said he can do up to like 2 foot or something like that or something.
Yeah, yeah. The good cutters, you know, about 24-inch. But see, you get a roll and you can do it as long as, you know, I don't know if you remember the big decal on the back of the car I drove last year. I mean,
highlight Dean's comment.
Which one? That was you, William. I'm blanking.
Watch my video for No Name last
Oh
year.
man, it was so funny.
I say in the video it was right after the burnout competition. And I say things kind of got out of hand, and I want to apologize now. So if you find one of these on your car, I'm sorry.
That's fucking funny. Yeah, Big Block Steve,
Oh,
he's
man.
got a point. Crazy, the YouTuber event makes it hard to be a YouTuber, too busy socializing with friends. You know what I was thinking about doing is getting a body cam like the cops wear and just let that sumbitch run
That's actually not a bad idea.
and cut out what you want later.
Yeah.
When we were at Sick Week in February, the little mobility cart I was running around the pits on, and I did a couple videos with it, but they didn't take off, so I quit doing it. But the little basket on the front of the cart, we clip a GoPro camera to it, and I just
That's
drive
what I'm
around
gonna
the
do.
pits and just
Yeah.
That
what I
was,
do.
Damn
but-
GoPro. Damn GoPro.
Yeah, we started
dead
sharing
in
it.
45 minutes.
Nobody bid on them, so we just quit posting them up. But I like as much footage as you can get.
Yeah, you got to have a bunch of batteries for GoPro because the damn thing's dead in 45 minutes.
Not mine.
Yeah.
I don't know why you guys are having all this problem with GoPros. I got no problem with mine. I haven't had a problem yet.
How long a video can you run on a single battery on yours, Brian?
Oh, I want to say when I did the windshield, all I did was just set it up and go. That was at least an hour of footage
Really?
off one battery, yeah. And I still have more battery left.
I think it depends
Yeah,
on
mine
the
is-
settings. You know, I am kind of picky. I always run, 4K, high resolution, 60 frames per second, which
Nobody
does
needs to
tax-
see my fat ass in 4K.
it taxes the battery. And I think that, that is part of, why I don't get the lifespan out of mine, and the damn thing likes to overheat. But it pisses me off because the big push on the GoPro is this thing's 5K capable. Well, make the fucker work in 5K. I never use 5K, but 5K is just an odd thing. But if you advertise something that's supposed to perform this way, don't make it fall short doing it. If it's gonna fall short, then just don't fucking make it. Just say it's a 1080p camera, and that's fine. I'd be fine with that.
Mine has a problem with overheating bad, so I need
Yep.
to figure out what setting is making it do that.
What
know.
resolution What resolution are you using, William?
For it to work with my video editor, I have to have it in extended battery mode, and I'm pretty sure I have it set to it's a high resolution.
1080p. It's probably 1080.
Probably so. 1080p or 4K. No, I got it set to 4K. Yeah.
Yeah, see, that's what I run mine at, because I like the high quality stuff, and I have terrible, especially being here in Arizona, I have terrible friggin' overheating problems. I have found though, if you run an external power source to it and take the battery out, it will run a lot longer. Like
I ran mine as a webcam one night doing one of my lives, and we did a 5-hour live. We didn't even take the battery out. All we had it plugged in, because that's the thing I don't understand. The damn thing is Wi-Fi capable. Or it's Bluetooth. I could go on my phone and watch what the camera's doing and turn it on and off. Why can I not use it as a webcam like that? I don't know.
I've yet to be able to get the webcam function to work on mine. But see, when you're using, if say you can get it to work as webcam, and you have, when you're doing that, it's only the camera. It's not recording. It's not writing to volatile memory inside of it. It's not doing any of the other processing functions that create heat. That's why you can sit there and run the thing all night long as a webcam. It's not actually doing anything. It's just processing.
See, but I don't understand why you guys. Everybody complains it takes so long to upload a video. I upload my videos in 720. Every one of my videos is in 720. Boom, up there, done. It looks fine.
I don't have any.
Like I said, don't nobody need to see my videos. Nobody need to see my ass. And
I do all my video.
4K, no.
I do all my video editing on my phone.
Yeah, I don't. I've actually recently started doing some on the phone, but I use Adobe Premiere Pro.
Yeah,
I started using ClipCamp, and
I've got the Adobe Photoshop. It's not Elements, because Elements is the photo. Premiere, yeah.
Yeah.
But I've been using I downloaded a CyberLink Action Director on my phone long time ago, and I've been using it ever since. It has all the features I want.
Actually, my wife was messing around with InShot, and she bought it for her channel, which she does, and I started messing around with it, and I actually kind of liked it, but because she bought it, I'd have to put her freaking account on my phone to be able to. It's fucking stupid. Yeah. So I just bought, and I got to where I liked it though. In the last couple of videos, I used it, and I bought the thing just to get rid of the watermark, but they had it on sale. I bought a perpetual lifetime version of it it was $30.
Yeah.
For life, and when she bought it, I think it was a year or something, but I just fucking figured go home for $30 and never have to pay again. I'm good with that. And InShot it's actually got some pretty cool little features, and it was cheap. You know, they have a free version, but it leaves their damn watermark on your video, and I don't want that. It's worth $30 to get rid of the freaking watermark.
Yeah.
Like it's worth $20 a month in StreamYard for me to get rid of the damn duck.
Right?
I don't need that duck up there.
Yeah, you don't like the duck. I had to get rid of the duck because I ran out of freaking time. The free version, you only get so many hours a month.
I thought you only got so many hours of recorded a month.
No,
I thought
you get
as much as you want.
The free version, you get 20 hours a month. Is all you get, recorded or otherwise.
And if you're going live all the time, you eat that up quick.
Well, hell, just the watch hours alone. StreamYard's cheap. Just the watch hours alone from doing these long ass lives.
Yep.
I mean, I've got 12 in here now. For a minute, we had 9, but that was for like 2 minutes, and it bumped back up. At one point tonight, we had 28 viewers in here.
Yeah, at the beginning.
Yeah, at the beginning, we had 28 in here.
Let's
just say we only had the 12 the whole time. At 4 hours, we're at 4 hours and 2 minutes in now. That's a lot of freaking watch hours.
Mm-hmm.
When I 4, 5, 6 hours these lives, I usually end up with about 100. Roughly averages about 100 watch hours.
I can usually pull 100 watch hours when I do a long live. You can pull 100 watch hours easy.
Yep. I have gotten the watch hours have just gone crazy since I started doing these lives, and it's fun. We get to hang out, and tonight was a great live. I mean, I can't thank you enough, Blake, for coming in here and
I think it's funny as shit.
Sharing all this information. This was a good thing. This was information that needed to be out there. What's that?
Rich says it's 11.5 because Dean's in here. Been a 12 is 11.5. I resemble that remark, Rich. I could be counted as half too.
Mind if I show a little clip of my no-name video last year? I want to show.
Yeah, knock yourself
Dean,
out, man.
I
Throw it
want
up.
to show Dean my little section where I'm talking about the stuff.
Yeah, Mater, when you started YouTube, you used to have 16 free hours in 2.5 weeks. That's where I was at. I was second week in a month, and I was out of time.
All right. Well, this is the end of day one. It has been an awesome day. Awesome burnout. Loved it. I want to apologize now. Those phallic-shaped silicone things. I have other colors. If you find one of these on your car tomorrow, I'm sorry now. Things kind of got out of hand, so I'm sorry. But
He was really
hope
drunk.
everybody hope everybody had a good laugh with that. But yeah, I'm apologizing now. So we'll see you tomorrow.
That's fucking hilarious.
What were they?
Rubber dicks.
Rubber. Okay,
Little-
gotcha.
Little miniature rubber
They
dicks.
go on the Ralph Sim cap. Yeah, it was.
Did they glow in the dark at least?
I think the green
You're
one's
still muted, William.
You're still muted, William.
Is he muted?
Sorry. The
Oh, there you go.
original plan was to put the purple ones on Brian's duster, but Brian wasn't able to get his duster there. But he had his dad's truck there, so we put him on his dad's truck.
That's funny.
You see me spreading my political propaganda again there, Tony?
No, I said, oh, is that what that link is?
Yeah, have you seen that yet? I know you had to have seen it. Everybody's seen it. Goddamn.
Oh, yeah.
Good night, mostly old parts. Have a good weekend.
Yeah, take care, Ron. Thanks for stopping in, man.
Ron, before you leave, do me a favor. Get with John Wilburn. I want to talk to you about something. Get my number from John Wilburn. Thank you, please.
I'm definitely expecting somebody to pull some kind of prank on somebody. I'm just can't wait to see who's going to be the victim or victims of said prank.
Okay.
I say
Yeah,
get
we're all
one on
YouTubers.
this
We
stick
understand
with a
this.
suction cup on the bottom of it and just stick it on the deck lid.
We're all YouTubers. We understand this. That video was put out 2 weeks ago. 41 million views.
Yeah.
Good Lord.
Look at the Tom McDonald videos. Tom
They're
McDonald.
nothing like this, though. They're nothing like this.
Yeah, but
This
Tom
guy,
McDonald,
man,
right?
nuts.
Tom McDonald puts out a video and he's got 2 million views in his first hour.
Oh yeah, yeah. But
But
this
yeah.
is crazy. Tom McDonald is a little more, actually more political than this because
Right.
I wouldn't say this is political at all. Well, yeah, I guess it is kind of, but
Yeah,
It's
no
not
shit.
right.
No shit, huh, Dean? Ron says he'll call John tomorrow, Brian.
all right, cool. Thank you.
That's a 10-4.
Hoping to see if I can get him on an interview live. That would be cool as hell, wouldn't it?
Who, Ron?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that'd be cool.
I know on September 8th I'll be on John Wilburn's live with the burnout.
Yeah,
contest.
you need to hang our banner behind you for that live. You
There
need to
you
figure
go.
out how to hang
I'm gonna
that
have to
banner.
put eyelets in my ceiling just so I can hang it up properly. Funny thing about how I did my short with that banner, long time ago we had a tarp on the front of our carport and my dad rigged it up where you could just pull a string and then it would pull up, then you let go of it and then it would go down. Well, those eyelets are still there. We never took it off, so I just tied it up to that and rigged it up and everything, and I had the string probably 5 or 10 feet long, so I could stand far enough away from it, hold it out of sight, and then just let it go. Worked out perfect.
Absolutely, Rich. Great comment there. We all learn something new every day. The trick is for everyone to share their talents with others for the better of the community. That's what makes this whole community great. Is we all learn something from somebody else.
I'm still figuring out how to get this damn chat working. It's pissing me off.
And Big Block 402, you're gonna have to put your new sticker on my deck lid.
Yeah, I'll throw one down on there, William.
Do you just want no-name stickers, or do you want any kind of stickers?
No, no name channel stickers.
Wild Willie stickers. I have stickers from Sick Week still. I got all kinds
Well,
of decals.
it's no name
He's talking
channel
about
stickers.
channel stickers, like your Bad Attitude C10.
Yeah. Well, I'll have a bunch of them with me. You can have as many as you want. I don't care.
I'm hoping to have that deck lid at least half full of channels that actually went to No Name or went as a spectator to No Name.
Hey, Steven, so you're saying if he shaves his deck, you'll pet it?
Ew. That's all stickers right there. There's about 200 and probably 230 of them here. We could plaster the whole damn deck lid with them. Nobody else wants to participate.
Well, the idea is to have it full of different channels.
I know. I just being a wise ass. Ants in here. Hate that when you get a freaking little gnat and he keeps landing on the damn screen.
I can't
Hey,
wait
you
to
gotta
have my
try-
Cushman at No Name.
That's gonna be cool.
That's going to be fun as hell.
Cushman with a fucking big block Mopar in it. That's nuts.
No, this year is actually going to be my 65 Cushman.
Right.
But yeah, next year, yeah, I really can't wait for that.
Yeah, it's gonna be badass. It's gonna be a death trap. What it's gonna be.
I haven't quite figured out the steering yet, but I know I got to move the steering column from the center over to the left a little bit. I want to make it to where two people can actually sit in that cab. It's actually wide enough for that.
Come on in, Mater. Wheel spacers and propane hoses. That's about all I have left to do before No Name. Nice. Fucking wheel
Speaking of
spacers.
Tom McDonald before, he just put out a new video. I'll be right back. I got to watch it.
All right. Wheel spacers have gotten friggin' pricey. Of course, I bought good billet ones. But until I tub the truck, I got to run a 1-inch spacer with that narrow rear end.
What's up, guys?
What's up?
Hey, Mater.
Oh, finally get a chance to see a face with that name, that Bad Attitude.
Yeah, it's a scary motherfucker, ain't it?
Yeah, I first saw that. I'm going, damn, I got to close my eyes.
Yep. I ain't worried about it. Trust me. My mama went through a lot of pork chop bones when I was growing up.
Yep. Yeah, you said you're talking about having some kolaches. I'm going, I haven't been down there to get any of those kolaches, but as long as I don't get any kolache nicks. And
Dude, I'll tell you right now. Yep. Well, we go to
Cool, Steven.
Yeah, we go to Slovakics all the time, and we get their crushed sausage. So instead of it being cased or ground sausage with pepper jack in it, oh my god, dude, that shit is the bomb.
Now,
I
here's the
fucking
thing
love
a lot of
pepper
people
jack.
don't realize is there's a difference between a kolache and a kolache nick. Do you know what the difference is?
Nope, because I'm not Czech.
Okay, well, see,
I'm just
part,
fat.
well, see, for me, I'm part Czech because where I live at, Ennis is my mom's hometown. And it's the big polka festival every year, every Memorial Day weekend. A kolache, that's the sweet bread and everything that's got the fruit filling in the middle.
Yep.
Okay. A kalachnik is a pig in a blanket.
Well, we always consider pig in the blankets biscuits and sausage, or biscuits and hot dogs.
Yeah, well,
if it's a sweet dough, that's whenever we always classified it that. And the majority of them, even if you get, like, if you go to Garrick's, which Garrick's is now in the Pizza House in West, they have the best sausage kolaches out of the whole damn place, if you ask me. But I can't get the Pizza House with my damn one-legged ass in a wheelchair because the tables are too close together. So we go to Slovacek's.
Yep,
I
like that place. Yeah, and I had not been there in a long time. It was like,
so here's what's going on, Mater. Tony's been teaching me how to do StreamYard because I had never done StreamYard until today. He's got me in some private sessions twice. The first time we kept up hiccups because my computer's a piece of shit. Yesterday, he had me working fine. Well, when I go on to John's Live tonight, it says private chat and comments, and I hit the comment tab, and there's no box anywhere to type in. But I can go to private chat, and I have a box. I can type in a private chat, but not regular chat. But like Tony said, I can just talk, so who cares? But I would like to know how to tell people hi and stuff if I can see it while people are talking.
Okay, do you have you've only got what, StreamYard up right now?
Am I on StreamYard right now?
I'm saying, do you have you're just looking at StreamYard, correct?
Yep.
Okay, so do you see where it says private chat comments off to the right?
Yep.
Okay, so let me get my. I don't smoke in the house normally, but since I moved back in here, I got to have an exhaust fan for my cigarettes.
Are you?
I only do that out of respect for my mom. Okay. So I'm gonna turn my camera around and show you. This is what someone showed me, and makes it a lot easier. Okay. All right, I'm gonna show you my monitor, which it's a nice little 42-inch flat screen TV. Okay. So what I'm going to do...
Let me full screen this bastard. Hang on a sec, Mater. I'm going to full screen you, so...
Oh, trippy.
Biden by 0.
Well, I wasn't expecting that. Sorry. All right. So what you're going to want to do is you're going to... The StreamYard side, you're going to minimize it down some. Okay. Then what you're going to do is you're actually going to come over here to the YouTube side. Okay. So I've got my YouTube over here. And then you come up where it's got the top chat and everything. You got the 3 little dots. You see them?
Yep.
Okay. You're going to click on that. And you scroll down to pop out chat. And it'll pop out that. Then just move it over and get it to fit the size of the screen. Okay.
Yep.
And then, like that way, now down here at the bottom, you can actually start chatting. You can actually type.
Okay, got you. Yeah, I have my YouTube shut off, so.
Yeah, that's a nice little workaround.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that, right. You can't. Now, here's the thing. You can't. Let me go back to. Where's my StreamYard? There's the StreamYard I'm using. But here's the thing. In StreamYard, you can do certain things that you can't do in the YouTube side. But then there's things in the YouTube side you can't do in StreamYard.
Gotcha.
Like, like when Tony makes a mod and everything, he actually has to go into the YouTube side to do that.
Yep.
But like I said, over there, if you have the YouTube side open, I mean, I've got the link and everything that's at the very top. That's how I can still, if I wanted to, I could get back in.
Yeah, see, that's the advantage. You said you had a 42-inch screen. See, I have a 43, and out in the garage, I got a 55 when I do them out in the shop. And I have never done a live where I didn't have the YouTube browser open as well, and I just mute it because I like to see what's actually going on. There's always that little delay between StreamYard. I have 3, 4, 5 windows open, and I got plenty of real estate. So I got that big monitor.
And for me, right now, I had a 36-inch. It was an actual monitor. This is actually a flat screen TV.
Yeah, that's what this is.
Right. And I mean, that's one thing a lot of people don't realize, that you can actually use a flat screen TV. All you got to do is use your HDMI cable coming out the back of the computer.
Yep.
I've done that with my 55-inch. That's actually right behind my computer.
Yep.
I don't think Blake's computer has an HDMI out, but
only problem is I've got a wireless mouse, but I don't have a wireless keyboard. So
Blake's computer is a piece of shit. Tony can tell y'all.
What do you have?
A piece of shit.
Okay, besides being an Intel,
it's a second gen i5 with no frickin' hardware.
Okay, so I was Intel.
Is it old enough to drink?
Yeah.
Are you drunk yet, fucker?
Now I'll play like this. Now what I've got.
That was funny, Blake. Are you drunk yet, fucker?
Now I'll play like this. If you want a good one, get with me, because I've actually got my computer I'm having problems with. I'm basically fixing to rebuild it from the ground up. I'm going to get a brand new case, a brand new motherboard, a different cooling system for it, and everything. But I'm basically using the same graphics card, which I might upgrade that. But I'm still going to be running the same memory and, like I said, processor.
See, that's
put it this way.
We
found out what mine was, and he said he's surprised I've done as much as I have. It's that shitty.
Yeah. It's bad.
Yeah. See, now my first laptop I was using, if I had this many people up on my panel, my processor couldn't handle it. It would actually start slowing down.
See, the computer that I'm on now is old enough to drink, but I custom built it.
Right.
It's a 3rd gen i7, but it's the top shelf 3rd gen i7. It's a 3770K, and I've got the thing overclocked at 4.5. I've got 32 gigs of RAM in it. Everything's Gen 3. And I've got a 1080 Ti card in it, and I've got 3 2-terabyte NVMe drives right on the bus. The thing will run circles around, a 10th, 11th, 12th gen i3, i5.
Right.
And I built it for a fraction of the cost. It just because it's old don't mean it's bad. It just you got to have the right combination. It's just like building a race car. You got to have the right combination of parts. I mean, I got less than $1,000 in this thing.
I'll tell you one of the best upgrades I did for my laptop. It's a HP Envy with the Bang Olufsen sound in it. One of the best upgrades I did to this thing was upgrade to a 2-terabyte solid state hard drive.
Yep.
That sped up my computer like nothing else.
Get away from what I so lovingly call spinning rust.
Yep.
Spinning rust still has its place, and that's like in my 17 terabyte server, I have 3 8 terabyte enterprise version regular platter type hard drives, a 1 terabyte NVMe cache drive in it, and a 1 terabyte SATA SSD in it, which is what I host my cloud on. And it's a 1st gen Xeon, and that son of a bitch, it performs like nobody's business.
Yep.
I do have an old 970 GTX card in it for transcoding on my Plex server that I have installed in the thing. And it works great. And it's old ass hardware. But again, it's the combination of shit. When you're after a lot of storage, but not necessarily lightning speed, that's where the spinning rust comes in, and it's good because it's dead reliable. When you're after the speed, that's where the SSDs come in. When you want real speed, you need to get at least third generation Intel or AMD and run NVMe solid state, non volatile solid state. They're the little flat drives, and you put them straight on the bus.
Yep.
And you get data transfer rates at 3,500 and 4,000 megabytes per second.
That's what I've got. Is see now my computer, it's a pre-built one. I picked it up from Best Buy. It's an HP Omen 30L, and I'm running the AMD Ryzen 7 5800X processor.
Oh, nice! That's a nice CPU.
And then I've got 16 gig of RAM, and they are the one that's got the LED lights and everything on.
Yeah.
I've got the G4, the NVIDIA GeForce 3060 Ti 8 gig video card.
That's a nice card.
Yep. But what I'm fixing to do is I've been having problems with it, and there's been a lot of people complaining about the same thing, where it would just totally shut down at different times.
Are you a gamer? Do you game?
No. Nope.
Honestly, I'd get rid of that 3060 and go back to a 1080 Ti because you get more VRAM, you can get it cheaper, and it will actually, unless you're after something that requires the ray tracing, which is high-end gaming, it will outperform it as far as video editing and video and watching 4K movies and shit like that. That 1080 Ti will actually run circles around the 3060.
Okay.
If you wanted to stay with a 3 series and spend a pile of money, you could go up to a 3080 Ti. But
I mean, like
you can pick up a used 1080 off of eBay for like $300 right now.
For how much?
300-ish.
I can pick up a 3080 for 125.
A Ti?
Yeah. I just looked on eBay for one today.
Well, I guess the 4000 series did just come out recently.
Yeah. But my plan is
you could go that route.
Right. Well, my plan is, like I said, with the problems I'm having with it, and I found it's a Montech, I think X1 case at Micro Center's got for like $45. It's got 3 RGB cooling fans that are intake. It's got 1 exhaust, and it's got a spot where I can put a 240 AIO on it. With up to
a liquid cooler.
Yeah, with the 280, because that's one thing with this is this has got a 120 AIO on it.
Are you having problems with CPU temperatures?
Only when it wants to shut off. And
install Core Temp. It's a free. Just Google Core Temp. It's just a free piece of software, and it will allow you to monitor your CPU temperatures.
Well, see, now with this one here, I've actually got the Omen Gaming Hub, and it actually allows me to monitor the temperature of the CPU and the GPU.
Okay, well then you don't need Core Temp.
What my plan is to do is, since there's a lot of people complaining about the same thing with HP Omen 30L, it just shuts off or runs too hot. So what my plan is to
get that. It could simply be a case ventilation problem.
Possibly. I've tried different things. I've had the videos out there where, I literally took a small fan, took the side cover off, and I had a fan just blowing straight into it. Okay, and that worked for a little bit, and then it was like, nope. My plan is get that Montec because it's already got 3 intake, 1 exhaust on it. I'm thinking about getting a 280 AIO for it. But when I do that, I'm actually looking at the Asus ROG Strix B550 as a motherboard.
That's a good board.
Yeah, I mean it's overkill for right now, but some of the fact is it's going to last longer.
Yeah, I have always been an Asus guy. This board that's in this computer is an Asus. The board that's in my server is an Asus. And as far as graphics cards goes, if it's not EVGA, I'm really not interested in it.
Right.
Because all graphics cards are not equal. Just because they have the same chip on them doesn't mean they're created equal. Like a gigabyte card's the biggest piece of shit you'll ever find. They cut so many corners with the resistors and everything. They have overheating problems.
Yeah.
And if you could pick up, this 3080 Ti card that you see on eBay for $125, I'd be willing to bet it's not an EVGA card.
No, I forget who it was made by, but all I know is that, I mean, I'm happy with the video card I've got. Now, like I said, no, I don't do any gaming. I mean, I've got a few games that I do play, but they're not the, like warships and stuff like that.
Right.
You gotta have, right. I mean, I've got one whole. The only game I play is probably about 10 years old, and it's poker. And
that's the reason the only reason I asked the gaming question is, why you have a 3000 series card. The only place that 3000 series card is going to beat out an old Pascal is it has ray tracing. That's why they call them RTX versus the old, the GTX. The 10 series is the last of the GTX card. And I'm not a gamer. I'm after, I don't even run the game drivers. I run the studio drivers because they're more stable and they're better for what I do, which is video production. Here, I will.
Hey, man, just go to Harbor Freight. They got a whole bunch of 10mm sockets.
Tony, I think I'm gonna tap out. I'm starting to get a little tired. It's almost 2:00 in the morning here.
Yep, it's almost midnight here. I sure appreciate you coming in, William. It's been a good time.
Oh, definitely had a good time.
Yep, nice meeting you, William.
All right, nice meeting you. I'll see y'all later.
Take care, brother.
See you later, William. I'm out too, guys. I'll see everybody later.
All right,
take it easy, man.
All right, have a good one, Brian. But Tony, no, the only reason that I want, this computer's got the this video card is that I've been doing all my live streams and stuff like that out in the garage.
Yep.
Well, Blake knows about Texas summers and a tin roof.
Yep.
Again.
So you know about Texas summers and having a tin roof garage?
It's not any different than my old shop. Arizona summers, and it was a tin building and a tin roof.
Yeah, and the bad thing about it is not only does it hurt batteries for cameras, nitrous bottles, batteries for like your drills and everything else. The heat kicks your ass.
Dude, I would go inside the shop when I was still down in the valley. I would go inside the shop, completely closed, doors closed, no sun getting in there, no nothing. I would go inside the shop this time of year and I would touch the top of my welding tables and burn my fucking hands on them.
Yep.
Just the heat radiating inside in that metal building, it turned into a damn blast furnace.
Right. Well, like I said,
we shot the back of the shop wall in that building where my cars used to be, where the nitrous bottle exploded.
Yep.
And during the middle of the summer one year, we shot the back wall and it was 168 degrees inside the shop on the wall building. I'm like, fuck. But so that shop, the bad thing about the way they laid that shop out, the right side that we had full of storage had a drive-in and a drive-out door, but the back section of it, the concrete slab was jacked up. So I left that side for storage. We used the other side because I could hold basically I could put 6 race cars in the side that was still a shop, and there was a build room off in the corner, but it only had one 16-foot entry door and a regular walk-through door and the 3 windows, and that was it. So during the summer, it was an oven, dude.
Right.
And that's why we'd usually go out there, open it up, and then not go in there for about an hour or so because there wasn't enough of a breezeway. But that day, dude, I was doing a friend a favor, and I was doing a favor for somebody I've never met in my life because a friend asked me to help them.
Right.
And the bad thing about it is my girlfriend got pissed off because we were loaded up. We were about to go to the freaking racetrack within an hour of when Chris called me. We were loaded. We were ready to go. He called and he told me, hey, this kid's going to lose his job if the car's not running. I went and opened the shop. My girlfriend, Christina, at the time, she goes, what are you doing? I said, I'm going to try to help this guy out. I changed our plans. We had a little bit of an argument. That's why when she came out with her attitude and I turned around and was like, what? And the bottle blew up. So she was on a panic mode because the last thing we ever did was fight. And I'm laid up with all these surgeries going on. She done thought I was going to die. And, yeah, it was crazy.
Right.
But, no. That's why when Mater's talking about how hot it is up there, I'm like, shit, it's hot here too, buddy.
Yeah. Well, but like I said,
here,
right. I was going to say the main reason why this computer here has got the video card is because I had everything out in the garage, and I did not believe that an air cooler was going to be sufficient enough to keep the CPU cool. That's why I went with one that was an AIO.
See, there's an air cooler from hell right there. That's a Noctua.
Right. Yeah, but you got 3 RGB fans there in the front.
I got 3 120s in the front. I got one. Those are intakes. I got one in the back and one on the top. See, if you look, the whole top of that case is a mesh case. This is a Cooler Master case.
Right.
Of course, there's my GTX card, my 1080 Ti. I mean, because it's got the tempered glass side cover, but can you see those? You see the blue dots inside of it blinking? Those are my 3 NVMe drives directly on the PCI bus. Those are PCI Express, X3, Gen 3, and now, and of course, there's the front of the case.
Yep.
But here, let's put the camera back where it belongs. I will. Here's what. That's core temp. Here, let me turn this. See, that's what it's running at right now as we're doing the stream. See, we're running about 60 Celsius on 57, 58, 59, 60 Celsius. And look, if you look here, this sumbitch is overclocked to hell. This CPU natively runs at 3.7. I've got it running at 4,500.
Right, and this one here is totally stock. I have not overclocked
it's not overclocked at all.
Right. But like I said, the main reason I went with this one is because of having the liquid cooling. Figure having it out in the garage during Texas summers, it would handle the heat a lot better than an air cool.
Right.
But I mean, now this year it's been hotter than normal. That's why I moved there. I said, to hell with it. Even though I had an air conditioner out there in the garage blowing right on me, that thing was struggling to keep that little garage and everything cool. I said, forget that. I just moved everything back here in my old bedroom in the house. I got me another little table and everything built and got me a window unit in here. It's small enough to keep this room nice and cool.
Well, you fucker, you won't share that. That sucks. I was trying to share my graphics card stuff, but it won't. That program doesn't want to screen share. That's weird.
I wonder if I could. I probably won't.
But either way, I got the graphics card overclocked about 15%, and it's running right now at 41.
Okay.
It does not get hot either.
Can you see that?
Yep.
That's what mine's set at right now.
Yeah, and see the temp. Wow, your CPU's running at 65. Wow, that's warm for what you're doing.
And I'm actually inside the house too.
Yeah, especially for not being overclocked. That's actually running a little warm. Yeah, you definitely could use some help in the cooling department.
Right. That's why I want to get that other case that's got the 3 intake fans on it, and like I said, bump it up to go from a 120 to a 280 on the AIO.
Which is a dual fan. It's a longer rad. That's all.
Right. Right.
The other thing I'd do is I'd get my RAM up. I'd get my RAM up to at least 32.
That's one thing I'm looking at doing also. But I mean, I definitely want to see if I can go 32 on that.
And well, you're at 54% utilization, which is a little on the high side. You get something spike on you, and that could cause a crash, especially when you're streaming. You're not asking much of it right now, just streaming.
No.
But if you're trying to, you start trying to share windows, get multiple windows open, you're going to see that shit max out pretty quick. You 32 would help you a lot.
Oh yeah. And with that,
but it's still not going to help with your temperatures. You got to get the CPU temp. I mean, that's not overheated by any stretch of the imagination. But you're running at 1% and 2%. The thing's hardly working. It's basically idling that hot. You start putting a load on the damn thing, those temps are going to spike quick, and there's your crash right there.
Right. But like I said, for me, and it wasn't even all that long ago, I actually pulled the AIO out and figured, well, maybe they didn't put enough thermal paste on there.
Yeah.
And I actually applied some brand new thermal paste to it and tried a different 120 fan to see what that would do.
What kind of thermal paste are you using?
Oh, God. I don't remember what it was because one of the guys that I know, he actually does computer stuff, and he actually gave it to me.
Is it silver or is it white?
No, it was silver.
Okay, there's a specific. It's a silver type. It's a metallic type paste. It's Arctic silver is my preference.
Yeah, I think that's what it was.
That shit works the best.
Yeah. So I mean, I didn't know if the fan itself was going bad, so I figured why not try a different fan? And now the one that I tried, unfortunately, I might have to pull it back off because the fan that I pulled off there is actually rated at higher amperage than the one I put on. But I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Like I said, that's why for me, I want to do that change up. And yeah, I know I need better cooling on this thing.
This is weird. This motherfucker won't share any system stuff. I mean, I see it, and it puts up the screen, but it shows it as blank here on the damn share. That's weird.
Yeah.
And what I was trying to show you is, my memory usage. I'm at 29%, 9.4 used to 31.9, 32
right.
gigs.
So what you're saying is a GeForce GTX video card would be better
for what you're doing. If you're just doing the same kind of stuff we're doing, video editing and streaming and shit, yeah, more bang for the buck. I would go with a 1080 Ti. You get the Ti because it's got 11 gigs of GRAM on it.
Oh, man, that's more than what I got now.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, I'm looking at it, like I said, this one here. Now, this is actually the Asus Tough Gaming 4080. And it's right now like $314 on
Is it
eBay.
a 4080 or is it a 4080 Ti?
4080.
Yeah, see the Ti, and there's nothing wrong with a 4080. That's a good freaking card right there. But the Ti is the better card, is a higher performance card.
Right.
4080 is no freaking slouch.
Right. But like I said, I mean, it's the Asus Tough Gaming GeForce RTX 4080.
Yeah.
OC Edition graphics card.
Yeah. No, that's
Whatever
a good card. That's a good card. But what's it got? 8 gigs of RAM on it?
I don't know, but it does say on there for parts. Okay, this item powers on but will not boot or otherwise function. So that I didn't realize. Okay.
Fucking broken.
Yeah.
There's
so
my badass system. You can share it. Y'all can critique. That's my shit.
But I mean, hell, there's
Hang on a sec. Yeah, I didn't pop it up yet.
See, that's what I'm looking at later.
Yeah, 2400 i5. And that's not a terrible processor, but you could but what you were saying, Blake, and I remember when I was talking to you on the phone, I've got an i7 that would be a good upgrade to that, and I was going to send it to you and give it to you, but then you told me it's in a fucking Mini ITX case, so the board just ain't worth dicking with.
Yep.
Yeah, 3.1 gig, only 8 gig of RAM. I mean, Blake, like this, I would check.
It's definitely
because I got lucky I did find a Rogue Strix laptop with the Ryzen 7 5800. I think 16 gig of RAM at my local pawn shop, $700 out the door.
If you hunt, last year I landed my wife on eBay for her business an 8th gen i7 laptop with a 1060 GTX graphics card in it. Discrete 1060, not on board. Graphics card in it. 16 gigs of RAM for $300. Bought the computer. While I was waiting for the computer to show up, for $90, I ordered a 32 gig RAM kit. When the thing showed up, before I even fired it up, I cracked it open, stuck the 32 gigs of RAM in it. $400 we got in this fucking computer, and it's a badass. It was kind of a war to win it for that price. And but if you hunt around on eBay, they are out there. It can be done. You gotta, one, know what you're looking for, and two, be ready to pounce. That's a computer that at the time every damn thing else comparable was north of $1,000. For whatever reason, this guy was probably a rich college kid or something, got a new fucking computer, was clucking the thing on eBay and didn't give a rat's ass what he got for it. I don't know, or care what his situation was. The deals can be found. They're just few and far between.
Man, these T80s are not cheap.
No, I'll give you one guess why.
Because everybody wants them?
Because it's a damn good card.
$127.50, I guess, is not bad for the EVGA one.
No, and that's the one you want, is an EVGA.
This one I wouldn't mind. This one now they got an Asus Rogue Strix one on here, NVIDIA GeForce, but $170. It's a 1080 Ti 11 gig graphics card, $170 on it though, and it's got 3 fans.
Yeah, that's like the one that I have in the shop computer has 3 fans on it. I've got the Founders Edition in this one, which is they call them blower cards because it actually exhausts the air out the back.
Yeah, the Founders Edition.
Here is a EVGA brand. And now here's a good buy, Mater. It's brand new. A brand new 1080 Ti EVGA. Brand new in the box for $300.
Yeah, but for that kind of price and everything,
that's what makes it a good buy is because it's brand new. You don't need a brand new one. Fuck, I've never bought a brand new graphics card, or at least not in the last 15 years. There's no reason to.
Now here's the Asus GeForce GTX and everything. $86.99 free shipping.
1080 Ti.
1080 Ti.
That's not bad. That's not bad at all.
Yeah, but it says this card just doesn't work. I do not know what's wrong with it.
Okay, well, there's why.
Yeah.
Well, guys, I think I'm about to go find me a nighttime snack and watch some television.
I think it's time. It's midnight here, a little after. It's time to shut her down.
I wish it was still midnight. It's already 2:00 here.
Yep.
Last time I ate was about 2:00 this afternoon in Phoenix. So
last time I ate was yesterday.
Yeah, I didn't fucking eat dinner or nothing. I was in such a rush.
No,
it's been a good one.
Yeah, I went over to the other side so I could at least hit like. So,
yeah.
But I did do that and put the screener for the chat from YouTube over this and popped it out, so that works. So at least now I know how to do that. So I learned something, so that's good.
Right. Yeah. So Blake, that's what I was fixing to ask you. Did that help?
I'm sorry.
How to do it and everything? I was
going
to say, did that help?
Yeah, I figured that out. Yep. What I ended up doing though, I just popped it out, and after I popped it out, I just put it over the chat that's in StreamYard because it was the same chat, but it was running a little slower, so I could still see the current bottom chat in StreamYard, and then I had the YouTube chat above it, so I would see something pop on here, and then about 15, 20 seconds later, it pop up on my YouTube chat. So I was like, well, that's cool. I can live with that. But
right. Well, most of the time, I find that the YouTube actually goes faster than the StreamYard.
Yeah, about 10 seconds or so usually. Yeah.
Well, my computer's odd, so I don't know.
But I mean, now I did send you an email and everything, so that way you can get a hold of me.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah. And it's like I said, I mean, if you're wanting to drive down and meet somewhere, I'm cool with that. It doesn't matter to me. And if you need anything extra, if you want decals, let me know and I'll bring them with me.
Okay. Now, one thing I asked Cody, and I guess he didn't see it, I wouldn't mind being able to go there and do get video content.
Oh, over the Hydrostat place? I'd have to talk to him and ask him. Yeah. Because him and his dad both, they're real good. They're real nice people and everything. Dave Vassar is actually, he was asking if I got decent and clean enough footage, but where the computer screen and everything is set up in there, I can't get into that area with my wheelchair. And this is the piece of shit camera I took with me. So this is actually what everything was videoed with, just a cheap little junky ass camera. And if you do not hold it perfectly straight and you're trying to get like writing and stuff, it's blurry. No matter how slow I can slow it down in the editing process, it just doesn't work. But I couldn't take my little GoPro looking camera because the battery was dead, and I had charged the other two up, but I left them in the shop. So we went and dug them out, and they were dead. And I'm like, well, fuck. And I tried doing it on the phone, but the phone, Yeah. So that's why some of the footage didn't turn out too good. But he said that if I brought more bottles, he didn't care if I went and ran more tests. So, and they didn't charge us any money to run the tests because they're wanting to learn just as much as we're wanting to learn. But they're two blocks away from each other, and these guys have not got together and done this because Dave had his people contacting them, and every time they call Nitrous Outlet, Dave's busy, and the people fielding the calls basically never took care of business. So basically 2 blocks from each other for the last 5 or 6 years. Before that, Dave wasn't in Waco, he's in Spiegelville, about 18 more miles up the road. But to have a hydrostatic or a hydro testing facility, if you want to put it that way, just that close to a nitrous facility, I mean, you would think they would already have a good working relationship.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, like I said, the way I look at it is, it'd give me some content for my channel, plus it'd be some good advertising basically for them.
Right.
Yep. But what we're probably going to do is, when this all first started, I used to try to tell Dave to give me nitrous bottles. We drill holes in them and make lamps out of them. And we just sell lamps because that'd be cool for man caves. And he didn't want to do it. He just wanted to cut them up and scrap them. And so then after the turnaround started coming up, and so many of them were coming in to recoup some money, that's why he started doing this oddball stuff. But there are some old ass bottles, but he doesn't want to cut them up because some of them, he's never even seen the name of the companies. That's how old they are. And I'm like, wow. But it's I think the best part about it is you can't actually see what's going on with the bottle, but to understand how much they put them through, it's badass. And the crazy thing about it is $38, and if it's a carbon fiber bottle, it's $45, and that gives you the peace of mind. That's the main thing.
Yep.
But you still have all these naysayers out there that they're automatically going to say the only way a bottle will fail is if the burst disc is plugged, or you put a cap in it, or you double the burst disc up.
Well, I'd say you're missing.
I'm sorry.
I'd say you're missing body parts. Beg to differ.
Yep. Oh, I know. Trust me.
No.
Yeah, I agree, Rich. They're ticking time bombs.
Yeah.
Yep.
But and it's like I told Tony on the phone the other day. In the past, if I was still a nitrous guy running nitrous, a bottle would never be sitting in my shop that had nitrous in it because it's too hot out there. But with me not running nitrous anymore, and I was just kind of like, hell, if somebody wants it, they can come and get it, kind of thing. I mean, honestly, as many friends and as many people that I still worked on their cars, and the Camaro that was in the shop that I was between the Camaro and the workbench when the bottle blew up, we were actually plumbing a fogger and a 350 big shot plate on that car, but they were running carbon fiber bottles, so they didn't want to mess with any of that stuff. So it was just sitting in there.
No, I wonder what. Just here, I just thought of this. This would be interesting to dig into. Dentists use nitrous oxide to put you out. I wonder what kind of regulations the medical field, the medical world puts on their storage tanks.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'll be willing to bet it's pretty rough shit.
Yeah, the only difference between the nitrous being medical grade and being in the performance industry is they actually add a little sulfur to the nitrous that's used in the automotive industry. That way they keep people from abusing it and huffing it and knocking each other out with it. So that's the only difference between the two.
But at the end of the day, its existence in a bottle is the same.
Yep.
And I would be really curious I wonder what the medical field. I mean, you know how the medical field is. There's standards to everything. What is the standard of maintenance on the storage tanks for dentist offices?
Yeah, I really don't know.
Yeah,
and I mean, it's one of those things, and
I'll bet you it's a whole lot rougher than the DOT.
Yeah, possibly it could be.
Yep.
I'd lay money on it.
Oh yeah, you don't want to be around a acetylene bottle if that thing goes off.
Yeah, fuck that.
I've seen the damage just from an oxygen bottle that fell.
Well,
Yeah.
and not just that. There's nitrous in and of itself is not flammable.
No.
It's not.
It is simply a catalyst. It requires another fuel to actually burn.
Right.
Hey, see,
Right, well,
one of the
nitrous
things we
actually
used to
is an
explain to
oxide.
people and show them the difference in things, because I was all about, even when I taught firefighting and after I became an industrial mechanic, started doing hydraulics and stuff. I worked for an aerial equipment company for years, and I became a lead technician. And I taught people that were coming in for that. I use a lot of word association and compare stuff, kind of like if you have somebody learning electrical and they're learning hydraulics at the same time, and they're like, well, what is a diode? You could be like, hey, well, it's like a one-way check in your hydraulics.
It's a one-way valve, exactly.
You know what I mean? And so it's the same thing whenever you get into nitrous, and they're like, well, what are you actually doing? And I'm like, well, actually, the components in nitrous is nitrogen and oxygen.
Yeah.
The molecule that's making you make power in your car is the oxygen.
Yep.
The nitrogen is just going to be a byproduct and go right out your exhaust.
Yeah.
But the thing you got to remember is you got 21% oxygen in the air that you breathe, and nitrogen has 36, or nitrous, sorry, has 36% oxygen.
Yeah.
So when you add this oxygen to your engine, it allows you to put more fuel in it and make more power. And these guys are like, well, if oxygen isn't flammable, what does it do? I said, you want to see what oxygen does? Go
It's
get an
a catalyst.
oxyacetylene rig, turn the oxyacetylene rig on, turn the gas on, turn your oxygen on, and hit your little button on your cutting torch and watch what the flame does.
Yeah. Oxygen is required for fire to burn.
Yep.
The more of it you add to said fire, the more heat it will produce.
Yep. The only thing that takes that rule out of thumb is the actual fire triangle. You have fuel, heat source, and oxygen.
Yeah.
And once they have the chemical related stuff, they've created the fire tetrahedron. This is my fire background coming in. And
I was just going to say, you know better than the rest of us because of that.
Yeah, it kind of throws in like magnesium and stuff. Magnesium burns, dude. It don't make a fuck if you smother it, cover it with water, foam, bury the motherfucker. It burns out when it burns out.
Well,
it doesn't need oxygen.
It creates its own oxygen.
Yep.
Yeah. And so that's why they created the fire triangle when they couldn't explain that.
It'll burn a damn hole in the earth. See, Rich
so they
said right there,
what they
no
call
flame without O2, and he's 100% correct. You take away the oxygen, some bitch won't burn. That's how CO2 fire extinguishers work. They smother it.
Yeah, well, that's how they used to teach you. They said, okay, you got a fire triangle, you got a heat source, you got a fuel, and you got oxygen. So whenever you first teach basic firefighting, you taught everybody you remove one of these three things, and it's a component that's going to eliminate the fire. Well, when you have chemical chain reactions and things like magnesium that can actually support itself and produce oxygen when it's burning kind of thing, that's why they say, well, shit, now you have to have what's called the fire tetrahedron. Dude, whenever I was going to school for all that shit, that's what a lot of people, what is it?
I was just saying, that's why these damn EV batteries, when they ignite, are so damn hard to put out because they burn so hot.
Yeah.
That's why water doesn't work. They burn so hot, they split the molecules out of the water and they take the damn oxygen from the water. What is water? It's the same thing as nitrous, but it's hydrogen instead of oxygen.
Yep. And see, that's what a lot of people didn't understand whenever my accident happened.
Certain fires, water will actually catalyze the damn fire.
Yep. And when my accident first happened, Dave was at work at Nitrous Outlet. And he said within an hour of time from my accident, they had over 100 people call, like, what the fuck just happened? And he didn't even know what had happened yet because he was at work. And they started saying my name, and he's like, that's not true. There's no way Blake did that. Y'all don't know this guy. But they're in there throwing all this shit out there, and, dude, they had no clue. And they didn't know who I was. They've never met me. They didn't know my background or anything. But I mean, you got to understand, before I had my accident, I was 256 pounds, 6 foot tall. And yet they're saying, oh, he had a meth lab. They were cooking meth with a nitrous bottle. Really?
Fuck bullshits.
That's what was going around. Then they're like, "Oh
Well,
no,
you know,
they tried filling the nitrous oxide
like,
bottle."
it's like John Cope's story, you know, when he blew his transmission up and the motherfuckers are prying, you know, you got shot. You got shot. Fuck you. No, I didn't. My car blew up and they're calling him a damn liar. That's bullshit, you know.
Yep.
Treat me, you son of a bitch. I would have been, I'd have fucking been pissed. And I'm sure he was, but, you know.
And well, and see, that's what killed me.
I just had my transmission explode and all but blow my damn foot off, and you're sitting here accusing me of shit rather than trying to save my ass.
Well, and here's what was crazy. When I had my accident, the funny thing about it is I stayed awake the whole time until the truck got there, which is the ambulance. We called it a truck. The guys that were working the truck that day, they already knew me because they knew me from being a firefighter and an EMT with my medical background. So what they ended up doing was I was talking to them the whole time to the hospital. And whenever we got there, that's when I gave up. When I woke up 3 days later and they said, we're going to have to go above the knee now. Do you understand? And I'm like, yeah. That's when they first started telling me, dude, these people are crucifying you on Yellow Bullet. And I'm like, why? You know, and I didn't even understand it. And it was because there were so many people that the best way I can say it is you have people that want to act like they know what the hell they're talking about when they have no fucking clue.
Yellow Bullet is and always has been nothing but a bullshit dog shit forum with a bunch of fucking know-it-alls that don't know their ass from a hole in the ground.
Yep. And see, the bad thing about it is
the last fucking place I'd ever go for information.
Oh yeah, well, dude, trust me, I don't get near them anymore. But the crazy thing about it is, whenever you start trying to explain to these people that are heating bottles up, and I mean, it's like I said, even using bottle heaters that are now in this, circulation that are supposed to be better. If you have an electric style bottle heater that you wrap around a bottle and you do not put some kind of a safety mechanism,
no shit, Steven.
Pressure, you do what?
Oh, Steven just said the Yellow Bullet's worse than the ham. Yeah, no shit.
Yeah, that is true. Yellow Bullet, dude, it's crap. But my whole thing is this though. Instead of people looking back, taking a step back and saying, yeah, that can make something dangerous, it's just like Dave. His reasoning behind if you were to buy a bottle or bring a bottle to him that he could tell was repainted, he won't even fill it at Nitrous Outlet. He will not fill that bottle, even if it's in certification, because there's a reason the bottle got fucking painted.
Right. It was in a fire or something.
Yeah, just like powder coating. A lot of these people will say you can powder coat nitrous bottles, it's not going to affect them. Well, you have to understand, heat anneals aluminum. So,
and the powder coating process is heat.
Exactly.
Because it's all
so
big
a
fun.
lot of reputable companies will not touch a nitrous bottle that has been repowder coated.
If
it's not original powder coating,
you can take. And see, the thing is, the other thing, that sets a nitrous bottle apart from like an oxygen acetylene bottle or something, oxygen acetylene bottles are steel.
Yep.
Nitrous bottles are fucking aluminum. I can go out in the garage and get a common, or plumber's torch for sweating copper pipe, propane, not even matte gas, and melt aluminum with it.
Yep.
So what kind of idiot, and I know that the world's full of them, but what makes you think that putting that propane torch to aluminum cylinder that's containing 1,000 pounds per square inch of gas pressure isn't going to change something?
No.
And
the craziest thing about it right now, you have people on YouTube right now that have huge fucking channels. And I used to watch several of them. But these guys, you watch some of their stuff and they pop out propane bottles and torches all the time. And they're glorifying it. And they don't tell people, hey, don't do this. It's dangerous. But you have these kids watching these channels like, well, fuck, they're doing it. Why shouldn't I? And then
Right.
whenever they see you saying it's a bad thing, well, it doesn't matter. You're not famous like these people over here that have 100,000 viewers, and subscribers. So they must be doing it right. And the companies that sponsor these channels don't tell them, hey, y'all need to reel this shit in and don't do that practice at all. They just keep giving them free shit. It's ridiculous.
Hey.
Blake, that reminds me, there was a guy on YouTube. He was doing videos a while back. And the one that got me the most was when he made his homemade electric guitar. And he was actually running 110 through it, and he went to strum it, and all of a sudden you seen all the sparks and everything coming off of it. I mean, the guy, I'm surprised he didn't get killed doing all that stuff.
Oh, wow.
All it would have took is to complete the circuit, and he'd have been in a world of hurt.
Right, that's what he was doing. But I mean, he was using instead of an amplifier or anything like that, he was actually plugging it into a 110 outlet, and it's
That's
still
ridiculous. Yeah, that's ridiculous.
I
But
don't
it's kind
remember
of like,
the-
I'm surprised
I don't
they didn't
remember
fry the
the-
fucking coils, the pickup coils, in the guitar.
yeah, I told John when I first talked to him about possibly joining the No Name National, I said, if y'all live through the shit that I lived through the first 13 months after my accident, and the way these fucktards were basically running me through the coals, basically trashing me, crucifying me is the best word I can tell you. And these guys were part of a group that I considered a secondary family, dude. I thought all these people that I raced with, I know a bunch of them were acquaintances, but I still thought I had more friends in this group than what I found out were there. Because once I couldn't help them work on their shit, it was crickets, dude.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't, what have you done for me? It's what have you done for me
Right.
lately?
Right.
And they were done. So,
Douchebags. Just douchebags.
Well, I
All right,
know
guys.
I've had something like that happen to me not that long ago.
sir,
I said, I know the feeling because I had something similar like that happen to me not that long ago.
uh-huh.
And of course, I'm not going to say it here. I'd say it backstage or anything. But
Oh, I got you.
yeah, I know the feeling on that. About people, stabbing you in the back and everything for something that,
Yep.
yeah.
Well,
Happens
see,
all the
that's why.
time.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, Tony.
I just said it happens all the time.
Yeah, but
Yep.
that's why I originally didn't have comments approved on my deal unless I approved them on my YouTube channel. And they said, no, that's not going to work for you. And I'm like, but y'all don't understand. You have not been in my situation and see how these people react. I mean, okay, get this. Do you realize a few months ago, there were several people that didn't even know I was in a wheelchair that are part of the No Name National group? And I'm like, how the fuck could they not know if they're watching videos off and on? So I threw the video out that says, hey, this kind of sums me up. And it was a short.
Right.
You realize I had people actually disliking it and making comments that, oh, look, this guy's trying to use this accident as a way to get famous. I'm like, really? Somebody's going to blow their fucking leg off to get subscribers? Really?
No, you're just trying to put it. You're just trying to put your story out there, talking about the dangers about a nitrous bottle, of how dangerous they can be. I mean, it could happen. Like you said, it happens basically every single day where something like that happens, but it's not well known. You're just putting it out there that way people do know about it, and
that's why my very first video. Yeah. My very first video, I told everybody, I showed them pictures. I told them everything about what happened. And I said, but this day forward, I want my channel to be about me moving forward and building my truck and getting back into racing. I wanted to regain that part of my life again. I didn't want to make it just dwelling on the fact that, hey, I got blown up, help me out, because that's not what I'm doing. When I found out that social media is now a stronger platform, if you want to get sponsored, you want to get backing for your cars and stuff like that, if you can grow a channel, you get leverage. Magazine days and builds are over. It's all a platform of social media. So that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to grow a channel, and it's going slow, but you got to put out content to do it.
And my channel's growing. slowly, but it's getting there. And, that's one thing that John was asking me if I'm going to be going to No Name and everything. I said I'd like to go, but since I've been out of work myself since October of last year, I really don't have the funds to do it.
Yeah.
I mean, I had someone that was willing to come up with the money to help, pay for me be able to go and everything. Because he was going, well, how much is it going to cost? It's like I was doing the math and everything as far as the most economical, and that'd be going on motorcycle. And figure out it would be about $500 round trip. And that's just going as a spectator.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's like, but to me, I look at it like this. I would love to go. It'd give me some good content, give me some good memories. But with everything I'm doing here, with that $500, I could buy more equipment to do more workout in the garage.
Right.
Yeah.
That's
Now, I'm going to tell you
last
right now, if you wanted to go, I'm going to continue building my truck, but I'm going to do it at my pace. I'm not going to try to build my truck to beat a deadline that I got to do 6 weeks of work, 6 weeks worth of work in 3 weeks. I'm not going to do that because that's how shit happens. Accidents happen. Shit goes wrong. If I end up just taking my van to the No Name Nationals, the only thing I'll be taking with me is probably a table, a canopy, some parts, some hats, t-shirts, and shit like that. I have a little Dodge minivan, and if I find somebody that wants to ride with me up there and I go. It's a van. If you wanted to go and your wife wanted to go, y'all want to ride up there, y'all can just ride with us. If I don't find somebody to go with me, there you go. Y'all can ride with me. The only thing y'all have to do is help my fat ass get out and get into my mobility cart or my wheelchair, which you don't have to get me in and out. I transfer and everything by myself. It's just I don't have a handicap accessible vehicle. So if I get out of my wheelchair and get in the driver's seat of a van, I can't just turn around and throw the wheelchair in the back of the van because I'm one leg. Right. That's impossible. So that's what has me limited still. So because, dude, them making me go 13 months before they helped me get on disability, and I had to sell everything I owned, and I got behind, and my credit went to shit because of hospital bills and everything. Once you get behind the 8 ball like that,
it's struggle hard to get out.
You cannot get brought back up.
Yep.
And done that.
Right. Yep. I know all about that. I was in and out of the hospital 6 different times. I've had 6 different CT scans. There was 3 with and there was 3 without contrast. I've had a colonoscopy, and doctors could not figure out what the hell was going on. And finally, I got with the little clinic that helps people out that are on low income. Talked to them over there and started explaining what my girlfriend and I had talked about. And she goes, that does sound like it fits as far as the diagnosis. And she goes, tell you what, get this and start taking it and we'll see what happens. And she now beforehand, my gastroenterologist that did the colonoscopy, she wanted to run 6 different stool sample tests. They wanted $1,000 before they would even hand the container over. I'm going, I don't have health insurance. I'm out of work. I can't afford it. At the clinic I'm going through, they want to do 5 of them. It cost me $44. And it's like, okay, I can afford the $44 for that. But they figured out what was going on. And about a month ago, I finally got my doctor's release. Clean bill of health. Finally go back to work, and I've been out there looking since. I went back to where I was looking at to see if I get hired back on. Unfortunately, the company's gotten sold to somebody else, and he says, well, I don't have any openings. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I'm hoping on the 28th, I got to go back, and they're going to tell me if they're going to do the hernia surgery or not. I'm hoping they go ahead and tell me I can start doing shit again because I would like to at least get out of the house. I hate this shit. This is for the birds. I do not like being locked up in a home not doing anything.
Yeah, I know the feeling.
Right now is when you should be working because it's cool.
Yeah.
But
And I usually am. This is usually about the time I'm coming in to go to bed.
Yeah. But I was going to say another thing is that I'm big into the motorcycle community, and about 2 weeks ago, one of the guys that I've known for about 5 years, he wound up passing away due to cancer and everything. And just so happens that I found out. Oh, by the way, September 23rd is when they're going to be doing the memorial ride.
Oh, damn. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like I said, besides not having the job and everything, yes, I'd like to be able to go to No Name, but I've known this guy a lot longer. I'm not going to pass the chance of.
Well, there's always next year.
Right.
There's always next year.
There's always next year. The main reason I still want to go and socialize with these people is to meet these people in person, shake their hand, give them some stickers, sell some shirts, give some shit away, say, hey, I was here.
Right.
Next year, y'all got to put up with me because next year I'll have the car here.
Yep.
That's what I want to go for. And if I meet people that like me, cool. If they don't, I'm sorry?
I'm going to say, yeah, see, like I said, I would love to go, but my income is at zero right now for almost a year now.
Yep.
So,
I closed my business down the year after Biden got in office. I forfeited my FFL and didn't re-up it. So I haven't had a job since almost 2.5 years now, going on 3, because the way that they were doing everything and stuff. I did not want to own a gun shop with all the shit that they were doing. And so
especially what they're doing now.
Now I ain't doing shit.
Yeah, have you seen the shit they're doing now? Because the shit they're doing right now is if you make a clerical error, they're going to shut you down.
Oh, well, they ain't shutting me down because I ain't in business no more. They can kiss my ass. They come here looking for guns. I'm going to say, what the fuck are y'all talking about? But Tony, thank you for helping me learn how to do this shit. Thank you for letting me come on your live tonight. I hope you made a list so I could ship some of this shit out.
I did.
What the hell? Joe and the hoe gotta go. Hell yeah.
Yep.
And I forgot what I was going to tell you. If you decide one night you want to kind of do that, even if it's like an hour long, and just throw some bullshit out and give some stuff away.
Yeah.
I don't mind. It's something to do.
Yeah.
And even if it was just an hour of time, at least it'd get my feet wet. Well, foot wet. I ain't got no damn feet, but I know. But no, because I think it's fun. It's just the chat deal was killing me, but I would rather talk than try to type anyway. I type too damn slow.
Oh yeah. And Tony, I appreciate you having me up. I know I've been on before, but Monday, the whole thing about with Monday and having John on is I want to get kind of a background as far as how the No Name started and everything.
Yeah.
But also that way the people that are on my channel and everything, they get to know it and everything, get to know everybody with the No Name. And I'm hoping everybody that's going to it will show up. But the main thing is I want to be kind of like Buck and everything. I want to try and help the guys that are close to having the subscriber count to try and help get them pushed to that amount. That way they can be able to qualify to be able to go to it and actually do the racing instead of being a spectator.
Yeah. And that'll be on your channel at what did you say, 7 Central?
Right, it'll be 7:00 Central.
7:00 your time, right?
Right.
And it's what time there now?
2:43.
2:40.
Yeah.
Okay, so so it'd be 5:00 my time. It's 12:40 here.
Yeah.
Right on. Yeah, I'll get involved with that. That's cool.
Yeah. I know it's getting close to everything, but hey, like they say, every little bit helps.
Absolutely. Well, I appreciate you guys being here. I'm going to shut it down.
All right.
I appreciate the hell out of you and everything you brought to the table tonight, Blake. That was excellent information.
Yeah,
The bad part about it,
like,
I couldn't figure out how to share the pictures on John's. I was over here like, what the fuck, man?
Well, you didn't have enough time on John's to go over everything that we went over here. You know, as soon as I posted up my live last night, John, if you noticed, last night, as soon as I put up the live, he jumps in there and he typed first in the comments, and right after he did that, he texted me and thanked me for giving you the time to finish what you had to talk about. And, it was just a good deal all around. This was good information. It had to be out there, and not just that. It's really cool that you were able to teach, the people that were watching and that actually cared to learn the process behind it all. And not just that, but to show that you can't prevent the bottle from blowing up, but you can damn sure find out when it's capable of doing so. And it's not expensive to do it. And
I'll tell you right now,
the knowledge of it in itself is prevention, because learning that the bottle is fatigued or broken or cracked or overstressed or overstretched and not suitable anymore, that's how you prevent the accidents.
Yep. And see, to be honest with you, I figured on your live, I figured you would have a lot more people more worried about figuring out ways of tuning tips. So, I mean, I wasn't going to share anything I had when it comes to doing a wet system, but you have a lot of these people that don't even know the difference between a wet and a dry system when it comes to nitrous. But it's kind of like when I told Dave Baxter, because he kept saying, come to work. And I'm like, all the information I can help people with when it comes to nitrous is, like I said, I've been out of the game for 14 years. And I've been out of the nitrous game for 17.
Yeah.
So if these people are running dry systems on EFI motors and stuff like that, I can't help you anyway. But if you're running old school shit, carbureted, plates, foggers, I can do shit with that because I have experience with it. But I'm not the type of person that's gonna. Yeah, I'm not the type of person that wants to share information that I don't know about. Because the main thing I used to have questions about.
That's how misinformation gets out.
Yeah, and because that's just like whenever I'll do this and I'll let you go. I'm sorry. We used to have this guy that kept preaching that running oxygenated race fuel with nitrous was a smart move. Dude, that is far from the fucking truth, because you got to understand, you're already having to add more fuel when you're adding the nitrous because of oxygen.
Right.
So then if you're running an oxygenated fuel on top of that,
you're adding more oxygen yet.
Yeah, so if you're not running regular fuel with your nitrous system and then, oxygenated fuel is a base fuel for NA, it's like stupidity. Number one, I'd never mix an oxygenated fuel if I was running nitrous anyway, because the whole reason you're running nitrous is
on steroids.
I'm sorry?
It's stupid on steroids.
Yeah, really. It really is. But people just don't get it. And that's, I don't know. It just drives me batty, dude. And that's why I just sit back and listen to people talk. And I just they go in one ear and out the other and fuck them. Because if you try to help somebody and they don't want to listen, they basically want to be like, why would I want to listen to somebody whose leg got blown off about nitrous whenever a nitrous bottle took his leg? Well, number one, I had nothing to do with that bottle failing. And the only thing that I did was judge the book by its cover and didn't do what I normally did.
And who knows better what can and will happen than the poor bastard that it happened to.
Yep. But you can't tell anybody that, because you know what? Our world now is full of a bunch of fucktards with no common sense. That's why.
That's true.
That is no shit.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you, Dean. Thank you, Rich. Y'all have a good weekend. Mater, Tony, thank y'all very much. Just email me your list when you get a chance, Tony, and I'll get some stuff out. I'll swing you the mouse pads
out tomorrow sometime and shoot it over to you.
Okay. Well, I'll get you a mouse pad and one of the keychains coming to you too. That way you have one.
Yeah, that's badass.
And Mater, if you want one of the mouse pads and a keychain, let me know and I'll bring it when I bring your other stuff.
I think I actually won one of those tonight as it is.
Okay. I I haven't seen the list yet, so I don't know.
What
I figured I'm doing enough
Right.
shit on my first time ever.
Mater
I'd let the experts
won.
take care of shit.
Mater
I know
won
he
the
won
mouse
fuel
pad.
fragrance.
Mater won 3. Mater won the mouse
Oh,
pad
cool.
and MSD keychain. Mater won the traction compound. And Mater
And
won the maple syrup
fuel fragrance.
fuel fragrance.
Yep.
So
Oh, that's awesome, dude. Yeah. Hey, and in the chat, Rich, Dean, if y'all want decals or anything, I know Dean, we'd have to figure out how to do international shipping. I don't know how that would work, but because isn't he like where is Dean? He's not in the United States, is he?
I think he's Canada. I think.
Are you in Canada, Dean?
actually, I thought Dean was a Kiwi, either Kiwi or Australian.
Oh yeah, I don't know if I can send him there then. Damn.
Yeah, hell, I used to send hub bearings for Acura Legends to Australia. It's actually not that hard.
Really?
Okay.
Well, I sent a T-shirt to the guy in Canada.
He's saying it's New Zealand. Yeah. So
Yeah,
Oh,
New
shit.
Zealand.
I don't know.
He's a Kiwi.
Well, I don't know how I can do that, Dean, unless you can tell me.
Just go to the post office and it, just decals and shit's not hard.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like what Rich says. Until it spins.
When I was sending auto parts to Australia, I used to have to fill out customs forms and shit, but just stating what the hell it is, it was not difficult. You go to the retail window at the post office and say, I want to send this envelope worth of shit to New Zealand. They're gonna ask you what the fuck's in it, make you fill out a couple pieces of paper and send it to him.
Yeah, I sent a T-shirt and some decals to a guy in Canada, and it was $24. And then the next guy that's in another branch of Canada, it was like 28. So I gotta back off on doing that too much because I mean, by the time you put the cost of the shirt and doing that, I mean, fuck, dude, that adds up.
Yeah.
But
yeah, when you're doing something, you gotta honestly, if you're gonna send hats and shirts and shit out of the country, the best way to do it is a flat rate box.
Yep.
And when I was sending auto parts to Australia, I would start because if it fits, it ships. They don't give a shit about the weight. I would put 3 rear hub bearings, hub assemblies into a large flat rate box and send those fuckers to Australia for $25. Now,
damn.
Mind you, this was 15, 16, 17 years ago. So I'm sure the rates have gone up some. But if you were to just box it up and go by weight, it was hundreds. It was in the hundreds. And I figured that out that flat rate box was the way to go. So, like if you were going to do a shirt and a hat or something, I bet you could get a shirt and a hat in a medium flat rate box. I bet you could get it anywhere in the world for $20.
Well, that would be nice.
Yeah.
I sent 3 bottles of fuel fragrance, a T-shirt, a hat, and some decals. And that shit, it went to oh my goodness, to Puerto Rico. Sorry. Went to Puerto Rico and they said that it won't hurt, it won't hurt, it won't hurt. And whenever I sent my
Kiwi
there, I
fits,
didn't go. If the Kiwi
That's
fits,
what I was laughing. Yeah, that's what I was laughing at.
That's funny. But yeah, look into that for your international stuff, Blake. The flat rate boxes. It's by and large the absolute exponentially cheaper than any other shipping rate.
Yeah.
I mean, even just you think cheap first class postage or whatever is less. Fuck no. First class postage costs you $100. A flat rate box is $20. It's I don't know how the fuck they do it, but I do know that's how they do it.
Well, I know I'm saving Blake some money on the shipping.
I'm sorry?
I said I know I'm gonna be helping you save money on the shipping.
Oh yeah. Well, plus, dude, it gives me a reason to go up there. I don't give a shit. You don't understand. If I got a reason to go buy kolaches and shit, I'm good. I'm golden with that shit.
Right.
Plus, I mean, if you wanted to meet at Slobodchik's in West, I'd actually even get barbecue while I'm there because I like their barbecue.
Yeah. Now, let me ask you this: have you ever been over to Extreme Raceway Park there in Paris?
Extreme Raceway Park? Yeah. Galen Smith and them own that.
Yeah.
The guys that built that track used to be Lindmar Racing. And have you been to the track? It's like a baby Texas motorplex. It's badass. I tried to tell John if they lose Sykeston, I tried to say, dude, if y'all talk to Galen and them and came to XRP is a fast fucking track. All the parking in the pit area is nice. There's tons of concrete out there. Dude,
Rich
is badass.
Yeah.
Rich says he'll pay for the shipping to Dean, $2 limit.
But now I have not been to Extreme, but every time like I have to go to Ferris and everything, I mean it's right there off the highway for me, so I see it every single. I was watching them build it.
Yep.
So yeah, I mean that's how long.
But
now,
no, Clyde,
Clyde,
Galen Smith and Clyde, they actually run that and they own that place. And Galen Smith used to run the Pro Mod car called the Bounty Hunter, and them guys are fast as fuck, dude. And they're both awesome. And the reason that track is so racer friendly is you have racers that built the fucking facility and run the track for other racers. Yep. So they try to cater to the racers as much as they can. And them guys, dude, they're smart, and that track is fucking fast. I've seen a car go 385 at the 8th mile at that track. That is fucking hauling the mill in the 8th mile.
Yeah, it is.
Now, I know we've got Cedar Creek drag right.
Now Cedar Creek drag strip.
Absolute truth, Rich. That is the absolute
Cedar Creek
truth
drag
right
strip.
there.
Is that what you said, Mater? Cedar Creek?
Yeah.
Danny, the guy that used to run that, he passed away. So now his son Daniel's running it. They're not doing the same program anymore and stuff, and they're not doing upkeep on the track. So the old man that used to run that track, that's where we used to go. That guy right there, we were such good friends with him, and that's in Maybank, Texas. Actually, it's not in Cedar Creek or Gun Barrel City. It's in Maybank. But we would be throwing shit in cars here in the Waco area or in West. And it could be 3 o'clock in the morning. I'd call Daniel up and be like, hey, is your dad in the tower? And he's like, yeah. I'd say, send him the phone. And I say, we can be there in an hour and 45 minutes to dummy lock the gate. We could show up at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, go in there, pour our own prep down, and make passes on that track all fucking day until he started his program. He did not give a fuck. But that guy right there was cool as shit. But we started running at that track years ago. The place you need to go in Texas if you want an experience from hell and see the craziness, go to Yellow Belly. Yellow Belly is a scary fucking place to be, dude.
No, I don't want to go to Grand Prairie because I've heard the damn horror stories of everybody getting hurt or getting killed over there. And the main problem, because it's right there on the damn Grand Prairie Dallas border, they have anything, they call 911 and you get with Dallas. They said, well, you need to call Grand Prairie. Grand Prairie's, you need to call Dallas. And neither one of them go out there. And that's one of the biggest problems that they've got is that you can actually have spectators right there standing on the side of the damn track.
On the fucking starting line, dude. They're on the fucking starting line. We actually had
on the side of the track.
We had people when we were 2 cars back in the staging lanes. We had people coming up to us that wanted to race it. And at this time, I had my 69 chassis Camaro. And these guys were wanting to race, and they wanted to hit. So they're like, hey, give us the move and the hit. And we're like, we didn't give a shit. I don't care. And I'm like, dude, I'll do it. Well, then they got their other friends on the other side trying to get people to bet on the race. They don't realize you're giving these guys the move. We raced that race. They got the move. Everybody's like, oh, man, he slept on the tree. And I'm like, no, I gave him the move. That was part of the deal. And they lost money because the guy got the move and I couldn't catch him. And I'm like, it ain't my fault. You bet money on me. But they pulled guns and everything. And I was like, we were out of there. Never went back.
Well, you were telling me about that, like,
Yes, that's
Now
a scary
Temple is right
Academy.
now.
Little River
Right,
Academy.
I was gonna say, are they still? I didn't know if they were still running Temple Academy or not.
Yeah, the reason we quit going to Little River Academy is 90% of the pit area now is either gravel or dirt. And dude, when you're running open header cars at a drag strip, they're parking you in the fucking dirt. And every time you crank it up, dust and shit goes fucking everywhere.
Oh yeah.
I'm not a fan of that. And the bad thing is, whenever you come off the return road and start coming back down, you make a pass, you turn on the return road, before you even get a quarter of the way back, you're on fucking pea gravel and rock with hot ass slicks.
Yep.
And it's like, nah, fuck that shit. But another thing is, it's right there on the river, and the mosquitoes will carry your ass away. It's bad.
Yep, I've actually run down there at Little River, Academy. Of course, at that time it was known as Temple Academy. When I raced out there, and
Little River Dragway.
Right, and of course that's been over 20 years ago since I've been down there, and I've actually raced the Motorplex. I have run at the 8th Mile Drag Strip over in Kennedale, which is no longer there.
Nope.
Now, the one track I did not like, and it's no longer, and that's the one that's Red Line.
It's yeah. It's open back up. It's under a different name now. Red Line is open back up. It's under a different name. Yep.
The one out there.
The other one that we used to go to after Red Line, we also would go to North Texas up in Denton. And when we first started going there, after a few years, they flipped its starting line to the other end, and you had to race off its way. But that track now closed too. So we used to go up. We'd go up on some big race weekends. We would leave here. We'd run Kennedale on Friday night, grudge race. We would leave there, catch them at North Texas and Denton, and race till 3 or 4 in the morning. Then we'd run to Ardmore, Oklahoma Saturday, start doing time trials for the Quick 8 or Quick 16, and we'd run the heads up grudge matching at Ardmore, Oklahoma, and come home Sunday. So we'd hit 3 tracks in 2 days and make money. But that's how you build a fan base, and that's how you fucking race all the time.
Yep.
Now,
That's back when I actually,
right. Now you're talking about Ardmore. You're talking about the quarter-mile track up there?
we ran 8th Mile at the Ardmore track.
Yeah. Well, like I said, but that is a quarter-mile track, though, right?
The one we went to, all we were allowed to run was 8th Mile, and I don't think it had enough shutdown for us to run a quarter mile.
Okay.
If you could run a quarter mile, it'd be for a slower car. That's just like Prairie Hill, the Outlaw Drag Strip out in Prairie Hill. If you had anything that ran faster than like a 10.0 to a high 9, the shutdown was not long enough. Your ass would be out hitting cows. And
I'm trying to remember what the track, because there's a track that we ran at in Oklahoma one time.
You got Thunder Valleys in Oklahoma, which is a big
Thunder
track.
Valley. That's it. That was Thunder
Yeah, that's a
Valley.
quarter-mile track, and that's a big track. It's a fast track too.
Yeah.
The only bad thing about that track is you got to watch out for theft. Yeah, so if you're sleeping in a trailer or something, you better put your fucking car in the trailer before you go to sleep, because you'll wake up missing shit.
Now, the fun part going up there for that race is we actually had a guy come out to qualify for his Top Fuel dragster license.
Yes.
So he had to make 3 passes down that track and everything in Thunder Valley. And like, yeah, we were there. I mean, he was just doing it solo, but just get a chance to see a Top Fuel going down the track. Like, yeah.
Because see, I wish I could get enough people that would be interested and would want to pony up some money. With all these drag and drive events coming out right now, Texas has enough tracks still. If you did an 8th Mile drag and drive, to do a Texas drag and drive event, and you would put a shit ton of miles on your car and have fun. But you'd have to find somebody to back the funding, and I ain't got the pocketbook to do it.
Yeah.
But that would be fun as shit.
Yeah, especially here in North Texas, there are so many different 8th Mile tracks around. I mean, you can throw a stick and you're going to hit one.
Yeah, we'll see.
Especially here in the
Houston Raceway. Yeah, Houston Raceway is now shut down too as of this year. So they're now done
That's
too.
right.
Yeah. So you can't even go down to Houston Raceway. After they lost the national event there, the people that used to run it sold out, and that family said they were keeping it open. After this year, I think the last thing that was down there, it was either one of Dutch races or something, or it might have been an LS Fest. But after that race, they said they were done and it's being destroyed. They're tearing it down. It's gone. I'm like, fuck. So yeah, Texas has lost more racetracks than a lot of states even have, and we still have a ton of them here.
All right, I'm trying
Right.
to remember. I know there's another track that we ran at because I used to be part of the Texas Motor Car Club Challenge, and I mean, like I said, we were running around. There was Hallsville. That's it, Hallsville.
You know, there also used to be Hallsville, Paris, Navasota. Yeah.
All right, guys.
Yeah,
It's
I know.
it's
Yeah.
1 o'clock. I'm gonna shut it down. You
Take it
guys are
easy.
more than welcome to stay in the stream. It'll be private between you two and shoot the shit. But
I think I'm gonna eat and go to bed because I've been up since 6:45 because I had a doctor's appointment this morning and I've been going all day. So I'm gonna
I
eat something.
appreciate the hell out of everybody being here. The Warriors, it's the three of us. It's Dean, it's Rich, and it's Steven are the ones left in here. They're the Warriors.
Yep.
So thank you guys for being here. Thanks to all the mods for helping
Thank you for allowing
out.
me to do it live with you. At least now I got broke in.
Yeah.
So
we'll have
that's
to do it
good news.
again. It was a real good time. So,
All right. Hey, thank y'all. Y'all have a good
Mater,
weekend.
Blake, take care now.
All right, appreciate you having me up.
Yes, sir.